Chapter 11, Part 1 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Literature, Provencal. Literature never is orthodoxy, although it may become orthodoxy. It is not a fixed dogma, but a flowing stream. Otherwise it would not be literature, for literature is the expression of nature itself, and it must be untrammeled, except by the laws of nature itself. Wherever, therefore, there is genuine literature, there is freethought, no matter what may be the particular form of that literature. At the time it is produced, it is not dogma, it is a personality. Afterwards, it becomes dogma by the blind worship of adherents. Says Van Buren Denslow, quote, "No priest ever wrote a poem or invented a machine if we accept the Chinese machine for praying, or wrote a history worthy of the name, or made a discovery in chemistry, or found a continent, or shed new light on any problem of science. While thinking cannot be done without a certain amount of leisure, it is still a variety of hard work, and the best of it is done, not by priests, for they are so taken up with worship that they have no time for work, but by the working classes themselves, whose active and aggressive thinking has compelled the priesthoods to do what little thinking they have done in self-defense. In saying that the least inventive, original, and progressive class of men has always been the priests, we only charge them with fidelity to their calling. They have lived by imposing certain dogmas on the human mind concerning that of which nobody could, by any possibility, know anything. Every other class of men have lived by handling weapons which could be met by dealing in substances which could be measured, or in facts capable of being verified. The priest has no right to be inventive. He is defending the old, not propounding the new. He cannot be original when it is not he, but the Lord, that speaks, nor scientific when science, sweeping the void with her telescope, clears it of that theological heaven which it is his vocation to promise, leaving only open space and silent stars." End quote. The priest is only a stick, a stone. He is absolutely stationary, or if he moves, it is because he is driftwood. The tide is beneath him, but not in him. A priest prefers death to a new idea, for death is old and sacred. He can abide that, but he cannot abide a living change. The food of his spirit are the ghosts of a dead past. The priest is not a man. The French proverb hits it keenly, which declares, "There are three sexes, men, women, and priests." How is it possible for a priest ever to write poetry or make the world effulgent with knowledge? Poetry, like science, demands the brave and open soul. It must ever see something new and brilliant in the heavens and earth. Poetry is the creator and disdains the gods of the past, while he makes the gods of the future. So in the fountains of literature breathes the eternal music of freethought. The stream, so glittering and exuberant in its origin, may be frozen into a dogmatic prison house, but the power that is in it is ever the expression of an undaunted mind. Dante, the most theological of all poets, the most furious and bigoted, a poetic Torquemada who would burn his enemies in hell, Dante cannot help being opposed to the ruling powers of his own day. He is anti-papal and takes delight in scorching the hierarchy, and he never could have written his wonderful poem if, in his innermost being, he had not thrown off all authority except that of his own imperious spirit. Milton is the orthodox poet of today, but he was not the orthodox poet of his own time. No servant of the church could have written that glorious epic. Milton was a born rebel, though with an austere and despotic disposition. But certainly there must have been some freethought in Milton, whose original power made Lucifer a far more resplendent personage than either God or Christ, For if he who fought against heaven's king were eliminated from the poem, it would be impossible to read it. Of all the supreme poets, Dante and Milton are the only ones that orthodoxy can really claim, and it can claim them after they are dead, and not while they are living. It can claim their works, but it cannot claim the tremendous power of mind by which they were produced. What pope or priest or church could dictate to these imperial singers? When we come to Petrarch and Boccaccio, not only the spirit of freethought, but the fair fruitage of freethought adorns the literature of the world. Nowhere do we find a keener exposure of the clergy, a more merciless attack on their hypocrisy, cowardice, and immorality than in the pages of Boccaccio. Petrarch was a man of vast learning and resource, and was a greater admirer of Cicero than of St. Paul. To him, the classics of Greece taught a better religion than the dark theology of Augustine. Such was the zeal for these ancient masters that when Leontius, a Greek professor of prodigious learning, was struck dead by lightning in a storm at sea while tied to the mast of his ship, Petrarch, while lamenting his fate, inquires whether some copy of Euripides or Sophocles might not be recovered from the mariners. Petrarch and Boccaccio were immense renovating influences in the age preceding Columbus. Shakespeare is so wonderful that, in order to understand his relation to the world's progress, we must trace the development of his marvelous power. He is the bloom of centuries. Away back in the 11th and 3 following centuries are the Galliards, a set of merrymakers, half-pagan, half-Christian, vagrant scholars preserving reminiscences of the ancient poetry of Horace, Ovid, and Catullus, rollicking students with no respect for the church, yet not deserving martyrdom, and devoting themselves to satire and song, wandering minstrels interpreting in musical tirades the popular feeling which was not determined enough as yet to create the Reformation. In these medieval poets, we trace the beginnings of the great secular poetry of modern Europe, the poetry of nature as opposed to the supernatural. They were buffoons and jesters, riotous jugglers, and yet at times there was something terribly earnest in their apparently careless mirth. While the Galliard indulged in burlesques, parodies, and extravaganzas, he also sang with true poetic feeling of nature, human life, and love. He is thoroughly of this world and opposes the otherworldliness of the church. He seems to be completely free from the dominant religionism of the Dark Ages. He gives delicious pictures of the delights of springtide. He recounts the breaking up of the ice by soft breezes, the spreading of new life, the bursting forth of flowers, manifold in color and perfume, the newborn shade of the grove, the murmuring of brooks, the singing of nightingales, the enameling of meadows, the joys of walking amidst summer's beauty, and plucking the rose and lily. He speaks of human love and feasting, of Venus and Bacchus. He reminds one of the exquisite lyrics and sonnets of Shakespeare, so deeply interpenetrated with the love of every natural object. The Galliardic poetry, says the historian, may be called the last surviving child of classical literature, and certainly one source of the Provencal and chivalresque poetry which succeeded. It is worthy of note, says Professor Bartoli, to see these obscure poets of the 12th century raising the cry of revolt against that long-continued tyranny over the human conscience, against the ambition which aspired to universal sovereignty." End quote. The Galliard at times was not afraid to fling his invectives without stint at pope, cardinal, bishop, abbot, and monk. He himself announces a plea for his severity. Quote, "When I see evil men in their riches delighting, when vice is triumphant and virtue needs righting, with lust and not love men to marriage inciting, how can I help a satire inditing?" End quote. It is no wonder that the songs of the Galliards were extremely popular during the Reformation, and while not written from any religious standpoint at all, yet in their way, no doubt they contributed much to the overthrow of the organized hypocrisy and ambition of Rome. It is also remarkable that they took for their themes episodes of the Iliad, the adventures and death of Hector, the fall of Troy, the misfortunes of Dido, the story of Aeneas. They saluted their mistresses with the names Niobe, Helen, Venus, etc. The gods of Olympus, says the historian, were often nearer to these wild spirits than the invisible deity of Christianity. One of their own poets sang of them, quote, "For their god they all take Bacchus, and for Mark they all read Flaccus. In lieu of Paul they Virgil choose, and for Matthew Lucan use." End quote. This is true of the successful modern poet. These merry minstrels were often anathematized by the Romish hierarchy, but little recking of this, they pursued their vocation, singing of life and love of nature and freedom, of joy and feasting, wherever they could find an audience. The extent of the freedom of the Galliard spirit may be seen in the works of Routebeuf of the 13th century. This writer attacks, with mingled hardihood and mockery, the beliefs of his time. He depicts the irregular life, the insatiable greed and dishonesty of the clergy generally, ridicules and burlesques, purgatory and prayers for the dead, throws cold water on the Crusades, and exposes the mischiefs, national and social, of these enterprises. In the 15th century, the ballads, satires, tales, burlesques, and farces of France, Germany, Italy, and England are all permeated by this same free spirit. Rabelais, says Owen, in tone and method, may claim to be the last of the Galliards. Provencal literature. The Galliardic poetry is the offshoot of colloquial Latinity and perished with that as a living literature. In the birth of the Romance languages, there is still further development of the secularization of literature. We now come to one of the most beautiful expressions of poetic genius in the history of the world, in which we discover the spontaneity and splendor of Shakesperean poetry itself, the Provencal literature. Provencal poetry is the poetry of chivalry, the poetry of war and love, and in its very nature is opposed to theology and supernaturalisms. It is popularly supposed that chivalry is the offshoot of Christianity. This is entirely wrong. Jesus never taught chivalry. He never inculcated the great, strong virtues. He never told men to be brave, to be honorable, to be noble and ideal lovers of woman. He taught meekness and submission, not heroic and splendid qualities. There is nothing in chivalry akin to the teachings of the Christian religion, and as a matter of history, chivalry has an entirely other origin than feudalism and the Church of Rome. Owen, in his excellent work, The Skeptics of the Italian Renaissance, says, quote, "In its origin and many of its qualities, chivalry may be regarded as an offshoot of Arab culture and literature. In fact, there are two sources, or two ages, of European literature. The first, before and independent of the Crusades, derived from peaceful intercourse with Arabs, settled in Spain and the south of France and Italy, as well as from commercial intercourse with those of the Levant and the north coast of Africa. The second, after the Crusades, bearing the impress of those expeditions, and diffusing the gentleness, magnanimity, and culture derived from association with the soldiers and courtiers of Saladin. Nor were the newer refining influences imparted by the now civilized Saracen, whether Eastern or Western, exclusively of a social kind. The poetry and literature of the Arabs found entrance into courts and literary circles in France and southern Italy, just as their philosophy and medical science obtained a hearing in medieval schools and universities. Of this popular Arabic literature, diffused as all such literature must be before the age of printing by wandering minstrels, the two themes were love and warlike deeds. just as the jongleur and troubadour sang in the baron's hall, or to a street crowd, their romance of love and heroism, so did the errant Saracen singer dilate on the same topics in the tent of the Bedouin sheik, or in the homes of the opulent Moorish merchants. Thus, both the taste for chivalrous romance and the customary method of its gratification are legacies derived, in great measure, from Saracen settlers in Europe, and the poetry of the troubadours, setting aside certain peculiarities of taste, turns of imagination, which are referable to differences of race, thought, and religion, is really modeled on that of the Arabs, nor is it only a resemblance of literary product and its diffusion by the same method of wandering minstrels that here meets us. The style and rhythm of the troubadour are copies from his Arab teacher, and even the instrument on which the jongleur and troubadour accompanied their songs was the three-stringed lyre, which his Arab brother singer had long employed for the self-same purpose. Thus, in its very origin, the Provencal poetry is pledged to a certain freedom of thought and liberty of utterance. It found its chosen abode among a people whose literary, political, and religious sympathies were averse to the tyranny of Rome. The themes it discussed contravened the traditions of medieval Christianity. Its gay science was opposed to gloom and asceticism. Its celebration of chivalry was a tacit reproach to the passive virtues of the saints. Its stress upon the concerns of this life conflicted with the simulated otherworldliness of the papacy. The sense of mental independence and individual assertion, which every free literature naturally generates, was quite antagonistic to the helpless imbecility which the Romish priesthood labored to induce." End quote. It was a new life, an unrestrained joyousness, which the Provencal poetry served to diffuse. A few sentences of Raymond Vidal's treatise on metrical art give a charming picture of the troubadours. Quote, "All Christendom, Jews and Saracens, the emperor, kings, dukes, counts, and viscounts, commanders, vassals, and other knights, citizens, and peasants, tall and little, daily give their minds to singing and verse-making by either singing themselves or listening to others. No place is so deserted or out of the way that as long as men inhabit it, songs are not sung either by single persons or by many together. Even the shepherds in the mountains know of no greater joy than song. All good and evil things were made known by the troubadours. In fact, the troubadour was bard, musician, litterateur, chronicler, newsman, and teacher of the people, Jews, Turks, infidels, and heretics alike. The church and clergy became alarmed, and as a consequence, committed one of the greatest crimes in all human history, a crime against literature, against music, against art, against human joy, a crime that should forever damn it in the eyes of every true poet. How can any poet love the church which has slain so ruthlessly the noblest singers of the race, and for no other reason than that they were singers and poets and made mankind happy? Pope Innocent III proclaimed that nefarious crusade against the Provençals one of the worst of the many outrages which Christianity has perpetrated against humanity and civilization. Quote, "It is a horrible picture of religious fanaticism," says Owen, "the bloodthirsty barbarity of Simon de Montfort, the ruthless massacre of whole towns and villages, churches whose pavements were covered knee-deep with the blood of the unarmed crowd, most of them women and children, scenes of spoliation and depravity perpetrated by the soldiers of the cross, the heartless cynicism and inhumanity with which they avowed their shameless deeds, the pitiful silence, desolation, and misery that followed the footsteps of the papal hellhounds, the transmutation of a lovely Champagne country, redolent of prosperity, quiet felicity, and rural beauty, to a wild desert befouled with the unburied corpses of its peaceful inhabitants and with the blood-stained ashes of its once happy homes." But, continues the historian, this outrage on civilization recoiled on its perpetrators. The Provencal literature, the Freethought literature of that day, was in a great measure extinguished. The language of its war songs and love ditties gradually ceased to exist. The happy home of the troubadour was demolished. Its laws and customs were completely reversed. Instead of the mild sway of the counts of Toulouse, the Inquisition erected its detestable tribunal, from henceforth to be distinguished in history as the ferocious persecutor of all heretics. But on the other hand, the event contributed to disperse the troubadours and their art throughout Europe. They who escaped the papal butchery added a new theme to their songs of chivalry. They described, in words of glowing indignation, the character of Rome. Here is a specimen. Quote, "No wonder, O Rome, that the world is in error, because thou hast embrued this age in affliction and war, and by thee both merit and pity are dead and buried. Rome, thou deceiver, avarice blinds thee. Thou fleecest thy flock while living. Thou devourest the flesh and bones of thy silly victims, and leadest the blind with thyself into the ditch. The fire of hell awaits thee, O Rome," etc. End quote. The expatriated minstrels kept alive the story of Christian tyranny and barbarism and aided in the diffusion of freer culture. In the court of that enlightened sovereign, Frederick Barbarossa, the most remarkable example of freethought in the age preceding the Renaissance, troubadours and their productions occupied a prominent position. Without the Gauliard and Provencal poetry, we might say that Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio would have been impossible, and also Cervantes and Rabelais, and Marlow and Shakespeare. Rome was right in her cruel warfare against the troubadours. If she could have crushed them out, she might have annihilated modern literature, and her sway have been unbroken. End of Chapter 11, Part 1, Literature, Provencal.
Chapter 11, Part 2, of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Chapter 11, Part 2, Literature, Rabelais, Montaigne, and Cervantes. Rabelais, 1495 to 1553. Rabelais seems to have been made of sterner stuff than Boccaccio or Cervantes, and under certain circumstances would have made a tremendous reformer. There certainly never was a better bundle of wit and wisdom put together than in Rabelais. That he was a free thinker none can doubt. What cared he for pope or bishop? He would cover a bull of excommunication with ridicule. Yet, after all, I believe he was a born churchman, like Swift. He believed in the church as an institution, provided it was well managed, that hypocrites were annihilated, and honest men guided affairs. Rabelais hated the hypocrite. Hypocrisy was the greatest vice of all, and spiritual pride. Rabelais did not believe in the holier-than-thou sort of people. Rabelais never drew the mantle of self-righteousness about himself. He made no pretensions. He was plain-spoken. He called a spade, and I have no doubt he would have gone to the stake rather than change his method of utterance. In this matter he was thoroughly in earnest. Rabelais was no mere player. His shafts went home every time. With what quips and cranks, however, he did execution. What a world of merriment there is, what huge laughter, what rollicking, roistering revels. If Rabelais was a churchman, he was a jolly churchman. His gown sat easily upon him, and his cowl made no wrinkles on his forehead. He was a kind of Friar Tuck. He could drink and joke with anybody. There was no aristocracy about his wit. It was perfectly democratic. A muck-heap or a throne were equal occasions for his flashing humour. He was no respecter of persons, not even of the deity. I think Rabelais was a churchman much after the manner of Comte. He had not any theology to boast of. I surmise he would leave it with the majority to vote God up or down. Rabelais was so preeminently interested in human nature, he saw so much that was foolish and ridiculous and fun-inspiring, that he really did not care much about the existence of deity. If there was one, he would be such a respectable character and so entirely above joking that Rabelais would scarcely deign to notice him. Not being a fit object of mirth, of what use was he? Rabelais is certainly a great provoker of thought. You cannot read him without being mightily interested in what he is driving at. He is suggestive. He penetrates and stirs and puzzles. He is the boldest of writers. His very recklessness appalls, yet everything is justified by his supreme wisdom, his honesty, sagacity, sincerity, and downright hatred of every kind of sham and humbug. Rabelais is always animated by broad and generous motives. There is nothing mean about him. He is not a misanthrope, or a defamer, or a scandalmonger. He is simply a transcendent wit, so witty that at the same time he is wise, humane, and universal. Says Rabelais, "The devil was sick, the devil a saint would be. The devil got well, the devil a saint was he." 1,000 such luminous shafts did Rabelais fling at the pretence, nonsense, and follies of his time. Coleridge ranks Rabelais with the great creative minds of the world. He says, "Beyond doubt, Rabelais was among the deepest as well as boldest thinkers of his age. His buffoonery was not merely Brutus's rough stick, which contained a rod of gold. It was necessary as an amulet against the monks and legates. Never was there a more plausible, and seldom, I am persuaded, a less appropriate line than the 1,000 times quoted, 'Rabelais laughing in his easy chair,' of Mr. Pope. I could write a treatise in praise of the moral elevation of Rabelais' work, which would make the church stare and the conventicle groan, and yet would be truth and nothing but the truth." Montaigne, 1533 to 1592. Of a different mould from Rabelais was Montaigne. He went deeper. Rabelais attacked the clergy, but Montaigne attacked the church itself and the very foundations of its faith. Montaigne had not the humour of Rabelais, but a whole armoury of wit and logic. But little is known of him except by his works. He was a sceptic, and preeminently a sceptic. He had no constructive philosophy. His main purpose was to get rid of the evil, and that certainly was a great work to do, without reference to what might come after. Montaigne was an iconoclast, somewhat nihilistic, but he struck at the image with a sword rather than hammer. He did not smash things. He penetrated and cut out the heart, the substance, so that the idol fell as with its own weight. Montaigne is supposed to have had no moral purpose. He was cynical, it is said. This is not a true interpretation. In Montaigne there was a sturdy and progressive mind. There was a purpose more far-reaching than is apparent to the careless reader. Montaigne was not merely a man of wit, a jester. He was a philosopher, a deep student, a radical thinker. He comprehended human nature and aimed not to play upon its weakness, but to cultivate its powers. His gift, however, was not so much to arouse enthusiasm as to quicken the understanding, and this he did with such illuminating success that, to the present day, he is a living author, and we must read him in order to understand the spirit of his time and its intellectual greatness. Cervantes, 1547 to 1616. It will be seen that, anterior to Cervantes, there was an immense amount of intellectual, literary, and poetic life. If it was the dawn of the age of reason, it was a most glorious dawn, and the night itself is beautiful with stars. If we call it the dark ages, it is dark only in the sense that night is dark. There is no dreary monotony, no deathly sleep. The earth is alive, and the heavens are throbbing. There is a constant struggle. The spirit of liberty burns, imagination is awake, and tyranny can only maintain itself by the oft-drawn bloody sword. And when the dawn did come, flushed with colour from far Arabia, with oriental splendours and the magnificence of resurrected Greece, it was indeed a vast and animating spectacle, and it is no wonder that poetry flourished and sang some of its sweetest songs, and pointed to the palatial day to come, and in the very bed of horror placed the roses of promise. It is no wonder that romance was in the very palpitations of the air, and in a million kindling hearts. It is no wonder that chivalry became the ornament of the time, with brave, bright virtues of heroic endeavour. It is no wonder that the Church was in a perpetual turmoil, and brought the Inquisition into play to crush the rising spirit of the masses. In the literature and philosophy of that era, we see a vast onward movement. We see the people groping like a blind giant and shaking crowns and tiaras. It is a dawn, indeed, not over a wide and solitary desert, but over lovely lands, homes adorned with genius. It is not a lurid dawn, but a dawn with soft breezes, cloudlands of beauty, brilliant prospects, with luminous spaces in the receding darkness itself. No wonder that the genius of Cervantes ripens to such illustrious fruit. No wonder that he dowers the world with such wit and wisdom, eloquence and delight. It is said that Cervantes is the true child of the Catholic Church. Perhaps he was, in a sense, not of the Catholic or Papal Church as it was then, but as it might have been, or might be in some golden age under a tolerant and beneficent leadership, as it might be conceived by the gentle Erasmus, or large-minded Grotius, a church that really stood for justice, for mercy, for consolation and hope to the human race. Cervantes was not iconoclastic. There is no storm and battle in him. He has not the spirit of the martyr. He was not born to be a heretic. He was a conformist by his very nature. I think if he had been a native in a Mohammedan country, he would have made just as good a Mohammedan as he was a good Catholic. There is nothing of the Protestant in him. Pure wit and humour are not revolutionary. They are like the sunshine. They do not tear or rend. They are an effluence, not a hurricane. I do not know of any reformer who ever possessed genuine humour or wit in any abounding fashion. To crack a joke requires a good deal of complacency with things as they are. Cervantes is free thought only as pure literature is such by its very nature. He who makes the world happy must, for that very reason, be anti-orthodox. He who creates a smile is, to that extent, a heretic. The very moment a man laughs, he is on the road to hell, according to the Church's creed. Cervantes has made the world laugh. He has made innumerable people happy. He has mingled smiles with tears. He paints the beautiful with the grotesque. That is the triumph of humour, to show the value of humanity at the very moment that it ridicules. That is the wonderful art of Cervantes. He makes fun of Don Quixote, and yet we love and admire the knight-errant still. He is a man, and not a caricature. Cervantes is a benevolent philosopher. He reminds us of our own Franklin in his worldly wisdom and adaptation to real human life. The wit of Cervantes is the wit of common sense. He takes the world as it is and makes the best of it. If he accepts the church, it is as an instrument of earthly good and not of eternal salvation. The theology of Cervantes is like a banknote. Having no occasion to cash it, its true value is unknown. The genius of Cervantes is for the universal human race. It is immortal as the civilization of man. It is a stream of brightness, an atmosphere of delight, or a calm, beautiful sea, reflecting all the radiance of its surroundings, while its gentle waves are forever breaking away the dark-browed cliffs of superstition. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 11, Part 3 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Mysteries and Moralities. To understand Marlow and Shakespeare, one must understand that majestic vehicle, the drama, through which they poured the splendor of their genius. It is surprising to discover that these dramas, so intense with humanity, originated with the mysteries of the Church and are an evolution of its ancient, miraculous, and supernatural shows. The Christian Church was opposed to the Greek and Roman drama and gradually affected its extinction, but modes of scenic representation sprang up within the Church itself. The mysteries at first were mere paraphrases in dialogue of scriptural narratives or ecclesiastical legends and were without dramatic action or scenic play. Later on came picturesque representations of the life of Christ. Afterwards, legends of pagandum were employed. Allegory became a mode of teaching morality. Virtue, vice, indolence, luxury were personified. Mingled with the characters of the Bible were Juno, Orpheus, Ganymede, Proserpine, Eurydice, and Deucalion, and even Ovid's Metamorphoses were used for Christian edification. In this way were diffused among the people some rudiments of classical literature. The relation of these mysteries and moralities to Freethought is thus explained by Owen. What is remarkable in these plays and what we have to note for our purpose is their participation in the Freethought which marks other departments of intellectual activity in the 11th and 2 following centuries. The secularization of the old religious drama is a process pretty distinctly marked. First, we observe interwoven in the sacred representation a certain admixture of pagan elements, and we find a growing increase of allusions to heathen characters, divinities, and events. In a miracle play of the 12th century, we have songs in celebration of Venus and of love. Representations of a half-clerical, half-secular character began to be observed in which the burlesque element preponderated to such an extent as almost to render them caricatures of religious ceremonies. Such are the Feast of Apes, Feast of Fools, etc. The dialogue also becomes more elaborate and free. The dramatic action assumes additional complexity. Laymen begin to take part as characters in the sacred dramas and probably also in their composition. And a still more significant token of transition, the language of the old mysteries was being changed. As early as the 11th century, we have a mystery in which Latin, Provencal, and French are simultaneously used. It is obvious that the theater, like other forms of culture, was now gradually separating itself from the church and was starting on the course of freedom and independence which of right pertains to it. Accordingly, we see, as the next step in the transition, mysteries and nominally sacred dramas represented outside the church. The employment of profane languages continued to increase. We need not follow the course of dramatic development any further, inasmuch as in the following centuries we have abundant examples of a purely secular drama. Farces, moralities, and burlesques were both written and acted by laymen. Guilds and companies of players, sometimes clerical and sometimes lay, were now organized. These contributed much to the artistic development of the drama as well as its enfranchisement from ecclesiastical domination. In fact, the theater becomes the chief medium for the popular expression of freethought and of determined hostility against the Romish Church. The ambition and greed of the Pope, the immorality of the clergy were, of course, favorite objects of stage invective. The speculative doctrines of Christianity were not always spared. The ordinary theory of divine justice, the belief in hell and purgatory, were canvassed with unreserve and sometimes with bitter scorn and mockery. This is how Judas Iscariot reproaches God in an old Breton mystery. Why has God created me to be damned on his account? It is the law of the world that good and evil must dominate, according to their principle and essence, every created thing. Hence, I cannot be permanently righteous in whatever state I am if I am made of evil matter. God is then unrighteous. To us he is neither impartial nor a true judge. Far from that, he is perfidious and cruel in having made me a matter destined to cause my fall. In an old Cornish miracle play, there is a criticism of the doctrine of atonement. If God above was his Father, he could, through his grace, have saved rich and poor without being dead. Of thy assertion, shame is, what need was there for God's Son to be slain like a hart? We thus see how, after the extinction of Greek and Roman drama, there grew from the very bosom of the Church a much varied and powerful dramatic development. The plays of Shakespeare are not a reproduction of ancient classical forms like the dramas of Racine and Corneille. They are an entirely new growth. They originated from the miracle plays of the Church itself, and still in Shakespeare do we see remnants of the primitive supernatural machinery but secularized. Even the witches of Shakespeare might be said to be secular witches. They are entirely subservient to the interests of humanity in this world. There is not a particle of otherworldliness in Shakespeare's so-called supernatural characters. The plays of Shakespeare, like Shakespeare himself, are the long result of time. We can trace through centuries the selections and adaptations by which, from the religious drama, has been developed this mighty secular literature. It might be said to be the child of the people. This developing theater was, to the people, what the schools and universities were to the scholars, and while the people made it and changed it and broadened it and finally took it outside the church, it, at the same time, was the educator of the people. It gave them free thought. It took the place of the newspaper of today. It gave information. It discussed every question. It criticized even God and allowed Judas to express his opinion. It burlesqued the church doctrines. It raked the Pope and clergy with wit and sarcasm. It was the common school of the masses. These strolling players went everywhere and, as Hamlet says, were the abstract and brief chroniclers of the time. Thus, from the stupid, almost, and we might say entirely senseless miracle play by natural process, has come the vast and magnificent drama of Shakespeare. It is an evolution whose every variation and survival of the fittest can be traced, but what a metamorphosis there is! It is the winged beauty from the sluggish worm. It took 5 centuries to create the dramas of Shakespeare and his contemporaries. The drama, says Taine, extended over all the provinces of history, imagination, and fancy, expanded so as to embrace comedy, tragedy, pastoral, and fanciful literature, to represent all degrees of human condition and all caprices of human invention, to express all the perceptible details of actual truth and all the philosophic grandeur of general reflection. The stage, disencumbered of all precept and freed from all limitation, given up and appropriated in the minutest particulars to the reigning taste and public intelligence. All this was a vast and manifold work capable by its flexibility, its greatness, and its form of receiving and preserving the exact imprint of the age and the nation. Marlow, 1564 to 1593. The career of Marlow was like a pathway of brief lightning. He died when he was only 30 years of age. He was the son of a shoemaker, but somehow managed to study at Cambridge. On his return to London, he became an actor, but having broken his leg, he remained lame and could not appear upon the boards. He openly avowed his infidelity. He declared that if he were to write a new religion, he would undertake both a more excellent and more admirable method. A prosecution was begun against him, which would probably have brought him to the stake but for his early death. He was a prodigious power in literature, a kind of elemental god, so thoroughly did he exhibit the great forces of natural genius. He was a wild, rebellious, and magnificent spirit, utterly untrammeled and swept by the mightiest passions of the human heart. He poured forth poetry as the heavens pour forth a storm, with mingled terror, grandeur, gloom, and exquisite beauty. He was responsive to nature's loftiest, ruggedest, and sweetest aspects. Life, indeed, was a battle to him, and in the end a crushing defeat. He was like a lion at bay in the strength and plenitude of his powers. He was rash, ill-regulated, a fermentation of genius. There was something of chaos and old darkness about him, as if he were a Titan flung into civilized life and scorning all its laws. There is a Niagara-like ferocity in his poetry, a whirling, surging, impetuous, indomitable rush, as if by pure energy he would sweep away every barrier, reckless of disaster. When we first read him, His pages are like the passage of a furious flood. They are crowded with pictures that seem to clash with one another in manifold confusion, as if the poet wrecked his very brain in the dramatic fervors of his speech and the exaltations and agonies of his characters. And yet, as we brood over these pages, what art, what melody is revealed, what reaches of thought, what elevation of imagination, what sincerity, what bravery, what gentleness, what deep intuitions of humanity. There never was so tumultuous a poet as Marlow, one so torn and rended by real passion, to whom every moment was a fiery ordeal, who actually lived, or tried to live, the immensities of thought within him. A very child in the masterful play of his emotional being, and yet he is a creator in literature, an artist melodious and beautiful. There is method in his madness. His genius obeys a true law of harmony. In his very ravings he sings with ravishing note. His frenzy is a fine frenzy, and breaks not the poetic rhythm. Of his stormful, thunderous intensity we can say, O night and storm and darkness, thou art wondrous strong, yet lovely in thy strength as is the light of a dark eye in woman. Is there not something of the delicious music of Avon's bard in Faust's passionate exclamation to Helen? Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships and burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Her lips suck forth my soul. See where it flies. Come, Helen, come, give me my soul again. Here will I dwell, for heaven is in these lips, and all is dross that is not Helen. O thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Of course, Marlow was not a scientific atheist, not a calm, grand philosopher who recognizes the limits of human knowledge and seeks not to transcend them, who makes the best of a universe that is by no means perfect. Marlow did not reach the benignant heights of Goethe, nor did he have the poetic faith of Bruno and Shelley while disdaining God. He was an arch rebel. He was satisfied with nothing. While he believed in no God, he himself would be a god. He was a Lucifer spirit. He poured his angry defiance even upon nature herself. But with all his faults and vices, he was a great and splendid character. We can but admire him in his superb, athletic, and deathly struggle with fate. He perishes, but he perishes like a giant who has struck mighty blows, whose sword was indeed flashing like King Arthur's. And though scarcely more than a boy in his passionate death, he wins imperishable renown in the most brilliant era of the world's history. He is the prelude to Shakespeare. He opens the door for that imperial genius to enter in and reign. With surpassing skill, he makes English verse ready for the manifold transformations of that universal bard who can strike every string of human emotion, who circumnavigates the world of thought. Shakespeare is the sea. We might say Marlow is a rushing, roaring cataract. He overleaps the precipice. He plunges into the abyss. Over his course shine the beautiful rainbow arches. Beyond is the illimitable ocean. End of Chapter 11, Part 3, Mysteries and Moralities, Marlow.
Chapter 11, Part 4, of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616. Of the age of Shakespeare, Elizabeth Barrett Browning writes, "It was full of poets as the summer days are of birds. Never since the first nightingale brake voice in Eden arose such a jubilee concert. Never before nor since has such a crowd of true poets uttered such true poetic speech in one day. Why, a common man walking the earth in those days became a poet by position. What were the influences which made this age so beautiful and crowded it with music? It was an age of boundless hope, of eager looking forward. The bark of Columbus had moored beneath the shadow of Indian groves. Balboa, with eagle eyes, had stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. Magellan had crept about the huge rotundity. Vast empires were revealing their antique wealth. Heroic spirits were everywhere on the alert. The Saxon blood was kindling with the rest. The heart of England throbbed with the swelling excitement. Her mariners drank in the farthest breath of the new world. Her flag floated over seas that had never been plowed by keel before. Sir Walter Raleigh and his compeers lived a life of romance of which we today can scarcely conceive the freshness and delight. For never since the old Greeks sped along the blue Aegean did such glittering prospects rise upon the adventurer's path. Continents and isles and seas and rivers that seemed endless in their pomp and giving a fair welcome to the bold invader. The vision of man was broadening. The earth was more excellent than he had ever dreamed it to be, and he felt that a mighty inheritance was indeed his. He was beginning also to be conscious of his inward powers as well as outward possessions. Bacon was overthrowing the empty formularies of the schools. Da Vinci gifted as Apollo, while he clothed the dead past with beauty, unlocked the secrets of a mightier future. Copernicus, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, and Kepler were explaining the laws and motions of the sun and planets and catching hints of the interminable glories beyond. The nations, too, were throwing off the chains of superstition. The surge of the Reformation had swept along, and freedom was the cry. The printing press was diffusing intelligence. All Europe was in the midst of a far-breaking dawn, and the mingling lights of 1,000 new promises stirred humanity to unwonted endeavor. Never before had there been such infinite longings and such splendid activities. But the old life was not yet gone. Indeed, it was more fresh than ever. Ancient custom and belief had not hasted to their setting. Their primeval beauty was intact. The new rather gave them an added luster. It had not blasted with excess of light. The belated traveler still saw fairies dancing in the greenwood. Ghosts haunted the moonlight. Witches rode upon the air. The devil made bargains for human souls. The supernatural flung its somber glories into the natural. A golden heaven, a blazing hell were still vivid in the minds of men, and Palestine, where those blessed feet had trod, was lighted with an ineffable halo. The church in some form or other was supreme. Men were adventurous, pushing, going to the far-off end in search of gold and empire, but they were not deeply skeptical. The fountain of immortal youth still lured them on. They toiled for the philosopher's stone. They sought to read their destiny in the stars. Wherever the warrior went, the priest was by his side to receive his share of the spoils, and by the fluttering tent of the one began the massive cathedral of the other. With all their onward looking, men still worshiped the past. All were passionate pilgrims who expected from their widest wanderings to return to the shrine of their infancy and pour their dearest treasures beneath its venerable shade. There was indeed a rare combination of the old and the new. It was a choice moment in human history. The world will never look upon its like again. The past and the present met in a focus of splendid poesy, whose unequal radiance will be witnessed no more. Then, indeed, was there large discourse. The mind of man looked before and after. On all sides round were wonders. Men's thoughts leapt from earth to heaven and heaven to earth. Heaven was a reality whose magnificence filled the empyrean, and earth, even in its rudest aspect, was divinely crowned. There were tongues in the trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Then the poet's fine frenzy had room and verge enough, whether it brooded and triumphed in human griefs and joys, or swept beyond the flaming bounds of space and time. There was nothing to change the flight or dim the vision. The olden temples were glorious, but they did not subdue. The new lights flashed in gorgeous floods, but did not reveal the weakness of the accepted faith. All things blended in harmony. The true was beautiful, and the beautiful was true. Emotion gave the law to thought, and thought, eager and vast as it was, gladly ministered to the heart and made real its wildest aspiration. And in this age, Shakespeare was born. But not in solitary greatness. Not like lone Sorrock's height, that, like a long-swept wave, heaves from off the plain. He was the chief of a mighty company, and not without a co-rival does he wear the dignities of that favored hour. There were giants in those days, and each brow was aflame with its own ardor. Rare Ben Jonson, Beaumont, and Fletcher, Hayward, Ford, Massinger, Decker, Green, Chapman, Webster, these were not pale reflections of Shakespeare. Their own souls touched the heavens and earth, and from the heart of things expressed, the regnant fire. They grew with Shakespeare and not out of him, and the music of their thought was at times as grand and sweet as his. It was not Shakespeare, after all, that was supreme, but the Elizabethan era, the English mind, rich with the past and glittering with the future, gathering from one auspicious moment the beauty and the power that will never again come within the grasp of man. There was not one only, but scores, to pluck the glistening fruit, and the feast of which all ages shall partake is furnished by many a glorious spirit. It is the whole age that dowers. It is 100 larks that pour their music from the skies. There was something in the bloom of that wondrous day that out-Shakespeared Shakespeare, something more marvelous than himself that overflowed his bounds and sparkled in many a line that he never traced. In all the poets of that period, there is something which reminds us of Shakespeare, which the greatest poets of today, with all their witchery of words, cannot give. And so these elder bards did not take their glow from Shakespeare, but from that fiery fountain out of which Shakespeare himself burst. They were not because Shakespeare was, but all were because the mind of man was exultant with a thrill that time's daintiest touch had liberated from benignant stars. One could not write like Shakespeare today, even if he were intellectually his superior, for the heavens and earth have changed, and our hearts cannot beat with the joy which was so mighty then, and which so flooded the world that the dullest expressed something of its flame and became a poet by position. We can scarcely realize it now, and our noblest bards give no strain of that enchanting melody which even a drunken Caliban could pour forth. Even he could say, "The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked from long sleep will make me sleep again. And then in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I waked, I cried to dream again." Who but an Elizabethan poet could fling into the very lap of horror this beauteous picture in Macbeth? This guest of summer, the temple-haunting martlet, does approve, by his loved mansionry, that the heaven's breath smells wooingly here, no jutty, frieze, buttress, no coign of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle, where they most breed and haunt. I have observed the air is delicate. Or this in Hamlet: "Some say that ever 'gainst that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, this bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then, they say, no spirit dares stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time." And who but a Shakesperean lover would pour forth his heart like Romeo? "Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night being o'er my head. as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white, upturned, wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him, when he bestrides the lazy, pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air. Shakespeare wrote not with the mature resolve of a critic, but with the glad impulse of a child, pouring his whole being into his varied creations. They are not mere receptacles of his wit and wisdom, the bare effluence of his pen. They are his own protein self in the tragedies and comedies of life. It is not the master hand of a mere artist that we see shaping out curious and sublime figures, but a living spirit flashing in manifold joy and power and beauty like the ocean indeed. Everywhere it's the same mighty deep that lowers and shines. Milton is like a star, but Shakespeare is like the sea. Nothing else can so symbolize not only his intellectual being, but the sweep of its activity. Through what vast action we pass from the beginning to the end of his majestic dramas. There is an ever-progressive motion. When we finish reading Byron or Tennyson, we are just where we were when we began. We have simply been lookers-on, gazing at pictures, images, flowing by in ever-changing wonder and delight. But when we finish reading Hamlet, Macbeth, Lear, Romeo, why, by some enchanter's wand, we seem to have lived years. We have not simply listened to a flow of language as musical, as bright as Apollo's lute strung with his hair. We have seen the human being in infinite movement, and 1,000 new visions have dawned upon us, such as no mere words could give, be they ever so witching, though we should not despise words, for they are not mere shallow sounds. Each word has a history. It springs out of the depths of human experience. It is freighted, oftentimes with the tenderest and grandest accumulations of human progress, and he is indeed a mighty poet who can unlock their wealth and make the common words we use radiant with some new meaning, resetting them so that a fresh brilliance flashes from their familiar forms. But action is above language, for it creates language, and he who creates some new action, who puts the human being where it never was before and utters its original thought, is indeed a poet, a maker, a creator. This is the transcendent faculty. There have been thousands of singers, but how few creators. Thousands who have poured forth melody and light, making the old things beautiful. But how few who, gifted with song, have yet by pure thought added something to the life of the race, whose poetry, like the steam engine, the telegraph, opens a new era, which does not only make old things new, but actually, out of the hitherto unknown, brings a fresh wonder, like a new planet swimming on the ken. Such is Shakespeare's poetry. It is a creative energy, and since Shakespeare, the world has been richer, not in language only, not in ideas only, but in life. He has moved us on into new realms of being. He has not only broadened our view, he has enhanced our power. In Shakespeare, we see something more than the characters. The poet's soul seems to be breathing all about them, pouring forth a joyous abundance of unlanguaged poetry, which haunts the page with infinite suggestion, and one can dream by the hour over a single line, roaming away into regions far, for the characters and incidents are but the bright and palpable phenomena of our measureless domain, as real as the world about us with its sun and sky and flowers. It is well thus to realize the supremacy, universality, and unequaled richness of Shakespeare's genius, for it is a fact of immense significance that he was entirely non-Christian. There is not a single cardinal orthodox doctrine emphasized anywhere in his pages, no total depravity, vicarious atonement, not even God and immortality. All these, if mentioned at all, are purely dramatic and incidental. They make no motive. They create no character. They inspire no poetry. They originate no ideas. Taine says that Shakespeare is pagan. He is pagan if by pagan one means that which is non-religious and natural. But Shakespeare is not a pagan in a religious or even literary sense. He is neither Jew nor Gentile. He is neither Christian nor heathen. He is simply a man of all times, and the fact that this man is neither Christian nor religious shows that Christianity and religion itself are not universal elements of human nature, but special elements. Shakespeare is not distinctively a free thinker. He is not anti-anything. He does not specialize himself at any point. He is always the comprehensive genius, the myriad-minded and many-sided. But if Christianity is what it claims to be, the supreme meaning of human life, then Shakespeare, by his very universality, should have been the greatest of Christians, and every page should have glowed with Christian teachings. But the very universality of Shakespeare is what makes him non-Christian, and this is an unanswerable argument against the claims of Christianity and declares it to be merely an incident in history and not a central force. Shakespeare uses it as he would any custom or institution. There is no purpose, no teleology in Shakespeare, no end outside of his plays. He writes merely to express himself, to express life as the river flows and the wind sweeps. He has no heroes and no favorites. There is no perfect man in Shakespeare. As Emerson says, Shakespeare is a reporter, and he reports things exactly as they are and does not change them for any moral purpose whatsoever. The Greek tragedies are different. They are written for a purpose. They elaborate a religious or moral idea. In them, the gods are living powers, and man is in relation with them, and his destiny is bound with them. And these somber dramas are written to express these awful conceptions. God is of no special account with Shakespeare, and he uses the other world merely as an appendix to this. Shakespeare is a secular poet through and through. He never preaches, he never poses. He simply tells a story of human life here and now. He does not tell us that the wrong will ever be righted. There is no divine providence in his pages. There is no fall and no redemption. Beyond this world, no hope, no joy, no restitution. Shakespeare reveals the wonderful riches of the present moment, its pains and passions, hopes and fears, sorrows and joys, its grandeur, its weakness, its romance, its heroism, its tenderness, its love. He reveals the opulence of this material world, all the flowers that bloom, all the colors that shine, all the sounds that thrill, and in this vast theater, man is the splendid, fitful, crowding personage, while God is only a scene shifter or supernumerary in the illustrious drama. It is a remarkable testimony to the little practical value of the Christian religion that in its most favored land, the greatest of poets should almost wholly ignore its claims, and that it shows not one particle of influence in the development of his magnificent genius. He that is not for me is against me, is the dictum of the church, and it is sound logic. According to this, Shakespeare is one of the supreme free thought forces of the world, as nature itself is free thought when we really understand its movement. End of chapter 11, part 4. Shakespeare.
Chapter 12 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Chapter 12, Gibbon. Gibbon, 1737 to 1794. Of Gibbon, we might say that he is one who makes history as well as one who writes history, for he gave a new method of history, the evolutionary. At least he was the beginner in this direction. Before his time, history was only a mass of events. There was but little effort to connect these events. There was no study of cause and effect. Things seemed simply to happen, and occurrences and personages of a superior order were supposed to have a supernatural origin. Myth and miracle prevailed. There was no correlation, no sequence and consequence. History was a jumble, more a record of opinions than of facts. It was a kind of phantasmagoria. There was no process, no growth, no law. In fact, there was no science, mainly theology. It was God in history, and not man in history, and fables abounded. Sheridan's bon mot against his oratorical opponent might be applied to the would-be historian. He depended upon his imagination for his facts and upon his memory for his wit. Of course, there were great writers, but history in their hands was a kind of poetry, a drama around some important personality or race, and it was partial and not universal. Wendell Phillips truthfully says, "History is, for the most part, an idle amusement, the daydream of pedants and triflers. The details of events, the actors' motives, and their relation to each other are buried with them. The world and world affairs have shown me that one half of history is loose conjecture and much of the rest is the writer's opinion. And most men see facts, not with their eyes, but with their prejudices. We are tempted to see facts as we think they ought to be or wish they were." This certainly applies to history before the time of Gibbon. Gibbon made an effort to change this, to make history natural, not to give events only, but causes, to give the life of the people, out of which vast transactions came, as the tree grows or volcanoes burn. Gibbon is not so admirable in this respect as many of his successors, but they had more ample material and a better science. They had the advantage of coming after him, but to Gibbon certainly must be given the honor of trying to write history according to these principles. He may have made mistakes in the application of his method, as Bacon and Darwin did in the application of their methods, but it must not be denied that Gibbon gave a direction to history which in these modern days has been wonderfully fruitful. Gibbon must ever remain as one of the greatest of historians, not provincial but cosmopolitan, who endeavored to get at the facts of the case and the reason of the facts. He was not an advocate, but a true recorder of a most important period of the world's history. Says J.C. Morrison, Gibbon's private opinions may have been what they were, but he has approved his high title to the character of a historian by keeping them well in abeyance. When he turned his eyes to the past and viewed it with intense gaze, he was absorbed in the spectacle. His peculiar prejudices were hushed. He thought only of the object before him and of reproducing it as well as he could. His faithful transcript of the past has come in consequence to be regarded as a common mine of authentic facts. We can hardly estimate today the tremendous task which lay before Gibbon and the masterful genius, as well as prodigious learning, which was required to bring order out of confusion. There was a vast chasm between the old world of Greece and Rome and the new world of Europe. No one had spanned that chasm. It was unutterable confusion. Milton's description applies to it, a dark, illimitable ocean without bound, without dimension, where length, breadth, and height, and time and place are lost, where eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, hold eternal anarchy amidst the noise of endless wars, and by confusion stand. I believe Gibbon read every Greek and Roman author, no matter how obscure, in order to gather material. He allowed nothing to escape his searching glance. Since Gibbon, scarcely any new fact has been discovered. He knew whatever could be known of this vast theme. Every fact was embedded in a mass of fiction. This must be cleared away. Then the facts must be coordinated and expressed with dramatic unity and literary power. And this Gibbon has accomplished. His style is admirable, majestic, yet easy-flowing like a river. His descriptions are most lively and picturesque. He can report a battle or theological discussion with equal accuracy and fervor. It is a wonderful panorama that he unfolds, and there is no part of it but what his comprehensive genius grasps and explains. Milman says, "It is in the sublime Gothic architecture of his work, in which the boundless range, the infinite variety, the, at first sight, incongruous gorgeousness of the separate parts, nevertheless are all subordinate to one main and predominant idea that Gibbon is unrivaled. We cannot but admire the manner in which he masses his material and arranges his facts in successive groups, not according to chronological order, but to their moral and political connections, the distinctness with which he marks the gradually increasing periods of decay. In Gibbon, it is not always easy to bear in mind the exact dates, but the course of events is ever clear. Like a skillful general, though his troops advance from the most remote and opposite quarters, they are constantly concentrating themselves on one point, that which is still occupied by the name and by the waning power of Rome. But the amplitude, the magnificence, and the harmony of design are, though imposing, yet unworthy claims on our admiration, unless the details are filled up with correctness and accuracy. No writer has been more severely tried on this point than Gibbon. He has undergone the triple scrutiny of theological zeal, quickened by resentment of literary emulation, and of that mean and invidious vanity which delights in detecting errors in writers of established fame." End quote. Guizot says, "In my first reading and criticism of Gibbon, I was far from doing adequate justice to the immensity of his researches, the variety of his knowledge, and above all, the truly philosophic discrimination which judges the past as it would the present, and that events took place 18 centuries ago as they take place in our days." End quote. Mr. Freeman also says, That Gibbon should ever be displaced seems impossible. That wonderful man monopolized, so to speak, the historical genius and the historical learning of a whole generation, and left little indeed of either for his contemporaries. He remains the one historian of the 18th century whom modern research has neither set aside nor threatened to set aside. We may correct and improve from the stores which have been opened since Gibbon's time. We may write again large parts of history from other and often truer and more wholesome points of view, but the work of Gibbon as a whole, as the encyclopedic history of 1,300 years, as the grandest of historical designs, carried out alike with wonderful power and with wonderful accuracy, must ever keep its place. Whatever else is read, Gibbon must be read too." End quote. Such are the testimonies to the value of Gibbon, perhaps next to Shakespeare the greatest literary power in England. No man has changed our ideas of human history like Gibbon. His influence in this respect is like that of Darwin in science. He stands at the beginning of a new era, whereby the past becomes interpenetrated with the light of the present, where human nature is revealed and not the Holy Ghost, where natural causes take the place of miracles, where God becomes an unnecessary factor and exists by the sufferance of faith and not the logic of events. As Darwin remands the supernatural from science, so Gibbon remands it from history. No writer has struck a greater blow at Christianity than Gibbon. He has destroyed its historic basis. It has no longer any record of divinity. It marches in the common course. It is the result of conditions and not of supernal intervention. It takes its place among all the other religions of the world and is to be judged by the same standard. Yet those very writers who praise the impartiality of Gibbon, his vast and accurate knowledge, his philosophical discrimination, his generous justice even to Christian characters, for Dr. Newman admits that Athanasius stands out more grandly in Gibbon than in the pages of the orthodox ecclesiastical historians. These same writers accuse Gibbon of prejudice, weakness, and error on this one point, while on all others he is preeminently fair-minded. Is this an exception to the surpassing merits of Gibbon, or is it really his noblest exhibition of historic genius? It certainly required courage of a high order to do what Gibbon did. He opposed himself to the whole Christian world. He has brought upon himself a storm of criticism which no other historian has endured. A vast effort has been made by some of the greatest scholars to impeach his acumen on this point, while affirming it on all others. It has been one of the battlegrounds of free thought. I call attention, first of all, to a remarkable statement of Dean Milman. Quote, "No argument for the divine authority of Christianity has been urged with greater force or traced with higher eloquence than that deduced from its primary development, explicable on no other hypothesis than a heavenly origin, and from its rapid extension through a great part of the Roman Empire. But this argument, one when confined within reasonable limits of unanswerable force, becomes more feeble and disputable in proportion as it recedes from the birthplace, as it were, of the religion. The farther Christianity advanced, the more causes purely human were enlisted in its favor, nor can it be doubted that those developed with such artful exclusiveness by Gibbon did occur most essentially to its establishment." End quote. In this statement there are two notable propositions. First, that the only really divine manifestation or proof of Christianity is at its beginning, and that after the first supernatural impulse, it advances by human methods. Second, that when we come to these purely human methods, Gibbon is right, and this is certainly a giving away of the whole question on the part of theology, and yet in no other way could Dean Milman escape the historic dilemma. It must be understood that Gibbon does not undertake to discuss the absolute origin of the Christian religion, any more than Darwin discusses the absolute origin of life. Gibbon explains the development of Christianity after its origin, as Darwin explains the development of life after its primitive origin. Gibbon takes Christianity at the time it comes into his historic domain and shows that it advances from that period to its final triumph by purely human means, and this is granted to be correct. In the pages of Gibbon, Christianity needs no divinity for its progress. Milman admits this, and the hypothesis of a heavenly origin only hold good at the birth of Christianity. This is certainly narrowing the divine effluence of Christianity to a very small space of human history. It is a strange God that cannot watch over his offspring better than that, and leaves it almost immediately after its advent to the cold mercies of this world and the facile pen of a Gibbon. It is a poor shred of comfort that Milman offers the believer, God at the beginning and Gibbon afterwards. Gibbon traces 5 causes as the source of Christian advancement and power. The first cause is the inflexible and intolerant zeal of the Christians. Our experience today in the American Republic proves the potency of this cause. It has forced Congress to pass an unconstitutional Sabbath law, while the vast majority of the people are constantly violating that law. A zealous minority will, oftentimes, defeat an indifferent majority. The second cause is the doctrine of a future life, improved by every additional circumstance which could give weight and efficacy to this important truth. The doctrine of immortality, as held by early Christians, was a bright and beautiful belief, as compared to that of the Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians. It was a bodily immortality, an immortality of human life and affections. It was an immortality of sunlight and glory, and not the vague, shadowy, indefinite immortality of the elder faiths, which certainly held very little attraction for the common mind. The immortality of the early Christianity was an earthly immortality, an immortality of flesh and blood on the bosom of this green earth. It was an immortality with the gods, and not in Hades. Christ was to come and reign here, and the saints with him. It was something tangible, comprehensible, material. It was a city, a crown, a harp, a throne, a river of water, verdant fields, and golden fruitage. Such a belief must have a powerful effect in that age of tyranny and poverty, before science had given its noble promise and millions were in despair. Without question, such a belief must have had a tremendous sway in that credulous, unhappy, and transitional age. The belief in immortality among Christians today is much like that of the ancient Greeks and Romans, metaphysical, spiritual, and indefinite. But in the times portrayed by Gibbon, it was a burning faith. It appealed to the senses, not merely to the intellect. It was physical, not metaphysical. It was a resurrection, and not a dim continuance of an intangible ghost, and hence it was vital, and being once accepted, must have advanced with amazing rapidity. The third cause is the miraculous powers ascribed to the primitive church. For miracles to influence the human race in faith or action, it is only necessary that they should be believed in, not that they should really happen. That there was a widespread belief in miracle is beyond question, and Christianity had the benefit of this belief. The fourth cause is the virtues of primitive Christians. These virtues were mainly of an ascetic order, and in times of disaster and terror have a somewhat superior influence. This, however, is the weakest of the causes enumerated by Gibbon. The fifth cause was the union and discipline of the Christian Republic. This remarkable organization of the early church, together with a belief in immortality, are really the transcendent causes of the triumph of Christianity. Without these, it never could have triumphed, and with these, it would have triumphed without the cooperation of the others. The zeal, the miracles, and the austerities would have amounted to nothing without that most perfect organization which the world has ever seen, and faith in immortality, not some invisible world, but in this very world itself, with all its material splendors consecrated to the happiness of the saints. Gibbon, therefore, has given good and sufficient reasons for the natural evolution of Christianity, but it is said that these causes ascribed by Gibbon are also effects. What made these causes? What made the zeal, the belief in immortality and miracles, the virtues and the order and discipline? The answer of the theologian is that the cause of these effects must be supernatural. With exquisite irony, Gibbon disclaims any intention of answering these questions. He says, "The theologian may indulge the pleasing task of describing religion as she descended from heaven, arrayed in her native purity. A more melancholy duty is imposed upon the historian. He must discover the inevitable mixture of error and corruption which she contracted in a long residence upon earth." The task which Gibbon accepted, he certainly performed with masterly ability. As to the miraculous origin of Christianity, Hume has forever destroyed its claims to that, for in the old sense of the word miracle, that is, a violation of the laws of nature, no miracle is possible. In the new sense of the word miracle, that is, an extraordinary event, there must be for its proof an extraordinary amount of evidence, but in this case no such evidence exists. Gibbon has ample evidence as to the existence of its causes and their results, but what is the evidence for the heavenly origin of Christianity? Milman only calls it an hypothesis, and it can only be an hypothesis. There can be no demonstration of the historic basis of Christianity. We do not know what really happened, and hence we can arrive at no cause. Wendell Phillips says, "How impossible to learn the exact truth of what took place yesterday under your next neighbor's roof. Yet we complacently argue and speculate about matters 1,000 miles off and 1,000 years ago as if we knew them." Spedding, in his Life of Bacon, says, "The records of the past are not complete enough to enable the most diligent historian to give a connected narrative in which there shall not be some parts resting on guesses or inferences or unauthenticated rumors. He may guess himself, or he may report other people's guesses, but guesses there must be." I admit that it is perfectly logical for the Christian critic to ask for the sources of these same causes enumerated by Gibbon, since the same critic admits, with Gibbon, the existence of the causes and their predominant influence in the development and exaltation of the Christian religion. But note this, it is altogether illogical to affirm a supernatural or extraordinary source to these causes, since for the establishment of such a source there must be an equally extraordinary mass of evidence, which evidence is totally lacking. So far as real history is concerned, what have we concerning the origin of Christianity but, as Spedding says, guesses or inferences or unauthenticated rumors? Therefore, we are stopped by the very logic of the situation from affirming any heavenly origin. We may not have today, and never have sufficient information to exactly trace the origin of the zeal, the beliefs, the virtues, and the disciplined order of the early Christians. But whatever that origin, we are compelled by modern philosophy and modern science to ascribe a natural and human origin. The hypothesis of a heavenly origin is forever untenable, for the mass of testimony necessary to its establishment is forever lacking. Theology, therefore, has nothing to say. Sociological science only can settle the question, if it is settled. A modern illustration, however, will throw some light upon the subject. Renan, in his Life of St. Paul, states that at the death of this apostle there were only about 1,000 Christian believers in the world. This simplifies the problem greatly, for we have not to account for the belief of millions, but only of 1,000. For after the death of St. Paul, even theologians grant there were no miracles and that Christianity developed by natural means. And given 1,000 firm, uncompromising, passionate believers in Christianity, with our knowledge of human nature, it is easy enough to see how they would multiply and become millions. So the real question is this: why at the end of St. Paul's career did 1,000 people believe in the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. Is this such an extraordinary phenomenon? In our own age, amidst the very blaze of civilization, with electric lights turning night into day, with railroads, telegraphs, and telephones, time and space annihilated in our means of communication with one another, in this age of surpassing and almost universal knowledge, in the very heart of our land, there has sprung up a belief in a divine revelation, which in the same space of time that Christianity attained only 1,000 believers, has attained 100,000 believers. And yet what scientific man or Christian theologian will admit that Mormonism has a heavenly origin, although it presents to the philosopher and historian a far greater puzzle than the primitive belief of the Christians? It is much easier to account for 1,000 Christian believers at the death of St. Paul than for the existence of 100,000 Mormon believers at the death of Brigham Young. Remember that it is not miracles that we are to account for, but a belief in miracles. There is not a particle of historic testimony that the miracles ever occurred. We have only historic testimony as to a belief in them, but it is the height of presumption to affirm that because people believe in a miracle, therefore the miracle occurred. If the Christian asks, why did 1,000 people believe in Jesus in the first century? I ask, why did 200,000 people believe in Joe Smith in the 19th century? My question is by far the more difficult to answer, and when my question is answered, the Christian's question is also answered. If Mormonism is a natural evolution, then Christianity must be likewise. The position of Gibbon, therefore, is impregnable. He deals with causes as they are, and his conclusions are undeniable. He has shown Christianity as it really is. Says Milman, it is idle, it is disingenuous to deny or dissemble the early deprivations of Christianity. Christianity never had a more candid treatment than from Gibbon. He recognized whatever merits it possessed. As he was perfectly unprejudiced in his treatment of Julian, the non-Christian emperor, detecting his weakness as well as his greatness, so he was equally unprejudiced in his treatment of Christianity, and he displays the same acumen, the same learning, and the same impartial judgment in these two famous chapters which have been so ferociously attacked by the Church as in all the other parts of his work. Gibbon has won the day. His method is accepted. The historic weakness of Christianity from his time has been manifest. Its myths and miracles have no longer any recognized position. Gibbon has thus conferred an inestimable benefit upon humanity. To understand history aright is one of the noblest triumphs of human genius. It is well in this history to give some of the very latest results of historic criticism which have come from the method adopted by Gibbon. The following has been selected. It is remarkable both in itself and the occasion of its utterance. Says Holyoake, a more original or succinct account of this event has rarely been given. Its origin is as singular as the account itself. The writer is a doctor of law of great attainments and holding an official position in a well-known English town, himself a conservative and a leader of conservatives who are mostly as bigoted in piety as in politics. Yet the bold writer casts the following extraordinary statement into the midst of them. It was done in the course of an argument in favor of their political prejudices against Mr. Gladstone's great Home Rule Bill. It would seem that there must be greater latitudinarianism in the center of political orthodoxy than is commonly supposed. The learned doctor's kinsmen were related to Thomas Paine's great friend, Cleo Rickman. This may account for the courage and thoroughness of the opinions which follow, but this does not diminish the strangeness of their expression under the circumstances I have named. Quote, the Christian superstition consists of a huge mass of legendary tales encrusting a small nucleus of fact, which of itself would have been too insignificant to be termed historical, but which may be conjectured to have been about as follows. The successors of Alexander the Great had long been waging desultory wars against the Semitic Syrian tribes, including the Jews, all refractory to the spread of Greek culture. To this kind of warfare the Romans succeeded after they had absorbed various dominions carved out of the Macedonians' empire. Judea was vanquished by Pompey and received Roman governors, but a state of disaffection and unrest prolonged itself for long after, much as the same condition is continued in Ireland after its absorption by Great Britain. A young man inspired with these species of disaffection, but in whom mental excitement had passed the bounds of sanity, became possessed of the hallucination that he was destined to overthrow the Roman rule and reestablish the ancient kingdom of David. He was a home ruler of his age and nation. His attempt, of course, failed. He was impaled upon a cross, but whether his wounds were mortal has been doubted, and for the present purpose the question is unimportant. What is of importance is that among the excited and credulous populace of the Levant he obtained a following, and this destructive superstition, to borrow the words of the Roman historian, continued to ferment, expanded about the close of the Antonine era into great dimensions, and installed itself as the state religion. But its triumph was bought by the ruin of ancient civilization. The 1,000 years of its unquestioned supremacy, from Constantine until the invention of printing and the dawn of the Reformation, are known as the Dark Ages. Thought in every form of development was prostrate under the Christian faith. The Protestant Reformation made the first breach in the huge edifice of medieval superstition. It is not needful to value this event higher than by saying that it made the first great rift in the dark pall of superstition and credulity, and that the rays of nature and reason streamed in upon men through the rents and fissures which the Reformation had made, and have kindled the torch of progress upon various fields of human activity, scientific, political, and economical." End quote. In a more comprehensive manner, Mr. T.B. Wakeman has given the origin of Christianity in accordance with the method of Gibbon, but with the advantage of later learning. Christianity is simply a natural evolution. Quote, "Christianity was born from the union of the Messiah idea of the Jews with the Word, or in Greek, the Logos, which was the Spirit and the God idea of the Neoplatonists, the Essenes, the Therapeutae, the Nazarenes, and probably other ascetic or eclectic sects of Palestine and Egypt. This union was brought about by the incarnation of both the Messiah and the Logos in a name, Jesus, in Hebrew, Joshua, whom tradition had found or made to be one of the many unfortunate and slain Hebrew rebels against the Roman and priestly power. Gradually it was assumed, and then believed, that this Jesus was the Messiah, or anointed one of Hebrew prophecy, and finally at Antioch, some 50 years after his supposed death, his followers were called Christians. It was believed that he would come in the clouds and execute judgment during the lifetime of those then living. This prediction was falsified by the event. Then the belief was spiritualized to a judgment at death or at some future end of the world, when those who believed in the Christ should be saved in heaven with him, while those who did not believe and accept him as sovereign should have no part in the celestial realm, but be damned as rebels. This scheme and the need of it evidently applied to the poor and the oppressed of the empire at large, as well as to the Jews and Egyptians, and so it was extended by St. Paul and others over the East. It raised the wretched in heart and hope above the fortunate of the world, for it gave them a new integration and an infinite importance compared with any earthly ties of empire or of kindred. The wretched were the majority, and this faith, in 300 years, controlled the empire and made Constantine see that he, as emperor, would have no power behind him unless he became the master of the integration of the at first despised Nazarene. Thus the empire fell under the sway of the Christian priests, and the chief of these became, of course, the Pope, or Pontifex Maximus, of the empire itself. In this new spiritual scheme, the Pope became the chief of all of the powers on earth, and the city of God, the kingdom of heaven, in time supplanted the empire itself in all except the name. Here we have the materials, the motive, and the very means by which this union of elements worked out this religion of earthly sorrow and celestial hope, and made it triumphant over the religion of polytheistic heroism which had been the soul of Rome. Do not the facts bear out this view? All the world, and especially Judea, was weltering under Roman oppression. See in Daniel and the Maccabees, and the mention of Theudas and other unfortunate rebels, how the Jews expected and longed for their new Joshua, i.e., Messiah Jesus, who should be their deliverer and Emmanuel. Josephus tells of one Jesus stoned to death. That others were crucified there is every reason to believe. The Christ forgeries in Josephus are too patent to be referred to here. Now look at the other factor in the problem, the Logos, or the Word, which was with God and was made flesh, as the fourth Gospel says. Josephus and Philo and Eusebius tell the whole story of these Essenes and similar sects, whose God idea, or Logos, was plainly thus married to the Messiah Emmanuel, the anointed, the deliverer, or God with us. The incarnation of deities had become familiar to these sects from India and Egypt, where such returns and incarnation of gods were matters of course. That this traditional Jesus should return to earth and be seen by his followers was not strange at that period of practical spiritualism among peoples inflamed with these beliefs. Spirits and ghosts and devils and gods were commonplace appearances under the old will theory of the world among ignorant and excited people. These were the materials, yet they might have been comparatively insignificant but for the third factor, viz., the visions, dreams, and apparitions of this Christ to Paul, Peter, John, Stephen, and their companions. Such visions combined these Messiah Logos materials and incarnated the Deliverer, King, and Word into the ascended and spiritual Christ Jesus, and extended his name from the Jews to the world at large. Of these apparitions, those to St. Paul on his journey to Damascus, his being caught up to the third heaven, the great sheet with animals let down from heaven to Peter, the gift of tongues and fire, the revelation now placed at the end of the New Testament, are typical. They show what was going on at that time in hundreds of heads and hearts. By such means, who could not be converted and overwhelmed with proofs directly from heaven? Catalepsy, as in the case of Mohammed, who could argue with that? It was easier to take the disease. Such things as historical facts or evidence were scarcely inquired for. St. Paul received all of his proofs and information about the Christ Jesus directly from the Lord in heaven. He scorned to even ask of men, brethren, who might have known of this Messiah tradition, what Jesus it was or what he had done, and yet he became the chief promulgator of and witness to the new faith. Those who were slain, like Stephen, were called martyrs, that is, witnesses, not because they had witnessed any historical or actual facts, but because they had witnessed facts in these visions. Those were the proofs. Transpose the books of the New Testament to the order in which they were really written, and you will have the proofs of all this. First come the epistles, especially those of Paul, admitted to have been written about A.D. 60, some 30 years after Christ's supposed crucifixion. Then at or about the same time comes the revelation at the end of the book, and then, some 50 to 100 years after, the various Gospels and the Acts take form, and the four Gospels, or five, including the Acts, now in the New Testament, have been preserved as most conducive to the beliefs that the collectors entertained. For that seems to have been the motive of their selection from many other Gospels then extant. It is evident from these facts and from the miraculous contents of the Gospels and Acts that they are unreliable historical documents. In them, even the original tradition of Jesus, uncertain as it was, has been overwhelmed by the visions, the revelations, the supposed Messiah prophecies, the Logos fancies, and the Essenic prayers, morals, fables, miracles, teachings, and customs, which form the greater part of them, and which make them incoherent and inconsistent as they are. Such were the real sources and materials of the Gospels, and in this light we know them to be supposed history which was woven and thrown backward some 100 years around the name of Jesus, who never existed as the Gospel believers fancied and described, and who never could have even known the purposes, deeds, and words attributed to him. It is evolutionally and historically certain that Jesus, if he ever existed, was perfectly ignorant and innocent, not only of the name Christ, but also of all that has come down to us under the name of Christianity. That the life and literature of the Essenes form the body of the Gospels, we know from Eusebius, chapter 17. That the Messiah conception was inwoven, we know from the prophecies and the claim that the anointed King of the Jews had come and been crucified. Dreams and visions and miracles did the rest. The Lord's Supper was a special revelation to St. Paul, which he gives as such in his own words, but which words are afterwards inserted in Luke when that gospel came to be compiled. See 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 23 and 26, and then Luke chapter 22, verses 19 and 20. So the revelation to St. Paul about the end of the world, 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 15 to 18, is the main point of the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Matthew chapter 24, verses 16 and 28, etc. Mark chapter 13, verses 30 to 36, chapter 9, verse 1, Luke chapter 13, verses 30 to 36. But when the Gospel of John was worked out, long after the Synoptic Gospels, the fact that Jesus had not come in the clouds as foretold was too patent to be faced, and so the fact of the promise to come is evaded and practically denied, and the Logos idea takes its place and sends the Comforter. John chapter 16, chapter 17, chapter 18, etc. Follow out these hints, and the Bible will no longer be a sealed book. But first read the books of the Old and the New Testaments, and the Apocryphas too, in the order in which they were written, and under the light of contemporary ideas, facts, and history, then give evolution a chance, and the truth about the Bible will be your reward. That is, if you consider the game to be worth the candle. Remember that the Bible, as it is now made up and labeled and sold as one book, is a practical fraud at which any honest man should blush. It is utterly unintelligible in that order and shape. Under the view just stated, the Gospels were written backward to supply a vacancy from whence history had irrevocably vanished, if it ever existed. Thus is it found to be with every other religion. Thus Niebuhr reads the early stories in Livy of Romulus and Remus. Thus Grote disposes of the early myths of Greece. Thus Keenan explains the creation myths of Adam and Noah. Thus the personal, the messianic, the mythic, and the logos or Essenic origins of Christianity have all something true in them. They all contribute to the true and evolutional origin of the religion of the King of the Jews, whose death and ascension is believed by millions to have secured them a city of God, a kingdom of heaven, a tabernacle not made with hands, whose foundation in the Word antedated the world itself. It had in its early history many advantages over the Roman Empire. It founded a brotherhood of the believers, cemented by a higher power than any earthly sanction. It made them equal before the throne of God. It made human life infinitely sacred. It was, in fact, a higher integration, a three-story static realm of heaven, earth, and hell, inspiring a higher patriotism than even the mighty city of Rome itself. And because of that, just as in the Arabian Nights, the ship which sailed by the mountain of lodestone had every particle of iron drawn from it. So fell the empire of the Caesars when Christianity drew away its patriotism. Gibbon has pictured this decline and fall of Rome in a history that has been called the rainbow, spanning the dark era of Christian faith, that middle age between the ancient and the modern civilizations of Europe. End of chapter 12, Gibbon.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Part 1. Voltaire, the French Revolution, Thomas Paine. It is strange, and one might say passing strange, that Gibbon, of wide survey, of rare insight, of profound learning, who seemed to know the past like a book, this same man was opposed to the American Revolution, saw no glory in it, no new meaning for humanity. As for the French Revolution, he passes to doubt, disgust, and horror at this new birth of time. It was much the same with Hume, the boldest philosopher of his time. It only shows the limitations of the greatest minds, and that genius is rather for special purposes than for universal excellence. Even Shakespeare had no voice for democracy. And so, after Gibbon, we pass on to the greatest political drama of all human history, to Voltaire, the French Revolution, and Thomas Paine. Voltaire. In the world of action, we might say that Voltaire is the supreme man of the human race. No man has let loose such far-reaching, potent forces of human development. Voltaire will not rank as the greatest philosopher, or the greatest poet, or the greatest historian, but he will rank as the greatest agitator of all time. No man has so stirred the human mind, no man has been such a revolution in himself. In him were the seeds of the mightiest progress of today. He was an electric battery, an illuminating flash. He was wonderfully fortunate. He was no martyr, yet no martyr ever wrought so valiantly as he. He was richly gifted. His mastery of language was unsurpassed. His words were like diamonds. He poured sunlight upon every topic he touched. His knowledge was universal, of books and of men. He was complete master of himself. His wit is wisdom, a lightning-like process of reasoning. He was no clown, but a teacher of humanity. We can scarcely realize today the immensity of the work he accomplished. He was engaged in terrible combat, yet he seemed to do it in gorgeous holiday attire. He was a shining knight in the lists, and victorious, with tremendous odds against him. His opponents never drew blood, nor laid his beaming forehead in the dust. He was in the fashion, and yet he was a pioneer. Kings were among his friends, and yet he was the prelude of democracy. In him was the birth of republics. The transcendent power of Voltaire was the power of expression. His thought was crystal clear. His intellect was like the bright blue sky. There were no fogs or mists or clouds. From the ample domain of his piercing vision, he could gather 1,000 thoughts without confusion. He could array his intellectual forces with the masterly generalship of a Napoleon. He knew where to strike. His luminous sentences were like arrows, and went home every time. In the hands of Voltaire, language was like the sword of Saladin. It gleamed, glittered, radiated, and cut. It executed so deftly that the victim was unaware of his decapitation. If there is one word which expresses the all-round ability and purpose of Voltaire, it is not the word philosophy, or the word poetry, or the word politics. It is the word humanity. Voltaire was passionately sympathetic. He hated wrong with every fiber of his being. Nothing would arouse him like a flagrant act of injustice. And the lowliest of human beings were as much in his regard as the loftiest. It was for man as man that he labored. Read the story of Jean Calas and Chevalier de la Barre. What romances these are of devotion, patience, and success. The most brilliant in human history, says Victor Hugo. Before the Revolution, gentlemen, the social structure was this. At the base, the people. Above the people, religion, presented by the clergy. By the side of religion, justice, presented by the magistracy. And at that period of human society, what was the people? It was ignorance. What was religion? It was intolerance. And what was justice? It was injustice. Am I going too far in my words? Judge. I will confine myself to the citation of 2 facts, but decisive. At Toulouse, October 13th, 1761, there was found in a lower story of a house a young man hanged. The crowd gathered, the clergy fulminated, the magistracy investigated. It was a suicide. They made of it an assassination. In what interest? In the interest of religion. And who was accused? The father. He was a Huguenot, and he wished to hinder his son from becoming a Catholic. There was here a moral monstrosity and a material impossibility. No matter. This father had killed his son. This old man had hanged this young man. Justice travailed, and this was the result. On the month of March, 1762, a man with white hair, Jean Calas, was conducted to a public place, stripped naked, stretched upon a wheel, the members bound upon it, head hanging. 3 men are there upon a scaffold, a magistrate named David, charged to superintend the punishment, a priest to hold the crucifix, and an executioner with a bar of iron in his hand. The patient, stupefied and terrible, regards not the priest, and looks at the executioner. The executioner lifts the bar of iron and breaks one of his arms. The victim groans and swoons. The magistrate comes forward. They make the condemned inhale salts. He returns to life. Then another stroke of the bar, another groan. Calas loses consciousness. They revive him, and the executioner begins again. And as each limb before, being broken in 2 places, receives 2 blows, that makes 8 punishments. After the 8th swooning, the priest offers him the crucifix to kiss. Calas turns away his head, and the executioner gives him the coup de grace, that is to say, crushes in his chest with the thick end of the bar of iron. So died Jean Calas. That last 2 hours after his death, the evidence of the suicide came to light, but an assassination had been committed. By whom? By the judges. Another fact, after the old man, the young man, 3 years later, in 1765, at Abbeville, the day after a night of storm and high wind, there was found upon the pavement of a bridge an old crucifix of worm-eaten wood, which for 3 centuries had been fastened to the parapet. Who had thrown down this crucifix? Who committed this sacrilege? It is not known. Perhaps a passer-by, perhaps the wind. Who is the guilty one? The Bishop of Amiens launched a monitoire. Note what a monitoire was. It was an order to all the faithful, on pain of hell, to declare that they knew or believed they knew of such or such a fact. A murderous injunction when addressed by fanaticism to ignorance. The monitoire of the Bishop of Amiens does it work. The town gossip assumes the character of the crime charged. Justice discovers, or believes it discovers, that on the night when the crucifix was thrown down, 2 men, 2 officers, one named Labarre, the other de Talonde, passed over the bridge of Abbeville, that they were drunk and that they sang a guard-room song. Tribunal was the Sénéchal of Abbeville. The Sénéchal of Abbeville was equivalent to the court of the capitals of Toulouse. It was not less just. 2 orders for arrest were issued. De Talonde escaped. Labarre was taken. Him they delivered to judicial examination. He denied having crossed the bridge. He confessed to having sung the song. The Sénéchal of Abbeville condemned him. He appealed to the Parliament of Paris. He was conducted to Paris. The sentence was found good and confirmed. He was conducted back to Abbeville in chains. I abridge. The monstrous hour arrives. They begin by subjecting the Chevalier de la Barre to the torture, ordinary and extraordinary, to make him reveal his accomplices. Accomplices in what? In having crossed a bridge and sung a song? During the torture, one of his knees was broken. His confessor, on hearing the bones crack, fainted away. The next day, June 5th, 1766, Labarre was drawn to the great square of Abbeville, where flamed a penitential fire. The sentence was read to Labarre. Then they cut off one of his hands. Then they tore out his tongue with iron pincers. Then, in mercy, his head was cut off and thrown into the fire. So died the Chevalier de la Barre. He was 19 years of age. Then, O Voltaire, thou didst utter a cry of horror, and it will be thine eternal glory. Then didst thou enter upon the appalling trial of the past. Thou didst plead against the tyrants and monsters and the cause of the human race, and thou didst gain it. Great man, blessed be thou forever. Bruno, we might say, was the first persistently to declare the modern doctrine of human rights. In the old days there were no rights, only mights. Rights is a modern conception. Jesus never taught universal human rights, nor any of the philosophers of Greece and Rome. The Church certainly never respected human rights, and theology never discovered them. According to the old theology, there can be no rights of man, for God is a tyrant, and man is a slave. Man is a totally depraved being, in himself absolutely worthless. He is born a condemned prisoner. He is under ban. His righteousness is but filthy rags, and therefore what can his rights be? Man is but clay in the hands of the potter, and what rights has clay? The old theology was necessarily the annihilation of human liberty and human rights. But the magnificent pantheism of Bruno necessarily affirmed human rights, for it affirmed human value and human dignity. According to Bruno, man was identical with God. He was in God, and God was in him. There was no essential difference between man and God. The glory of the one was the glory of the other. Bruno's philosophy did not annihilate man in God, but elevated and ennobled man by the universal equality of existence. In every man was the divine spark, the divine exaltation, and therefore each in his essential nature must be free and a sovereign individual. Thus, in Bruno, first of all, I think we do find the germ of the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Bruno, in his martyrdom and in the splendor of his genius, not only represents the beginning of the era of science, but also the era of man. He gives us not only the wonderful conception of the infinity of worlds, but also the modern conception of man. Man clothed with rights by the very virtue of his existence, each man the equal of every other man, because equal with God himself. Natural rights, the dignity of human nature, its freedom, its glory, the foundation principles of triumphant democracy. It was these that Bruno flashed forth upon the world, and made immortal with the fires of his glorious death. More distinctly and predominantly than Bruno, Voltaire affirmed the natural rights of man. The mystical, pantheistic element of Bruno was not in Voltaire. Bruno affirmed human rights on the basis of universal divinity. Voltaire on the basis of universal humanity. While Voltaire was in form deistical, he was essentially atheistical. He was the incarnation of common sense. He reasoned on the basis of this world. Bruno insisted more upon the rights of thought, Voltaire upon the rights of action, and therefore it is that Voltaire is preeminently the apostle of political liberty. If we go back into the depths of time, we might justly affirm that Bruno and Voltaire are the fathers of the American Republic, that in them originates the spirit of modern freedom, that from them originates that mighty stream which is constantly sweeping away thrones and tiaras. Greater, indeed, does Bruno tower in the vistas of the past as the first to declare the rights of man, than as the daring man of science or the enthusiastic philosopher. For what are all the stars to us, and all the gods, if man is to be a slave, if man has no natural worth, if he is simply the creature of circumstance, if he is born merely by a freak of fortune to wear a crown or wear a chain, and either is right if such is the original condition? Surely the magnificence of modern progress is primarily in the affirmation of human liberty and rights, and other progress is useless and turns to dust and ashes, unless it makes man more free and emphasizes the essential grandeur of each individual human being. Out of the fiery heart of Bruno and his illuminated brains, exalted not only by the wonder of the stars, but by the greatness and glory of man, flows and sparkles the sublimest hope of the future, and the radiant genius of Voltaire bore onward this undying light, flaming in horror and destruction, but pointing through storms and peril to the noblest and sweetest happiness of which mankind is capable. Does it not appear that Bruno, as the first to articulate the inalienable rights of each human being, because in the unity of the universe there must be equality for all, does it not appear that he was in the mind of the most glorious poet of modern times when he sang, "A farewell look of love he turned, half calming me, then gazed awhile through that black and massy pile, and through the crowd around him there, and through the dense and murky air, and the thronged streets he did espy, what poets know and prophesy, and said with voice that made them shiver, and clung like music to my brain, and which the mute walls spoke again, prolonging it with deepened strain. Fear not the tyrants shall rule forever, or the priests of evil faith. They stand on the brink of that mighty river, whose waves they have tainted with death. It is fed from the depths of 1,000 dells. Around them it foams and rages and swells, and their swords and their scepters I floating see, like wrecks on the surge of eternity." There was not in Voltaire's life the tragical element of Bruno's. This was not because Voltaire was any less devoted to humanity, but because of the noble fortune which attended him all his life long, and made his career one of the most extraordinary and shining in human history. So long as he lived, the priests cowered before his genius. They could not extinguish its fires. It flamed over Europe. Only in death did the power of the Church proclaim itself. That was a strange flight of his dead body in the midnight darkness to a place of burial. How the priests of an evil faith would have gloated over his dust if they could have laid their hands upon it before it reached a consecrated grave. Voltaire cannot be blamed for revolting against this martyrdom after death, when indeed the cruelty of the Church is most horrible. The fate of Adrien Lecouvier was before his eyes a pathetic tragedy, which brands the Church with eternal disgrace. Among those who love art and beauty and genius, living Voltaire could confront the Church with the radiance of his undaunted spirit, but dead he must flee before the terrible wild beast that would tear and rend his inanimate body. No one has painted this strange flight with nobler felicity than our own Ingersoll. His death was kept a secret. The Abbé Mignon made arrangements for the burial at Romilly-on-the-Seine, more than 100 miles from Paris. On Sunday evening, on the last day of May, 1778, the body of Voltaire, clad in a dressing gown, clothed to resemble an invalid, posed to simulate life, was placed on a carriage. At its side a servant, whose business was to keep it in position. To this carriage were attached 6 horses, so that people might think a great lord was going to his estates. Another carriage followed, in which were a grand-nephew and 2 cousins of Voltaire. All night they travelled, and on the following day arrived at the courtyard of the abbey. The necessary papers were shown, the mass was performed, in the presence of the body, and Voltaire found burial. A few moments afterward, the prior, who for charity had given a little earth, received from his bishop a menacing letter forbidding the burial of Voltaire. It was too late. Voltaire was dead. The foundations of state and throne had been sapped. The people were becoming acquainted with the real kings and the actual priests, unknown men born in misery and want, men whose fathers and mothers had been pavement for the rich were rising toward the light, and their shadowy faces were emerging from darkness. Labor and thought became friends. And how glorious was the return of this immortal man, regent even in his coffined dust, and swaying millions, as if an emperor in royal robes. It is said that a live ass is better than a dead lion, but in this case the dead lion was more potent than 10,000 living asses in the church. How they trembled before that imperial dust, in the lowly corruption, yet lofty as the stars in its resplendent majesty, says Ingersoll. A funeral procession of 100 miles, every village with its flags and arches in his honor, all the people anxious to honor the philosopher of France, the savior of Calais, the destroyer of superstition. On reaching Paris, the great procession moved along the Rue Saint-Antoine. Here it paused, and for one night, upon the ruins of the Bastille, rested the body of Voltaire, rested in triumph, in glory, rested on the fallen wall and broken arch, on crumbling stones still damp with tears, on rusting chain and bar, and useless bolt, above the dungeons dark and deep, where light had faded from the lives of men, and hope had died in breaking hearts. The conqueror resting upon the conquered, throned upon the Bastille, the fallen fortress of night, the body of Voltaire, from whose brain had issued the dawn. For a moment his ashes must have felt the Promethean fire, and the old smile must have illumined once more upon the face of death. To sum up the career of this man, read the burning words of Victor Hugo. Voltaire conquered. Voltaire waged the splendid kind of warfare and war of one alone against all, that is to say, the grand warfare, the war of thought against matter, the war of reason against prejudice, the war of just against the unjust, the war for the oppressed against the oppressor, the war of goodness, the war of kindness. He had the tenderness of a woman and the wrath of a hero. He was a great mind and an immense heart. He conquered the old code and the old dogma. He conquered the feudal lord and Gothic judge, the Roman priest. He raised the populace to the dignity of people. He taught, pacificated, and civilized. He fought for Cervantes and Montaigne as for Calais and La Barre. He accepted all the menaces, all the outrages, all the persecutions, calumny, and exile. He was indefatigable and immovable. He conquered violence by a smile, despotism by sarcasm, infallibility by irony, obstinacy by perseverance, ignorance by truth. And Goethe says of his greatness, "If you wish depth, genius, imagination, taste, reason, sensibility, philosophy, elevation, originality, nature, intellect, fancy, rectitude, facility, flexibility, precision, art, abundance, variety, fertility, warmth, magic, charm, grace, force, an eagle sweep of vision, vast understanding, instruction, rich, tone, excellent, urbanity, suavity, delicacy, correctness, purity, cleanness, eloquence, harmony, brilliancy, rapidity, gaiety, pathos, sublimity, and universality, perfection, indeed. Behold Voltaire." End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2, of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Part 2, How Voltaire Died. The life of Voltaire is well known. It is blazoned in the path of centuries. None can misunderstand its meaning. His death is somewhat shrouded. The light burns low amidst the clouds of bigotry and the barbarism of the times. The mind is still triumphant. It is the poor body that must be guarded, that it may be peacefully received into its mother earth. Mr. Eugene M. MacDonald has carefully recorded this closing tragedy of a great life, and it is too important a document to be omitted in this history of free thought. Upon this subject so much has been said that is untrue, and so little that is authentic is accessible to the general reader, that the editor of the Truth Seeker Annual has thought it advisable to put the principal facts of the case here in a form adapted at once for ready reference and for preservation. Perhaps the person in the deepest darkness with regard to what really occurred just previous to the death of the great French heretic is the editor of the Christian Statesman. In that paper some time ago occurred this paragraph: Voltaire's renunciation of infidelity. Let it be distinctly understood as forever beyond question that Voltaire fully recanted his infidel principles and professed his belief in the Christian religion. The New Life of Voltaire by James Parton settles this point beyond contradiction. Mr. Parton cannot be suspected of an undue bias for orthodoxy, and it is only after a patient search and candid study of authorities that he gives this confession to the world. Mr. Parton says, "The profession of faith written in Voltaire's own hand was as follows: I, the undersigned, declare that having been attacked 4 days ago by a vomiting of blood at the age of 84 years, and being unable to get to church, the curé of Saint-Sulpice being willing to add to his good works that of sending me the Abbé Gautier, priest, I have confessed to him and declared further that if God disposes of me, I die in the Catholic religion, in which I was born, hoping from the divine mercy that he will deign to pardon all my faults, and that if I have ever scandalized the Church, I ask pardon of God and of it. Signed, Voltaire, March 2nd, 1778, in the house of the Marquis de Villette, in the presence of the Abbé Mignon, my nephew, and of the Marquis de Villerreal, my friend. Tennyson has said that a lie, which is all a lie, may be met and fought with outright, but a lie which is part of truth is a harder matter to fight. The Christian statesman presentation of the case is partly true, but at the same time it is half a lie, and is meant to deceive. Mr. Parton does not say that Voltaire recanted, neither does any other honest person who knows the circumstances of his death. It is true that Mr. Parton gives the foregoing profession of faith, which is undoubtedly genuine. Mr. Parton tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so far as he knows it. He has given us the life of Voltaire just as it was. It has never been pretended that Voltaire was a saint, but take him all in all, put his work for humanity in one side of the scales and his personal faults in the other, and he must be conceded to be the grandest man of his time. He believed in God, hated superstition, and loved his fellow man. He did more than anyone else to break the hold the Church had upon the people of Europe. He was a man of letters, of science, a lover of art, a patron of the drama. In his personal affairs he was a man of the world, yet a good deal better and more moral than the kings and courtesans, all good Christians, among whom he lived. He braved the anger of the Church, when although living virgins were merchandise which the king himself bought, a light song about the Virgin could bring a man to the fire. Voltaire's profession of faith was written and signed simply that when dead he might not, as he expressed it, be thrown into the sewer. He knew what could be expected for a heretic. The sight of the burial of poor Adrienne Lecouvreur never left him. The great actress was a warm friend of his, and when she went one night from the scene of her triumphs at the theatre, to die after 4 days of anguish, Voltaire hastened to her bedside and watched near her during her last struggle for life. And when she was seized with the convulsions that preceded her death, he held her in his arms and received her last breath. Being an actress and dying without absolution, she was denied Christian burial, and the gate of every recognized burial place in France was closed against her wasted body, the poor relic of a gifted and bewitching woman, whom all that was distinguished and splendid in the society of her native land had loved to look upon. At night her body was carried in an old coach, fiacre, a little way out of town, just beyond the paved streets, to a spot near the Seine, now covered by the house number 109 Rue de Bourgogne. The fiacre was followed by one friend, 2 street porters, and a squad of the city watch. There her remains were buried, the grave was filled up, and the spot remained unenclosed and unmarked until the city grew over it and concealed it from view. The brilliant world of which she had been a part heard of this unseemly burial with such horror, such disgust, such rage, such stupor, as we can with difficulty imagine, because all those ties of tenderness and pride that bind families and communities together are more sensitive, if not stronger, in France than with our ruder, robuster race. The idea of not having friendly and decorous burial, of not lying down at last with kindred and fellow citizens in a place appointed for the dead, of being taken out at night and buried at a corner of a road like a dead cat, was and is utterly desolating to the French people. Voltaire, for example, could never face it. He lived and died dreading it. It is no wonder he wished to avoid such a burial as that. Most Frenchmen would have done a great deal more than sign such a profession of faith to have avoided it. All that the profession says, at most, is that if God disposes of me, I die in the Catholic religion, and it is not hard to belong to that institution if one wants to. A very slight ceremony will suffice, and a change of faith is in no wise necessary. The clause that, if I ever scandalized in the Church, I ask pardon of God and of it, was added at the requisition of the priest, and as Voltaire said, to have peace, this profession of faith is not a profession at all. In it, Voltaire nowhere retracts what he had all his life been saying, that the Church is a monster sapping the life of nations, and should be crushed. He had his reasons for doing what he did, which cannot be better stated than by quoting Parton. When he returned to Paris after his long exile, he was overwhelmed with work, so much so that his health visibly declined. Standing so many hours every day to receive company caused his feet to swell, for he had been accustomed at home to spend most of the working day upon his bed. Other painful and menacing symptoms warned him of the risk he was incurring, and he began to foresee the need of making arrangements in Paris to avoid the indignity of being denied burial. Ferney being 5 days' laborious journey from Paris, if he were taken sick, he could scarcely hope to be again in condition to travel so far. He had had visits from several unbeneficed priests, besides the one whose coming he related to Madame de Fond. One of these, Wagnier, had had the pleasure of hustling out of the room. But there was another, the Abbé Gautier, who seemed more tolerable than the rest, and him he had received very politely, as a good-natured simpleton who would be content with the minimum of concession from a penitent like himself. About February 20th, when he had been 10 days in Paris, he consulted D'Alembert upon the delicate point in question, and in a letter to the King of Prussia, D'Alembert mentioned the advice he gave. "He asked me," wrote D'Alembert, "in the course of a confidential conversation, how I should advise him to proceed if, during his stay in Paris, he should happen to fall dangerously ill. My reply was such as every prudent, sage man would have made in my place, that he would do well to conduct himself, in that case, like all the philosophers who had preceded him, among others like the Fontenelle and Montesquieu, who had followed the usage, and received you know what with much reverence." He much approved my reply. "I think the same," said he to me, "for I must not be thrown into the kennel as I saw poor Lecouvier. He had, I know not why, much aversion to that manner of being interred. I avoided combating this aversion, desiring that, in case we should lose him, all should pass without trouble and without scandal." Fortified thus by the advice of the most eminent of his co-workers, he looked to the Abbé Gautier, chaplain to the hospital for the incurable, as the man upon whom to call in case of need. That unhappy case soon arrived. February 25th, his 15th day at Paris, about noon, as he was dictating in bed to Wagnier, he coughed violently 3 times, and a moment after cried out, "Oh, oh, I am spitting blood!" The secretary turned toward him, and saw blood bursting from his nose and mouth, with the same violence, he says, as when the faucet is turned of a fountain upon which there is pressure. Wagnier rang, and Madame Denis came. Dr. Tronchin was sent for. All the household came running in, and the room was soon filled with people. "He ordered me," says Wagnier, "to write to the Abbé Gautier to ask him to come and speak to him, as he did not wish to be thrown into the sewers. I avoided sending my letter, not wishing to have it said that M. de Voltaire had shown weakness. I assured him that the Abbé could not be found. Then he said to the persons in the room, 'At least, gentlemen, you will be witness that I have asked to fulfill that what are here called our duties, devoirs.'" For 3 or 4 days the patient was extremely weak and sufficiently obedient to the doctor's orders. Very slowly, and with frequent relapses, he gained a little strength. Several of the notes which he wrote and dictated to Dr. Tronchin during his dubious convalescence have been preserved, all of which contain gleams of his wonted gaiety and complacence. An ill turn, however, induced him to send again for the Abbé Gautier. Upon his arrival the patient said to him, "Some days ago I invited you to come and see me for you know what. If you please, we will at once transact that little business." The Abbé replied, "Very willingly," and requested all present to leave the room. "The patient wished us to remain," says Wagnier, "but the Abbé Gautier did not." So they all went out, and left the priest alone with his penitent for an hour. On that morning D'Alembert visited him, and his narrative, as given in his letter to the King of Prussia, is the last source of our information concerning what followed. Finding himself worse than usual on one of the days of his sickness, he bravely took the part of doing what he had agreed upon. During a visit which I paid him in the morning, as he spoke to me with considerable vehemence, and as I begged him to be silent in order not to distress his chest, he said to me, laughing, "Talk I must, whether I wish it or not. Don't you remember that I have to confess? The moment has come, as Henry IV said, to make the perilous leap. So I have sent for the Abbé Gautier, and I am waiting for him. This Abbé Gautier, sire, is a poor devil of a priest, who of his own motion and from mere goodwill introduced himself to M. de Voltaire some days before his sickness, and offered him, in case of need, his ecclesiastical services. M. de Voltaire accepted them because this man appeared to him more moderate and reasonable than 3 or 4 other wretched priests, capellans, who, without being sent for, and without any more knowing Voltaire than the Abbé Gautier, had come to his room to preach to him like fanatics, to announce to him hell and the judgment of God, and whom the old patriarch, from the goodness of heart, had not ordered to be thrown out of the window. This Abbé Gautier arrived then, was shut up an hour with the sick man, and came out so well satisfied that he wished to go at once to get at the parish church that we call Bon Dieu. This the sick man did not wish, for the reason, he said, that I am spitting blood, and I might by ill chance spit out something else. He gave to this Abbé Gautier, who asked him for it, a profession of faith written entirely with his own hand, and by which he declared that he wished to die in the Catholic religion in which he was born, hoping from the divine mercy that God would deign to pardon all his faults, and added that if he had ever scandalized the Church, he asked pardon from God and from it. He added this last article at the requisition of the priest, and, said he, to have peace. He gave this profession of faith to the Abbé Gautier in the presence of his family and those of his friends who were in his chamber, 2 of whom signed as witnesses at the bottom of the profession. Wagner, being a Protestant and in extreme ill humor with the persons surrounding his dear master, regarded this transaction with such sorrow and indignation that when Voltaire asked him what was the matter with him, he could not command his voice to reply. 4 days before this ceremonial, at a moment when it appeared certain that the patient could not recover, and he felt sure himself that he was dying, Wagner begged him to state precisely his way of thinking. He asked for paper and ink, then wrote, signed, and gave to his secretary the following declaration: I die, adoring God, loving my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstitions. February 28, 1778. Voltaire. With this paper in his possession, and having Swiss ideas of the sanctity of the seriously spoken word of a dying man, poor Wagner was aghast at the tone of the company on this occasion. When, he says, the Abbé Gautier invited us to re-enter the room, he said to us, M. de Voltaire has given me a little declaration, which does not signify much. I beg you will be so good as to sign it also. The Abbé Mignon and the Marquis de Villeville signed it without hesitation, and without knowing its contents. The Abbé then came to me, and asked me to do the same thing. I refused him. He insisted much. M. de Voltaire observed with surprise the vivacity with which I spoke to the Abbé Gautier. I replied at last, tired of this persecution, that I neither would nor could sign, as I was Protestant. He then let me alone. He next proposed to the sick man to give him the communion. He replied, Mr. Abbé, observe that I continually spit blood. I must beware of mingling that of the good God with mine. The confessor did not reply. He was asked to retire, and he went out. Before leaving, he received from his penitent a gift of 25 louis for the poor of the parish, which also was according to polite usage. He said to the Abbé Duvernet, They will not throw me into the kennel, for I have confessed to the Abbé Gautier. Voltaire, having thus prepared to die, got strong again, and enjoyed many triumphs. Later, when he was again upon the sick-bed, and knew he must pass away, he wanted no religious ministrations. He had made his bargain, and more hypocrisy than was necessary to accomplish his ends was distasteful to him. If necessary to get a decent burial, he would have kissed the Pope's toe, but having fulfilled his share of the contract, he wanted to hear no more about it. He knew, and the priest knew, why he did it, and it was no use to make sentiment out of a purely business transaction. He lay dying for several days, getting weaker and weaker, but suffering little pain. He recognized, says Parton, some of his old friends when they came near his bedside or spoke to him. I visited him when he was in this condition, says D'Alembert, and he always knew me. He even used some expressions of friendship, but immediately after would fall again into his stupor, for he was in a continual slumber. He awoke only to complain and to say that he had come to Paris to die. 2 days after the incident of the Count de Lally, the Abbé Mignon, who was a considerable personage, a member of the Grand Council, as well as the titular and beneficial head of an abbey, called upon the curé of Saint-Sulpice, and explained to him his uncle's condition. With regard to what followed, the best authority is the narrative drawn up by D'Alembert for the information of the King of Prussia, a narrative which is confirmed by all the eyewitnesses who placed their observations on record. The curé of Saint-Sulpice replied to Abbé Mignot that since M. de Voltaire had lost his recollection, it was useless to visit him. The curé declared, however, that if M. de Voltaire did not make a public, solemn, and most circumstantial reparation of the scandal he had caused, he could not in conscience bury him in holy ground. In vain the nephew replied that his uncle, while he still enjoyed the possession of all his faculties, had made a profession of faith, which the curé himself had recognized as authentic, that he had always disavowed the works imputed to him, that he had, nevertheless, carried his docility for the ministers of the Church so far as to declare that, if he had caused any scandal, he asked pardon for it. The curé replied that did not suffice, that M. de Voltaire was notoriously the declared enemy of religion, and that he could not, without compromising himself with the clergy and with the archbishop, accord to him ecclesiastical burial. The Abbé Mignot threatened to apply to the Parliament for justice, which he hoped to obtain with the authentic documents he had in his possession. The curé, who felt he was supported by authority, told him that he could do as he pleased. On Saturday, May 30th, the day of his death, some hours before that fatal moment, the Abbé Gaultier offered his services in a letter which he wrote to the Abbé Mignot, who went at once in quest of the Abbé Gaultier and the curé of Saint-Sulpice. The curé approached the sick man and pronounced in his hearing the words, "Jesus Christ." At these words, M. de Voltaire, who was still in a stupor, opened his eyes and made a gesture with his hand as if to send the curé away, and said, "Let me die in peace." The curé, more moderate on this occasion and more reasonable than usual with him, turned towards those who were present and said, "You see plainly, gentlemen, that he has not his head." At this moment, however, he had complete possession of his reason, but the persons present, as you may well believe, sire, took no pains to contradict the curé. That pitiful parson, Coupelon, then retired from the chamber, and in the conversation which he held with the family, he was so maladroit as to betray himself and to prove clearly that all his conduct was an affair of vanity. He told them that they had done very ill to summon the Abbé Gaultier, who had spoiled everything, that they should have addressed themselves to him alone, the parish priest of the sick man, that he would have seen him in private without witnesses, and that he would have arranged everything. The Abbé Gaultier's narrative does not materially differ from that of D'Alembert. Bellebon, who never left his bedside during these last days, said to Lady Morgan in Paris 40 years afterwards, as she did to everyone with whom she ever conversed on the subject. To his last moment, everything he said and did breathed the benevolence and goodness of his character. All announced in him tranquillity, peace, resignation, except a little movement of ill humor which he showed to the curé of Saint-Sulpice. Then he begged him to withdraw, and said, "Let me die in peace." He lingered until late in the evening. 10 minutes before he breathed his last, he roused from his slumber, took the hand of his valet, pressed it, and said to him, "Adieu, my dear Morand, I am dying." These were his last words. He died peacefully and without pain, at 11:15 on Saturday evening, May 30th, 1778, aged 83 years, 6 months, and 9 days. The sentiment entertained by Voltaire for the useless rites he was obliged to submit to is shown in his letter to the King of Prussia, written 7 years before his death. "I do not fear death, which approaches apace, but I have an unconquerable aversion for the manner in which we have to die in our holy, Catholic, apostolic, and Roman religion. It seems to me extremely ridiculous to have myself oiled to depart to the other world as we grease the axles of our wagons before a trip. This stupidity, and all that follows, is so repugnant to me that I am tempted to have myself carried to Neufchâtel to have the pleasure of dying within your dominions." Voltaire in Exile, page 49. In the year 1777, but a little while before his death, he wrote to the same person, "I have more aversion than ever for extreme unction and those who administer it." Mr. Parton's work is almost without comment on Voltaire's motives in summoning a priest. All the way through, the reader is left to form his own conclusions upon Voltaire. The truth, so far as ascertainable, is stated, and when authority for anything is doubtful, Mr. Parton has no hesitancy in saying so. One of the best proofs that Voltaire did not recant is that the ecclesiastical authorities who were over the poor devil of a priest, Gautier, denied Voltaire's sepulture, and although his bones were laid in the Abbey of Salers, it was only because they arrived there a little ahead of the prohibition of the Bishop of Troyes. The prior of the abbey was very nearly expelled for permitting Voltaire's body to be received. He was compelled to visit Paris, and it was only after much trouble that he overcame the persecution of his brother church officials. For 13 years the body of Voltaire remained in the vault of the village church in Champagne. Then, by a grand triumphal procession, it was removed to Paris, where it rested one night and part of the next day upon the ruins of the Bastille, on the very spot where, living, he had been confined. All Paris visited the spot and paid its tribute of love and respect to him. The body was transported in magnificent procession to the Pantheon, where it remained until the return of the Bourbon king to Paris after the departure of Bonaparte to Elba. In 1814, the Royalists represented to the ministry that the presence of Voltaire's remains in the ancient church of Sainte-Geneviève was an outrage not to be borne by the church, and one night in the month of May 1814, the bones of Voltaire and of Rousseau were taken out of their coffins of lead, tumbled into a common sack, and placed in a hackney coach stationed in the rear of the church. The carriage moved away slowly, accompanied by 5 or 6 persons, and went out of town by unfrequented streets to the barrier de la Guerre, opposite Beret. Near that barrier there was then an extensive piece of waste ground, enclosed by a board fence, public property, not yet put into any use whatsoever. Near the middle of the enclosure, a deep hole had been previously dug by persons who were then waiting for the arrival of this strange burial party. The sack of bones was emptied into a pit. A sack of lime was poured upon them. The hole was then filled up with earth. All traces of the meeting were obliterated as far as possible, and the party then separated in silence. The secret was well kept. There were occasionally a rumor, difficult to trace, and not generally believed, that the sarcophagus was empty. In 1864, when the family of the Villettes became extinct, the heart of Voltaire, which had been removed from the body when it was embalmed in 1778, enclosed in a silver vase, and given by Madame Denis to the husband of Belle et Bonne, became the property of the nation, and it was a question with the usurper what should be done with it. He suggested that it be placed with the other remains of the poet in the church of Sainte-Geneviève. The Archbishop of Paris, who was probably acquainted with these facts, observed that it might be well to ascertain first whether the ashes of Voltaire were really in the place where they had been deposited. An examination of the sarcophagus was ordered. It was opened and found to be empty. Thus the fate actually befell the remains which the poet had dreaded, from the time when he saw the body of Adrien Levieux carried out at dead of night and placed in an unmarked grave in a vacant lot on the outskirts of Paris. Thus the Church wreaked her cowardly revenge upon the bones of her great enemy. Voltaire dreaded this fate, and to avoid it he made the profession of faith which has been quoted. He should have known the Church better. He might have known that she has no heart, no conscience, no sense of honor. None knew better than he that her course for centuries had been deceit and treachery. As well might he have suffered himself to be embraced by a serpent, but his life had been a stormy and tempestuous existence. He had been exiled, had been in the Bastille for his heresy. He had seen the body of poor Adrien Levieux thrown into the ground like a dog because she did not believe in the Christian religion. He had seen the unseemly strife of priests over corpses which had not received the sacrament and could not be buried in consecrated ground. The priests controlled the bodies of the people, living and dead, whoever controlled their souls. Voltaire's whole being revolted at the thought of being treated like a brute. He wanted no wrangle over him when dying, and when dead he wanted decent sepulture. That he could not got outside of the church. All graveyards were consecrated, and the only place a heretic's bones could have was the roadside or a waste field. And so he played the hypocrite, jesting while he did so, and ridiculing the sacrament he was receiving. Perhaps it would have been better had Voltaire never acted the part. He did, but after death, at least, he wanted peace. The horrid burial of the dead actress was ever before him, and he could see the lonely cortege going out to the corner of a road in the night to bury her who had died without absolution. He revolted at such an ending, and who can blame him for it? If by the simple writing of a few words he could, as he thought, secure decent burial, and an end to the strife, small blame can attach to one who sought to crush the monster all his life. He calmly prepared for death, and in order not to be thrown into the kennel like poor Lheureux, he got a poor devil of a priest, a good-natured simpleton who would be content with the minimum of concession, to perform some rites which would let him into a decent graveyard. He drove a hard bargain with the church, getting what he wanted without giving an equivalent, and it is well he did, for the church repudiated her part of the contract after his death. This is a true history of the death of Voltaire. Accounts differ in some minor degree, but in essentials are a unit. Voltaire never recanted, and those who say he did speak without authority, and upon a subject about which they have taken little pains to inform themselves. With reference to the foregoing article, Mr. Parton, author of the Life of Voltaire, has written the following to the editor of The Truth Seeker. Your article upon the alleged recantation of Voltaire covers nearly the whole ground, but not quite. Allow me to go back a little and remind you of events that occurred previous to his last triumphal visit to Paris. You remember that after a contest of 40 years with the hierarchy in which he displayed more wit, more tact, more audacity, more of everything that makes a man victor over disadvantages than was ever before exhibited by mortal man, he conquered for himself a secure home on the soil of his native France. This home was Ferney, within a few minutes' ride of 3 foreign dominions, to which he could escape if notified of danger from Paris. Here, during the remaining 20 years of his life, he assailed the despotic superstition under which the intellectual life of Europe was stifled by every weapon which the literary art has devised. And yet, private man as he was, living in the kingdom of France, he was almost as safe from attack as he could have been in a free country. This security was due to one simple maneuver of his. He kept on his side the individual who had the king's ear last at night, first in the morning, and oftenest the rest of the time. If you say that this was not a very lofty style of warfare, I answer you. He was a lone man in a wide field, with a whole herd of bulls burning to destroy him. He had to trick and deceive them as best he could. He was fully resolved not to let them get the better of him. He was not disposed to be a martyr and leave them free to rage and destroy. As long as he was alive, he knew that he could baffle them, but all men must die. As soon as he had fully secured his earthly abode, he set about preparing a safe resting place for his bones. He built a tomb in his parish church. He gave a small pension to the pastor of the parish, and he depended on his right as lord of the manor to secure a decent burial in the tomb which he had caused to be constructed. He had not merely a sentimental objection to being buried in the highway or cast into the kennel like a dead dog. His chief motive was to deprive the bishops of the triumph of insulting his remains. As he had defied them in his life, he desired to baffle them after his death. To this end he made arrangements to spend his last hours in one of the cantons of Switzerland, where his secretary hired a house for the purpose, and in case there should be any difficulty about his interment in his tomb, he ordered his secretary to place his remains in a portion of his bathhouse, a building separate from the chateau. All these arrangements were rendered unavailable through his dying at Paris. Acting upon the advice of his staunchest friend D'Alembert, he deemed it best to make a confession to the priests as the least of many evils. He made the usual formal acknowledgment in the expectation of saving his family, his friends, and the French Academy from embarrassment and inconvenience after his death. He was then living in another man's house in a city which was 4 days' journey from his own abode. Nevertheless, I wish that he had made no concession whatever to the Church. I wish that he had given himself no concern about his burial, and that when the breath was out of his body, the family had thrown upon the government the responsibility of his interment, saying in decent official form, "The great Voltaire is no more. A parish priest refuses him burial. Dispose of his remains." Such a course would have reduced the government to a dilemma of an embarrassing character, which could scarcely have failed to benefit the cause for which Voltaire lived and died. It is the easiest thing in the world for us who inherit the results of his labors to sit here in peace and say what ought to have been done in Paris in 1778. He took the course that then seemed best, and the more intimately we know the period and the circumstances, the less we shall be surprised at what he did. Very truly yours, James Parton. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. How Voltaire Died.
Chapter 13, Part 3 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Part 3, Rousseau, the Paris Salon. Rousseau, 1712 to 1778. Rousseau, we might say, was a piece of Voltaire, a part of him electrified and made luminous with such concentrated energy that, at times, he shines with even more intense brilliance than Voltaire himself. He is narrower than Voltaire. He is simply volcanic, towering and flaming, but he does not include the wide spaces of Voltaire's universal genius. Rousseau and Diderot both are expressions of Voltaire's greater mind, not echoes, but streams of light from this original fountain, forces in themselves, but acquiring momentum and radiance from this superior power. Voltaire was surrounded by great men, but he himself was the stimulating atmosphere. He was the deepest, the highest, the most comprehensive. Like Bruno, he touched every thought of his age. He infused his own spirit into it. He was the thoroughly representative man of that extraordinary era. As Hugo puts it, Rousseau was the citizen, Voltaire was the man, the universal man, broader than country, than any state. It is as a citizen mainly that we must contemplate Rousseau and see the value of his work. It is as a member of the state that he pours his greatest light upon humanity and marks out the path of progress. Not the broadest path, but a path absolutely necessary, even though it passes through the blood and horror of the Revolution. The doctrine of human rights, although in the seed thoughts of Bruno and Voltaire a fructifying and growing concept, and also declared by Hobbes, the great English philosopher, with exquisite eloquence, yet engendered in the fiery soul of Rousseau, became, as never before, a flaming influence in the minds of men. It became a tremendous conviction. It surged and rolled like a lava tide, and its vast and magnificent results through storm and battle are not yet witnessed. Well may Rousseau be called the prelude of the French Revolution. He was born to be a Lucifer. He was, in his very nature, a soul of fire. He was the electric battery which flashed forth the nascent glory of what was in the blind and struggling masses. Somewhere there must be that burning focus, and Rousseau was this focus. In the deepest sense of the term, he was an impassioned instrument of the thoughts and desires of millions of men, and in agony almost, he poured forth the accumulating intensities of these dumb multitudes. The very imperfections of Rousseau constitute his surpassing excellence. It made him a live man instead of a statue. It made him mobile, swift, impetuous, earnest, reckless, daring, sincere, and deeply in sympathy with the world about him. He dipped his pen in his own heart's blood, we might say, and he wrote with a furious disdain, as if the moment were his last and the truth must be spoken. It needed just such a man as Rousseau to precipitate the elements of that fateful period, so that from the crystallized forces should begin the great drama of modern democracy. He touched the springs, and a new future dawned upon humanity. The doctrine of human right is the only foundation of the state. A state founded on any other basis is an outrage. If there were no state, then there were no need of insisting upon rights. If human society flowed harmoniously along, and all lived their life unopposed and uninvaded, and no police were requisite, then the words natural rights or equal rights would not be heard of, any more than medicine would be heard of if there were no disease. But since a state is to be formed, a product of the necessities of human society, then there can be no other basis for that state but the freedom and equality of all men. If there are no rights of man, then certainly there should be no state. But if there is to be a state, then certainly there must be the rights of man. If rights are abolished, then the state must also be abolished. There can be no possible foundation for a political structure other than universal human rights. If one man is born free, then all men are born free. If one has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, then all have the same right. It is not a question of capacity, of mental gifts, of fortunate circumstances. It is a question of human nature, of what it essentially is, not from a political scientific view or metaphysical view, but from a practical political view. In the formation of a state, what are men to be taken for? As slaves or free beings? There is no question in the modern mind about this. The state must be composed of free men and not slaves, and its voice must be the voice of justice to all, and not privileges for the few and the yoke for the many. This was the message of Rousseau, startling, imperious, freighted with thunder and war, but the truest and grandest message ever spoken to human ears, for in it is the glory of civilization and the real majesty of nations. The Paris Salon. Perhaps the most wonderful thing in this wonderful age was the Paris Salon. Here was a society, a truly anarchistic society, where only beauty and genius reigned, flourishing in the very heart of despotism and doing more than anything else to overthrow all authority. Here was wit and wisdom, philosophy and poetry, all the graces and all the arts. Here was courtesy, fashion, nobility, culture, learning, elegance, and wealth. It was like a fairy world indeed, where life was simply luxury, yet a fairy world of splendor and joy on the very bosom of a volcano. Itself, in fact, creating that volcano, its very atmosphere of delight and refinement being the electric force to make lurid and destructive the after years. Yet they knew it not, careless and unconscious, rich and favored beings. Freethinkers, but freethinkers simply for the intense pleasure of mental liberty, criticizing and overthrowing beliefs, doubting, questioning, searching, laughing philosophers to whom the gods were only sport and play. Little did the inhabitants of this brilliant world realize what thunderbolts they were forging, that they were setting the world to thinking as never before, that they were destroying the very foundations of their own social prestige. They imagined, perhaps, it was all among themselves that these thoughts flashed. They did not know that these thoughts went far beyond into a million minds, to flame eventually in lightning splendor. The Paris Salon unconsciously points the index finger to the French Revolution. In it is the making of the French Revolution. We might say that without the Salon, there would have been no revolution. At least, the revolution would not have contained the vast intellectual power that it did. In the Paris Salon were congregated the most famous geniuses in Europe, wits, scholars, poets, artists, politicians like Walpole, philosophers like Hume, writers like Gibbon. The most beautiful women were there, gifted and royal by nature's opulence. There was freedom and equality, the ideal state of Rousseau, for each was welcomed and honored for what he was, and not merely for rank and riches. There was democracy indeed in this radiant and entrancing circle. It was the reign of intellect, the throne of genius, the scepter of wit. There were no artificial distinctions after entrance was gained to this kingless realm, for one's own endowments and acquirements gave the badge of honor. No wonder this became a potent world. No wonder it became a creative power. No wonder it glittered with thoughts which afterwards thundered to the nations the fall of the Bastille. This world, broad as the universe in its intellectual sweep, was narrow in its social range, and therefore doomed to destruction. It was a limited and not a universal democracy, but for the time in which it flourished, it was an immense blessing. It was one of the mightiest free-thought forces in human history. It struck a blow at authority, at the church, at the throne, from which these have never recovered. It was selfish, luxurious, easygoing. It ate, drank, and was merry. It was animated by no sublime purpose. It builded, or rather it destroyed, better than it knew. It was a radiant revelry, but it was a world of genius. It was something new, original, and magnificent. In the midst of all its ornamental surroundings was the piercing power of thought, and thus it became a resplendent and powerful instrument of human progress. Says the historian, writing of Gibbon's visit to Paris, quote, Gibbon seems to have been little, if at all, aware of the extraordinary character of the society of which he became a spectator and, for a time, a member. He does not seem to have been conscious that he was witnessing one of the most singular social phases that has yet been presented in the history of man. And no blame attaches to him for this. No one of his contemporaries saw deeper in this direction than he did. It is a remarkable instance of the way in which the widest and deepest social movements are veiled to the eyes of those who see them, precisely because of their width and depth. Foreigners, especially Englishmen, visited Paris in the latter half of the 18th century and reported variously of their experience and impressions. Some, like Hume and Sterne, are delighted. Some, like Gibbon, are quietly and thoroughly pleased. Some, like Walpole, though he, perhaps, is a class by himself, are half pleased and half disgusted. They all feel that there is something peculiar in what they witness, but never seem to suspect that nothing like it was ever seen before in the world. One is tempted to wish they could have seen with our eyes, or, much more, that we could have had the privilege of enjoying their experience, of spending a few months in that singular epoch when society, properly so called, the assembling of men and women in drawing-rooms for the purpose of conversation, was the most serious as well as the most delightful business of life. Talk and discussion in the Senate, the marketplace, are cheap. Even barbarians are not wholly without them. But their refinement and concentration in the Salon, of which the president was a woman of tact and culture, this is a phenomenon which never appeared but in Paris in the 18th century. And yet scholars, men of the world, men of business, passed through this wonderland with eyes blindfolded. They are free to enter, they go, they come, without a sign that they have realized the marvelous scene that they were permitted to traverse. One does not wonder that they did not perceive that, in those graceful drawing-rooms filled with stately company of elaborate manner, ideas and sentiments were discussed and evolved which would soon be more explosive than gunpowder. One does not wonder that they did not see ahead of them. Men never do. One does rather wonder that they did not see what was before their eyes. But wonder is useless and a mistake. People who have never seen a volcano cannot be expected to fear the burning lava, or even to see that a volcano differs from any other mountain." End quote. What pictures pass before the mind of that exciting period? The Jesuits were tottering to their fall. Freethought never had a more wily, persistent, far-reaching, and diabolical foe than the Jesuit. The order was established in 1540. The general of the order was chosen for life and was to be obeyed as God. The members were vowed to poverty, chastity, obedience. They were to go wherever commanded. They were absolutely subject to the Pope and not to the Church. They penetrated into the remotest corners of the earth. They silently engrossed the education of the young. There was no guise under which the Jesuit might not be found. A barefoot beggar, a learned professor, a man of the world. They sat in the cabinets of kings. To the Jesuit all things were proper for the sake of the Church. His was the motto, "The end justifies the means." Murder, falsehood, conspiracy, anything was right if it helped the cause. They were spies upon each other and under oath to reveal everything to the superior. They were mixed up with almost every affair, were at the bottom of every intrigue. They made use of commerce, business, love, disappointment, hatred, revenge, every human passion and weakness for the accomplishment of their purpose. An intolerable apprehension of their vast and unscrupulous agency made all Europe put them down at last. Men found within the silken glove an iron hand. It was like prodigious yet invisible machine, existing in the very heart of society, while its movements were unknown except some event flashed to the surface. The organization was known to exist, with enormous wealth, with thousands committed to its mandate without any reserve, a unit in its tremendous potency, and yet where was it? Who could reach it? Who could contend against it? It was like a shadow, penetrating like a baleful pestilence, of which all kings, statesmen, courtiers, great ladies, and even good Catholics who were not within that secret circle, were in terror and knew not when they might be smitten by that awful power. They were suppressed by the Parliament of Paris in 1762, and by the edict of the king in November 1764, and were abolished by a papal bull in 1773. They, however, have again been restored, but through the influence of Voltaire and the encyclopedists, the society at this time was under the popular ban. Voltaire, in his early life, had experience of the methods and spirit of the order of the Jesuits, and he was their uncompromising and powerful foe. The encyclopedia, shining over the fall of the Jesuits, was the rising power for freedom and progress. This was one of the greatest undertakings in literature, a work which excited extraordinary attention and exercised a marvelous influence on men's opinions and was dreaded by the Church, not only for its learning and genius, but for the revolutionary ideas which sparkled upon its freighted pages. The Jesuits persecuted its authors and sought to destroy it. Fortunately, their power was waning, and the perseverance of Diderot through 1,000 difficulties completed this monumental work. Diderot was born in 1713 and died in 1784. Diderot, says Victor Hugo, quote, "a vast intelligence, inquisitive, a tender heart, a thirst for justice, wished to give certain notions as the foundation of true ideas, and created the encyclopedia." End quote. A bookseller applied to him with a project for the translation into French of Chambers' Cyclopedia. He persuaded the bookseller to enter on a new project, to collect under one roof all the active writers, all the new ideas and the new knowledge that was then in the cultivated world. In 1750, an elaborate prospectus announced the publication, and in 1751, the first volume was given to the press. And not until 1772 was the final volume put forth. There were over 4,000 subscribers. The ecclesiastical party detested the encyclopedia, in which they saw, and rightly, a new stronghold for their philosophic enemies. The encyclopedia takes for granted the justice of religious tolerance and speculative freedom. It asserts distinctly the democratic doctrine that it is the common people in a nation whose welfare ought to be the main concern of government. From beginning to end, it is one unbroken exaltation of scientific knowledge and peaceful industry. Among the contributors to the work were Voltaire, Euler, Marmontel, Montesquieu, Deauville, D'Holbach, and Turgot. Such was the opposition to the work and the indignities heaped upon its authors and the interference of governmental authorities that D'Alembert and Turgot withdrew. Diderot completed the work as best he could. For 7 years he labored like a slave at the oar. He wrote several hundred articles. He wore out his eyesight in correcting proofs. He was incessantly harassed by the alarms of a descent from the police, and at the very last moment he suffered the crowning mortification. The bookseller, Le Breton, and his foreman hastily, secretly, and by night, cut out whatever appeared daring or likely to give offense, mutilated most of the best articles, and burnt the manuscript as they proceeded. The discovery put Diderot into a state of frenzy and despair from rage and grief. The monument to which he had given 20 long and oppressive years was thus irreparably defaced. The annual salary of Diderot for this work was 120 pounds sterling. And to think, says Voltaire, quote, that an army contractor made 800 pounds in a day, end quote. Mutilated as it was, however, the encyclopedia contained new and fruitful ideas for every field of intellectual interest. No encyclopedia has been of such political importance or occupied such a place in the civil and literary history of its race. It sought not only to give information, but to guide opinion. It was opposed to the clergy and treated dogma historically. It attacked the despotic government as well as Christianity itself. No work was produced under greater difficulties or exercised more widespread influence. Diderot's special department was philosophy, arts, and trades. He passed whole days in workshops and began by examining a machine carefully. Then he had it taken to pieces and put together again. Then he watched it work, and finally worked it himself. He announced the principles of a new drama, the serious, domestic, bourgeois drama of real life, in opposition to the classic French stage. He gave a decisive bias to the genius of Lessing, which has exercised so powerful an influence upon the modern theatre. In pictorial art, the criticisms of Diderot are fertile in ideas. His essay on painting is justly described by Goethe as, quote, a magnificent work which speaks more helpfully to the poet than to the painter, though to the painter it is as a blazing torch, end quote. Before Diderot, says Madame Nectar, quote, I had never seen anything in pictures except dull and lifeless colors. It was his imagination that gave them relief and life, and it is almost a new sense for which I am indebted to his genius, end quote. Diderot, above all things, was interested in the life of men, not the abstract life of the race, but the incidents of individual character, the relations of concrete motives, the pathos and problems of common life. Diderot was an atheist, and turned for the hope of the race to virtue, to such a regulation of conduct and motive as shall make one tender, pitiful, simple, contented. He hated the political system of France, which made the realization of universal domestic tranquility so hard, since it was not for the benefit of the common people. Along with Diderot shine other great figures: Buffon, the founder of naturalism; Montesquieu, who discovered in law the eternal right; Helvétius, who Voltaire called his young Apollo; Condillac, a luminous and admirable philosopher; D'Alembert, a model of accurate thinking and elegant composition, who did not conceal his manly hostility to the Christian religion. He was a foundling. His foster mother, who tenderly cared for him for over 30 years, did not much rejoice in his fame. "You will never," she said, quote, "be anything but a philosopher. And what is a philosopher? A fool who plagues himself during his life, that men may talk of him after his death." End quote. D'Alembert was a born mathematician. Neither theology, law, nor medicine, which he successfully studied, could lure him from his first love. Satisfied with a small income, he did not aspire after opulence or honors. His fame spread rapidly throughout Europe. After the death of Voltaire, he was regarded as the leader of the philosophical party in the Academy. The author of Biographie Universelle says, quote, "D'Alembert should be ranked as high as any contemporary geometer, when we consider the difficulties he overcame, the intrinsic value of the methods which he invented, and the ingenuity of his ideas." End quote. Conspicuous in the Salon, around whose table gathered the most distinguished men of the time, is the opulent and elegant D'Holbach. What a world of wit and wisdom would flash upon us if the conversations of his Sunday entertainments could be reported. There was revolution of all sorts, deism, pantheism, and atheism. The most daring theories were broached. There was perfect liberty. The genial host, the author of the System of Nature, one of the clearest and most vigorous books ever written, which shocked even the enlightened skeptics of Paris, was open-minded to every doctrine, however radical or absurd. Diderot, who was much more powerful in talking than writing, was famous for his inspiriting declamations. Rousseau was there, Montesquieu, D'Alembert, all contributing to the sparkling thought of the occasion. D'Holbach was a man of the world. His philosophy was that of a man of the world. He regarded religion as men of the world regard it, as a superstition. He had no sentiments or fancies, but plain common sense. He was fond of amusement and social entertainment. He was shrewd enough to avoid the oppression of the powers that be. He published his works anonymously. He lacked the enthusiasm of Rousseau, the vast ability of Diderot, the glittering genius of Voltaire, but he was cultivated, strong, bold, and a consistent thinker. And he was undoubtedly, by means of his wealth, culture, amiability, charming manners, and courageous spirit, one of the great forces of that disintegrating era, a man to be remembered and honored for his service to Freethought. He was really the most advanced intellect of his time. He says, quote, "Man is the work of nature. He exists in nature. He is submitted to her laws. He cannot deliver himself from them. He cannot step beyond them, even in thought. It is in vain his mind would spring forward beyond the visible world. An imperious necessity ever compels his return. For a being formed by nature, who is circumscribed by her laws, there exists nothing beyond the great whole of which he forms a part." End quote. Woman played an important part in the Paris Salon. Her genius was recognized, applauded, and admired as never before in any society in the world. She was admitted as an equal. She swayed by virtue of her talents. The old theological idea was banished. The soul, the genius, the learning, as well as the grace and the beauty of woman, were acknowledged. Woman was looked upon as an intellectual companion, as capable of giving as well as receiving the treasures of human thought. Her rights were never questioned, as they never will be questioned in any ideal society, and the Paris Salon, so far as it went, was a truly free and equal commonwealth. There were no upper classes, or lower classes, or caste, or sex. It was a society of congenial minds, where the intellect only was the standard of the man and the woman. There were the salons of Madame Geoffrin, Madame Helvétius, Madame du Deffand, and the deep-eyed de l'Espinasse, around whom hovers the romance of the love and friendship of d'Alembert. What a picture could be given of the world's progress in its deeper inner currents if we could look upon the extraordinary brilliancy of these gatherings under the auspices of these beautiful women. What a pathos and sublimity about these luminous halls, when we remember the after-results, the ruin and tragedy which followed, a king and queen executed, the streets of Paris drenched in blood, and many a fair and noble head rolling beneath the guillotine. When women, young and old, graybeards and youth, learn to die with stoic indifference. End of Chapter 13, Part 3, Rousseau, The Paris Salon, read by Carolyn Seyfarth, November 2023.
Chapter 13, Part 4 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chapter 13, Part 4, The French Revolution. The French Revolution burst upon the world, the greatest, the most unmixed, the most unstained and wholly perfect blessing Europe has had in modern times, unless, perhaps, we accept the invention of printing, says Wendell Phillips. Victor Hugo calls it a blessed and superb catastrophe which formed the conclusion of the past and the opening of the future. Certainly, the French Revolution is the greatest event which ever took place in human history. It was not a transitory cataclysm. It was the tremendous result of vast processes before, of thought, of sentiment, of philosophy, art, and literature. It was an incarnation of poetic justice. Sudden in its fury, it was slow in its accumulations of power. It was the flowing together of many streams. It was a display of genius unapproachable in grandeur and magnitude. It was not a revolution so much as it was an evolution, the profoundest in the sweep of time. It seemed a reversion to original elements, and yet it was a transformation to higher life. It was a tidal wave of progress. Now dark, now glittering, now lending splendor, now reflecting gloom. It was a universal movement. Every throne tottered, and every slave felt a thrill of hope. Its flame encircled the planet. Its thunders reverberated to distant shores. The American Revolution which preceded it in time was still its result in the domain of ideas, for before its palpable birth, it existed in the chambers of immortal genius. It was born a giant, full-grown like Minerva from the brain of Jove. The fall of the Bastille and the Declaration of Independence are contemporary in the world of thought. There was no precedence, no cause and effect, no antecedent and consequent, but an actualization in each of what had already been bodied forth in the mind of man. The intellectual French Revolution, which preceded its physical manifestation, was what created the American Republic. Blind is he who thinks the French Revolution was simply an ebullition of popular discontent, that it could have been avoided by some trivial compromise. No peace was possible under the circumstances. Nothing could have stayed that onward march, any more than Saturn by strength or strategy could have stayed the triumphant Jove. A new era was coming, and no king or priest or political juggler could alter that imperious destiny. 1,000 forces were in play, from martyr fires and dungeon gloom, from rack and faggot and blazing home and bloody field, from cries of agony and tears of despair, from philosopher's closet, the poet's burning heart, and secret cell of science, from Galileo's telescope and Zisca's sword, from the skies of Nolan and Torresano, from the halls of Ferney, from the workshop and the student's lamp, from the palace even of the king, the hut of the mountaineer and the vine-clad cottage on the plain, from crowded street and forest depth, from ragged multitude and jeweled assembly, from garret and drawing-room, from music low and sweet on lips of love and marital strain, from book and song and speech, came the creative energies of this surpassing moment. There never was a period dowered with such wealth of meaning, that had back of it such intensities of endeavor, such potencies and glories of life, such centuries of heroism, patience, struggle, sacrifice, victory, pain, horror, despair, hope, defeat, fruition, eloquence, melody, beauty, nobleness, fires of genius, heights of thought, tenderness and magnificence of emotion. In all these things is fountained the French Revolution, and in its plenitude of action, velocity of achievement, immensity of power, and swiftness of destruction, is seen not only what millions of people were thinking and doing in that grand and awful time, but what millions of people had been thinking and drifting to and sweeping to in the many generations before, and this was not the outbreak of an age only, but the product of a mighty and immeasurable past. What was the French Revolution? It was the voice of the people. It was the equality of man. It was liberty. It was justice. It was the breaking down of oppression, the overthrow of king and priest, of throne and church. It was the abolition of the dungeon, of the rack, the thumbscrew, and the stake. It was the martyr's crown and the despot's crack of doom. It was the light of reason, the glory of science. It was humanity. It pointed to the future. It awoke the nations. It liberated and aroused all faculties. It gave courage, determination, and sublime hope to every man. It was the baptism of civilization which, without this renewal, would have rotted to the core. It was the turning point of human history, a revealing of fresh possibilities, higher powers, and brighter destinies. It was the enfranchisement of the race, the transformation of chains into railroads and electric wires. It was the advance of industry and the illuminated path of thought. And yet, the old Orthodox party, linked with the dead past, croaks of the horrors of the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror. Were there no horrors before in the path of the Christian Church? Mark the bloody way of the Crusades, the slaughter of the Waldenses, the drenched soil of Bohemia, the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Were there no horrors when Cromwell took the throne? Was there no reign of terror in Boston and Salem when the Puritans were obeying the mandate of the Bible, "Suffer not a witch to live"? The garments of the church are scarlet and sodden with blood, and yet, with hypocritical leer, she points her trembling fingers at the horrors of the French Revolution, where thousands perished indeed, but what were these to the millions that the church has slain? Yes, it is too true that in the throes of the French Revolution the terrific lessons of orthodoxy were repeated. Orthodoxy had too long taught the art of murder for even the revolutionists to escape the hereditary influence. The old spirit survived amidst the overthrow of institutions, and freedom, so suddenly acquired, did not throw off from men's minds the ancient intolerance. We cannot expect perfection at once. Justice is a growth. It is the choice result of experience. The Revolution gave a chance for the learning of justice, but not the perfect knowledge. The horrors of the Revolution were not the result of itself, but of its antecedents. They were the inheritance of the Church. Says Paine, "Why did they practice such horrid barbarities? Because of the centuries of such examples of cruelty by cruel despotisms." And Carlyle writes, "Fancy, then, some 5 full-grown millions of such gaunt figures with haggard faces, in woolen jupes, with copper-studded leather girths and high sabots, starting up to ask their washed upper classes, after long, unreviewed centuries, virtually this question: How have you treated us? How have you taught us, fed us, and led us while we toiled for you? The answer can be read in flames over the nightly sky. This is the feeding we have had of you, emptiness of pocket, of stomach, of head, of heart. Behold, there is nothing in us, nothing but what nature gives her wild children of the desert, ferocity and appetite, strength grounded on hunger. Did ye mark among your rights of man that man was not to die of starvation while there was bread reaped by him? It is among the rights of man." It was partly also the fruit of a blind and desperate effort at self-defense. It must be remembered that embattled Europe was against France. The despots were banded together and, like bloodhounds, would dash upon the newborn child of liberty. It was a life-and-death conflict. Never, indeed, has one nation so gloriously vindicated its sovereignty. Never was such a magnificent spirit of patriotism shown. It was like a volcanic fire in every heart. Never were there more marvelous deeds of courage and endurance. All honor to France for the greatness of her victories in this hour of peril. But the imminence and vastness of the danger did create something of that dreadful fear which would make one defend himself like a wild animal at bay. It is no wonder that France, in her terror of secret enemies, should be cruel, unjust, and destructive even of her own best citizens. How pathetic it all is, the crimes committed in the name of liberty. How it saddens and almost breaks the heart. But wisdom says that the evils of liberty can only be remedied by liberty itself. The true order of society, which is the child of liberty, will some day appear. Only by the preservation of liberty can we attain the noblest justice. Let us not justify one crime of the Revolution, but let us place the origin of the crime where it belongs, in the heart of despotism itself. Let us remember also that it was religion per se, not the Christian religion, I admit, but religion outside of all institutions, that was the direct cause of the Reign of Terror. Robespierre was a religious man, and because he was a religious man, he became the tyrant of the hour. Robespierre quoted with approval the saying, "If there were no God, it would be necessary to make one." It is easy to see that a man so believing would be a bigot and despot, for God is always opposed to liberty. If the French Revolution had been absolutely under the control of atheists, there would never have been any reign of terror. It is a historic fact that believers in God were the originators of these terrific crimes. It was Robespierre's sentimental belief in the God of nature that made him so cruel and unrelenting. It was this God that urged him on like a fury. At the door of religion, therefore, we lay all the outrages of this time. It was the deification of reason and the deification of liberty that made the wrong. The deification of anything is wrong. Reason is not a deity, liberty is not a deity, and it was this very religious and deifying element in the Revolution that made the crime of it and the curse of it. Let us take reason for what it is worth, but not make a god of it. Use liberty, but as means unto an end, not as a deific be-all and end-all, which it is not. Let us have no gods of any kind, not even a goddess of liberty. It is all a sham. All things that we deal with are human, imperfect, relative, and instrumental, and are in no sense to be gods. Do not enthrone reason, even. Do not bow down to it or worship it, but simply use it. Do not enthrone liberty, for in that case it becomes static and not dynamic. Liberty is a condition and not a command. The example of Robespierre shows that the God of nature is no better than the God of the Bible. The latter is simply a reflex of the former, as Bishop Butler demonstrates. The only logical escape from Butler's analogy is pure atheism. The God of nature is a God of cruelty, a God of war, and the influence of a belief in the God of nature is shown in the action of Robespierre. The freedom of man is not accomplished when the God of the Bible disappears. The God of nature must vanish too. The horrors of the French Revolution were the result of religion, not of reason and liberty and nature, but in the deification and worship of these, together with the inherited tendencies of the Christian religion itself. The religious element of the Revolution was not its predominating or profoundest element. It was the human element, the human powers liberated and expanded, that made the glory of this momentous epoch. But the horrors of the French Revolution were not all on one side. Behold what was done by the nobles in their frantic endeavor to destroy the reign of the people. Van Loan's history says, "But the peasants do not have it all their own way. The nobles make desperate attempts to break down the insurrection. Monsieur de Mimay, Lord of Quincy, invites the soldiers, workmen, and peasants to a fête at his chateau in honor of triumphal liberty. Scarcely has the dancing commenced before the host retires under the pretext of leaving his guests to their undisturbed enjoyment, in reality to set fire to a match communicating with a mine dug underneath the dancers' feet. The place is blown up, the killed and wounded bestrewing the spot. In another parish, the lord of the manor confiscates the only existing fountain by having it enclosed within a wall, thus denying even a drop of water to the wretched beings who have not a crust of bread to still their gnawing hunger. Elsewhere, 30 peasants are hanged for having taken some withered twigs. At Douai, Parliament executes 12 villagers who took part in a revolt against monopolists. At Mâcon, 20 peasants who were hungry and refused to pay the tithes fell under the axe of the feudal executioner. The nobles of Brest want to hand over the town to the English. Everywhere, in fact, the nobles conspire against the people. But furthermore, let us compare the establishment of the Church of England with that of the French Republic. This church has been called the beautiful daughter of a beautiful mother, and yet this beautiful daughter was placed in power with far greater butcheries than accompanied the French Revolution, and who has ever heard of all the horrors of the reign of good Queen Bess? More Englishmen, says Cobbett, were slaughtered in 1 year of the reign of Queen Elizabeth for offences made such by Act of Parliament for the sole purpose of upholding the Church of England, than were put to death for all offences whatsoever during the whole of the reign of bloody Queen Mary, more slaughtered in 1 year for offences made by Act of Parliament to support this church than were slaughtered even in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, if we include the deaths in prison and the deaths occasioned by banishment. The historian, Strype, tells us that the Queen executed more than 500 criminals in 1 year, and was so little satisfied with that number that she threatened to send private persons to see her laws executed. The Queen reigned for 45 years, and these 45 years were spent in such cruelty as the world has never heard of or read of before, and all the purpose of compelling people to submit to the established church. In these 45 years, there was more cruelty, more bloodshed, more suffering than ever were witnessed in the world, in any other country, in a like period of time. There were butcherings, rippings up, the tearing out the bowels of her subjects, rack and torments of every description. The following was enacted against the dissenters. The offender was to abjure the realm, that is to say, was to banish himself for life, and if he failed to do this, if he did not get out of the kingdom in the course of such time as should be appointed by authority of the Queen, or if he returned into the kingdom without her leave, such a person, so offending, was to be adjudged a felon, and was to suffer without benefit of clergy, that is to say, suffer the sentence due to arson or murder, to be hanged by the neck till he was dead. Laws equally cruel were passed against the Catholics. Under these laws, thousands were imprisoned, tortured, banished, and put to death. It will be seen that the Church of England, which claims to be the most tolerant church in the world, the church of culture today, adorned with such brilliant names. This church was originally established with more blood and horror, more slaughter and injustice and destruction than the French Revolution itself. Yet history is silent as to these horrors. They are covered with flowers and forgotten, while the horrors of the French Revolution are perpetually harped upon. Horrors created by orthodoxy itself, and whose fountainhead was the religion, hypocrisy, superstition, and tyranny of the past. If anything was ever established by crime, by murder, by baseness, by fraud, by a lie, it was the Church of England. It was built upon the tears and despair of millions, Catholic and dissenter alike. Again, take Scotland and look at its horrors. Here is one of them related by Ingersoll. About the beginning of the 19th century, a boy by the name of Thomas Aikenhead was indicted and tried at Edinburgh for having denied the inspiration of the Scriptures, and for having, on several occasions, when cold, wished himself in hell that he might get warm. Notwithstanding the poor boy recanted and begged for mercy, he was found guilty and hanged. His body was thrown into a hole at the foot of the scaffold and covered with stones. The following, says Ingersoll, is still in force in the District of Columbia. It has never been repealed. If any person, by writing or speaking, blaspheme or curse God, or deny Jesus Christ to be the Son of God, or deny the Holy Trinity, and shall thereof be convicted by verdict, he shall for the first offense be bored through the tongue, and for the second offense be stigmatized by burning on the forehead with the letter B, and for the third offense he shall suffer death without benefit of clergy. Was there anything like this in the French Revolution? The French Revolution has been looked upon, even by liberal writers, as altogether destructive, yet it was more constructive than destructive. Its value as a destroyer is incalculable. Tyranny has never recovered from that prodigious stroke. It never will so long as the present civilization endures. But the philosophy back of the Revolution was preeminently constructive. It was for science as well as political liberty. It was for the improvement and happiness of man on new lines of thought and endeavor. The destruction had to come, but the goal was a nobler society, a grander union of the human race. Louis de Brucaire writes as follows of this pregnant era. The 18th century is still imperfectly known and inaccurately appreciated, despite the innumerable works of which it has been the subject. It has had the bad fortune to be attacked at the same time by writers of the conservative school, and by far the greater part of those who clamor for progress. The admirers of the past reproach the last century with the destruction of the traditional organization of society, and do not forgive its bitter criticism of Roman Catholic thought. Those of our contemporaries who have put confidence in the future, and who expect from new social forms, now in process of elaboration, the realization of their ideal, too often accuse the century of the Revolution with having done nothing but destroy, without having succeeded in building anything to take the place of what was destroyed. According to such writers, the construction of a new order of things is the work of our times exclusively, the 18th century having no right to claim anything, save that it prepared the way by making a tabula rasa of the past. The two parties agree, then, as to the purely negative character of the last century. This estimate appears to me inexact and unjust. Certainly, the negative character of the great epoch is that which strikes everyone at first, after a superficial examination. It must necessarily have been so at a time when all economic, political, intellectual, or moral progress was shackled by a social structure which had grown old, which was in a state of decay and incapable of further evolution. Yet, did the revolutionists of that age aim at nothing but annihilation? Did the revolution construct nothing? Do we not owe to it in the economic world the progress of the principles applicable to organized labor, in the political world the representative system? Do we not find in the works of the learned men, the philosophers, and the publicists of the last century the germ of the theories which have been fully developed in the present century? The thought of our age, so far from being opposed, as has been too often declared, to the thought of the age which preceded ours, is but its normal and regular development, and there is not, perhaps, one important conclusion of our puffed-up time which has not been at least sketched in the works of the Voltaires, the Rousseaus, the Holbachs, the Diderots, or the Condorcets. Wendell Phillips relates the following incident. When I first entered the Roman states, a custom house official seized all my French books. In vain I held up to him a treatise by Fenelon, and explained that it was by a Catholic archbishop of Cambrai. Gruffly he answered, "It makes no difference, it is French." As I surrendered the volume to his remorseless grasp, I could not but honor the nation which had made its revolutionary purpose so definite that despotism feared its very language. I only wished that injustice and despotism everywhere might one day have as good a cause to hate and fear everything American. Thus we behold the far-reaching power of the French Revolution in the world of thought and the world of action. Its mighty influence has not ceased, and will not cease so long as the present civilization stands. There never again will be such a gathering together of stupendous forces. There never again will be such a display of human will and energy. It is a Promethean era, drawing the fire from heaven and illuminating all the onward march of man, flinging immortal defiance to every form of tyranny and superstition. End of Chapter 13, Part 4, The French Revolution.
Chapter 13, Part 5, 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Thomas Paine, 1734 to 1809. But the French Revolution is not understood wholly until we understand Thomas Paine, in whom the soul of Voltaire seemed to find radiant manifestation. What a figure he presents amidst those surging elements, serene and confident, as if used to such enormous strife. He never loses his equanimity, although death stares him in the face. He has no particle of fear. He is absolutely self-sacrificing, a plain, simple philosopher, a staymaker, unkempt, says Carlyle, and yet within him, as in the depths of ocean, heaved immeasurable powers. In him was the unconquerable mind. Already had he won fame, already had he created a republic, already his pen had been wielded with the strength of a thunderbolt. He was greeted on French soil with the acclamations of the multitude. He became a member of the Convention, a resident of France. With unalterable devotion, he labored for humanity. Where liberty is not, there is my country, he said. In that we find the motive of his sublime spirit. He never sought ease or wealth. He gave his money freely, as he gave his labors. His ambition was simply to do good. The star of liberty shone before him, and he never wavered in its path of light and gloom. Nothing deterred him. He went right on, though the prison and the guillotine were in his path. He trembled before no god, no ghost, no king, no priest, nor the thunders of an angry mob. He was self-centered. He could stand alone, like a mighty rock, with seas and storms breaking upon him. Not Mirabeau, not Danton, shone with a more brilliant genius, nor towered with more rugged strength and grandeur. Yet he was not imperious. He sought not to command, but to persuade. His weapon was reason and peace, when peace was possible. He delighted not in bloodshed. He rejoiced in art, invention, golden harvest fields, the flowing river bridged with beautiful arches, those things which bind humanity together in a fraternal glory. He was lofty and contemplative, even in danger, yet not at all did he shrink from the ordeal of battle. He is like the picture of the eagle. Very beautiful, says Richter, is the eagle when he floats with outstretched wings aloft in the clear blue, but sublime when he plunges down through the tempest to his eyrie on the cliff, where his unfledged young ones dwell and are starving. Paine is like the eagle in the Empyrean of thought. He is like the eagle when he meets the surge of tempest in defense of human liberty and justice. No man was more really in sympathy with the revolution than Thomas Paine, for no man more thoroughly understood its meaning. He grasped the situation. He comprehended the past. He divined the future. He was both a student and a man of action. He was a part of the intense drama itself. He was not blinded by passion, yet every fiber of his being throbbed with the vast excitement. He was borne onward, yet the clear light ever shone upon his mental vision. The natural genius of Paine was trained by a wonderful experience. He was a man of the world, and yet no dreamer was ever more unconventional than he. The breath of the new world had inspired and amplified his being. He had mingled with the greatest of men, with full equality, though his origin was humble. It required no effort for him to be on a level with a Franklin, a Washington, a Jefferson. He was born to be great, and he achieved greatness. His native talent was extraordinary, and his acquired wisdom was marvelous in its adaptability. Paine was discomposed by no circumstances. He was not simply equal. He was superior to the occasion, and there was a reserve of power. He always had it in him to do even more than was required. He was never demoralized, never lost his head. Whatever happened, like the typical American, he landed on his feet. He was ready, shrewd, cool, collected, unperturbed, brave, determined, sagacious, keen with wit, resource, capacity, judgment, far-sightedness, patience, politeness, geniality, and enthusiasm. He was an all-round man. He was calm as the front of Jove, like Washington, yet he was eager, spontaneous, poetic, and plunged when the time demanded with superb abandon into the very midst of the bloody arena. Thomas Paine is one of the greatest characters of history. As in Voltaire was the manifest beginning of the revolution, in him was its onward power. Across the vast and tumultuous scene, these two transcended men unite, and through them two worlds are linked in harmonious progress. The limpid genius of the one and the undaunted heroism of the other conjoin in a bright prophecy of human advancement, and only today do we begin to realize the immensity of their achievement, that in them is rooted the flower and grace of man's noblest civilization. Thomas Paine was born on the 29th of January, 1737, in Thetford, England. His father, Joseph Paine, a staymaker, was a member of the Society of Quakers. He was taught the usual simple branches of English education, with some lessons also in Latin. He left school at 13 years of age. He worked for 3 years in his father's shop. After that, he went to London, where he found himself without friends or money. He attached himself for a short season to a privateering vessel. In 1759, he settled at Sandwich and labored at his trade. He married, but his wife died within a year afterwards. Paine then moved to Margate, and thence to London, and again to Thetford. He obtained a position on the excise and remained a year. He visited London again and became teacher in an academy. He devoted himself to astronomy, natural philosophy, and mathematics. He again returned to the excise and continued there several years. In 1772, he wrote a brief work, The Case of the Excise Officer, which attracted considerable attention. An edition of 4,000 was printed. His company was sought by men of affluence and brains. In 1774, he returned to London and became acquainted with Benjamin Franklin. Franklin gave him a letter to a dear friend in America, and in the latter part of 1774, he sailed from England and arrived in America after a voyage of 2 months. There were exciting times in the American colonies. The wish for justice from the mother country was persistent, but the purpose of independence was yet unborn. Paine comprehended the situation and labored at first to bring about a reconciliation. But events convinced him that this course was useless, and in January 1776, he published Common Sense. No book has produced directly and immediately such wonderful results as Common Sense. It was more than a battle. It was more than 1,000,000 swords or bayonets or 10,000 cannon. It was more than orations in the Senate or all the pulpits in the land. It went at once to the hearts of the people. It aroused them. It convinced them. It swept them on. It became an irresistible influence and changed the face of the new world. It unfurled the flag of freedom. The free and independent states of America. What a magic in those words. What a birth they heralded. Far splendoring the sleepy realms of night. What poetry was in that book? Plain, simple, cogent common sense indeed. But what a revelation to the people who had hitherto been groping blindly and unconsciously on. Of this book, we may well say, books are written when the soul is at spring tide, when it is laden like a groaning sky. Before a thunderstorm are power and gladness, and majesty and beauty. They seize the reader as tempest seize a ship and bear him on with a wild joy. Common Sense was a book like this. The soul of Thomas Paine went forth in that book. Every line of it glittered with the fires of his brain. It was written as a poet writes his song. It was poured forth with a sublime indifference to everything except to the truth of it. There was in it a spontaneous, original, native force. It was like the flowing of a fountain, the sweep of a wind, the rush of a comet. Read that book aright, and we shall see that in it was the portent of a revolution. Every word was like the modern electric button, unpretentious, but touched by the quivering pen of Paine. It unloosed a mass of light and power. There was no elaborateness of art, no gorgeousness of rhetoric, no sounding eloquence, but straight, invincible speech, sincerity of utterance, honest talk of friend to friend in an hour of mighty peril, when words become deeds stripped of all ornament and leaping to execution. Thus must we read Common Sense, the greatest book ever written in the New World, because in that book the New World received its charter of independence. Because in that book, for the first time, millions saw the wonder that was to be, pierced into the future, and turned their backs forever upon a chained and ignorant past. As late as November 1775, the legislature of Pennsylvania elected 9 delegates to the Continental Congress with the following instructions. We direct that you agree upon such measures as shall afford the best prospect of redressing American grievances and restoring harmony between Great Britain and the colonies, so essential to the welfare and happiness. Though the British Parliament and administration have compelled us to resist their violence by force of arms, yet we strictly enjoin that you dissent from and utterly reject any proposition, should such be made, that may cause or lead to a separation from our mother country or a change of the form of this government. This resolution is an index of the mind of the people at that time, or rather the apparent mind. There was something else deep in the people, but who dared to unlock it? Who dared to give it speech? Who dared to set himself alone, almost, even in America, against the vast power of England? It was one thing to ask for redress. It was another to create a revolution. It was one thing to petition, to get on one's knees before the throne, but quite another to defy that throne and fling forth the flag of irreconcilable rebellion. It was the critical moment. It was useless any longer to plead. The tide of public opinion must set one way or the other. There must be a change, or the conflict would end in submission. Far-seeing Franklin and others saw this, but were outwardly indecisive. No puny hand could do this work, no common writer. It must be a mastermind, whoever did it. It must succeed at once or disastrously fail. Who was the man of the hour? Who could, with almost one stroke of his pen, turn the people in a radically new direction? Who must exert an influence that had never, in any crisis of history, been exerted by one man before? The American Republic today, with its illimitable glory, its 44 stars blazing on its banner and belting a continent, can only reply, Thomas Paine. Edition after edition of this pamphlet were successfully printed and distributed all over the land. Scarcely a home was there but what had a copy of Common Sense. Congress issued an order that it should be read at the head of the armies. Washington directed the captains in service to read it to their companies. The result was the Declaration of Independence. What other result could happen after these burning words? Every quiet method for peace hath been ineffectual. Our prayers have been rejected with disdain. Reconciliation is now a fallacious dream. Bring the doctrine of reconciliation to the touchstone of nature. Can you hereafter love, honor, and faithfully serve the power that has carried fire and sword into your land? Ye that tell us of harmony, can ye restore to us the time that is past? The blood of the slain, the weeping voice of nature cries, 'tis time to part. The last cord is now broken. The people of England are presenting addresses against us. A government of our own is our natural right. Ye that love mankind, that dare oppose not only tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her like a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive and prepare in time an asylum for mankind. Again, when the dark hours came, he said with unfaltering spirit, these are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. If there must be a war, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace. This was the work which Paine did for America. Landing almost unknown upon its shores, he touched the master key of its destinies with a greater power than the wisdom of Franklin or the sword of Washington. And when he left America, what a vision rose before him. The glowing words of Shelley pictured that great republic which he helped to found by his labors and sacrifices, upon whose pathway his genius was as the morning star. There is a people mighty in its youth, a land beyond the oceans of the West, where though with rudest rite, freedom and truth are worshipped from a glorious mother's breast, who, since high Athens fell among the rest, sate like a queen of nations, but in woe, by inbred monsters outraged and oppressed, turns to her chainless child for succor now. It draws the milk of power and wisdom's fullest flow. That land is like an eagle, whose young gaze feeds on the noontime beam, whose golden plume floats moveless on the storm, and in the blaze of sunrise gleams when earth is wrapped in gloom. An epitaph of glory for the tomb. Of murdered Europe may thy fame be made. Great people, as the sands shalt thou become. Thy growth is swift as morn, when night must fade. The multitudinous earth shall sleep beneath thy shade. Yes, in the desert thou hast built a home for freedom. Genius is made strong to rear the monuments of man beneath the dome of a new heaven, myriads assembled there, whom the proud lords of man in rage or fear drive from their wasted homes. And yet again he must do the same preeminent service. England was oppressed with most unjust laws. The liberty of speech was denied. The English government, frightened by the overwhelming power of the French Revolution, instead of trusting in liberty, drew the sword of tyranny over its own people. Into these conditions, Paine plunged with his usual fearlessness and vigor, and shot forth that thunderbolt, the rights of man. It was an answer to Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution. That such a man as Burke should write such a book as that in such a time shows the blind and perturbed state of the English people. Burke was one of the greatest writers and orators in the English language. There is scarcely his superior in genius. He has given some of the noblest contributions to the literature of the race. Like Plato, he married philosophy to poetry, and he was almost equal to Plato in the magnificence of his intellectual endowments. There is no doubt he wrote his honest sentiments, and he mainly represented the drift of public opinion in England. No ordinary man could have met a crisis like this. Burke was strong not only in his own eloquence and superior ability, but because there was back of him such a vast support in the nation. Paine was more than fitted for the contest. Equally a master of language with Burke, equally gifted in the power of thought, better informed, there was in this leader of the people a profounder sympathy with man, a nobler confidence in freedom, a finer conception of justice than in his antagonist, and he won a decisive victory. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the book were sold. The government tried to suppress it. They could not. This book has changed the government of England itself. It has become the living constitution of Great Britain. Of this book, Ingersoll says, "This work should be read by every man and woman. It is concise, accurate, natural, convincing, and unanswerable. It shows great thought, an intimate knowledge of the various forms of government, deep insight into the very springs of human action, and a courage that compels respect and admiration. The most difficult political problems are solved in a few sentences. The venerable arguments in favor of wrong are refuted with a question, answered with a word. For forcible illustration, apt comparison, accuracy, and clearness of a statement, and absolute thoroughness, it has never been excelled. Paine had a great work to do in France to guide the revolution to the goal of a republic. He failed for the time being. The revolution overwhelmed the republic, and the despotism of a democracy was established, a despotism as cruel as that of an absolute monarchy. Paine labored for constitutional liberty. He opposed, at the peril of his life, the execution of Louis Capet. Kill the king, but not the man, was his motto. This was not only a generous sentiment, but sound political doctrine. Paine was not a sentimentalist. He was a far-seeing statesman. He dealt with principles and would accept their logic, whatever the consequence. Paine was opposed to despotism of every kind, the despotism of a democracy, as well as that of a monarchy. And as a monarchy should be limited by a constitution, so should a democracy. The object of a constitution is to defend the rights of a minority. A democracy in which the will of the majority is the source of law is as much to be objected to by every freeman as that the will of one man shall be the source of law. Jefferson states that no man surrenders any natural right when he comes in the association of the state. This is the only true doctrine. No surrender of individual rights to any form of government. France, in spite of the warnings of Paine, drifted into party rule and the despotism of the majority, and hence the reign of terror, the imprisonment of Paine himself, and his narrow escape from the guillotine. But the principles of Paine are sure to triumph, the principles of constitutional democracy and the rights of man. Paine thus clearly states his position. Had a constitution been established 2 years ago as ought to have been done, the violences which have since desolated France and injured the character of the revolution would, in my opinion, have been prevented. The nation would have had a bond of union, and every individual would have known the line of conduct he was to follow. But instead of this, a revolutionary government, a thing without either principle or authority, was substituted in its place. Virtue or crime depended upon accident, and that which was patriotism one day became treason the next. All these things have followed the want of a constitution, for it is the nature and intention of a constitution to prevent governing by a party by establishing a common principle that shall limit and control the power and impulse of party, and that says to all parties, thus far shalt thou go and no farther. But in the absence of a constitution, men look entirely to party, and instead of principle governing party, party governs principle. An avidity to punish is always dangerous to liberty. It leads men to stretch, to misinterpret, and to misapply even the best of laws. He that would make his own liberty secure must guard even his enemy from oppression. For if he violates this duty, he establishes a precedent that will reach himself. It will thus be seen how Paine represented the immortal part of the revolution, that which is destined to survive with civilization itself and be an incalculable political blessing. In Paine, more than in any other man, more than in Voltaire or Rousseau, do we see the shining principles of that government which is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Voltaire emphasized justice. Rousseau emphasized liberty. Paine emphasized both liberty and justice, that liberty for all must be justice for all, and that justice for all finds its surest guarantee in liberty for all. To reconcile liberty and justice, the state with the individual, is the greatest problem of civilization, and Paine anticipated the world by 100 years in some of his pregnant maxims, while through him the French Revolution, as well as the American Revolution, acquired its noblest meaning and unequaled benefit to mankind. When we contemplate the career of Paine, the song of the poet will inevitably surge within our hearts. We may veil our eyes, but we cannot hide the sun's meridian glow. The heel of a priest may tread us down, and a tyrant work us woe. But never a truth has been destroyed. They may curse it and call it crime, pervert and betray, or slander and slay its teachers for a time. But the sunshine, aye, shall light the sky, as round and round we run, and the truth shall ever come uppermost, and justice shall be done. End of chapter 13, part 5.
Chapter 8, Part 6 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Condorcet, Volney. A beautiful and heroic figure appears by the side of Thomas Paine in these dark and tumultuous hours. Condorcet. What a pathos that makes the heart bleed surrounds his death. A noble spirit, richly endowed, giving all to freedom, occupying a commanding position, filled with hope for humanity, and yet at last in a dungeon's gloom, after untold sufferings, dying in horror and despair. We cannot forget his great name, his splendid services, his vast genius in the role of freedom's martyrs. No man did more with Paine to bring out all that was best and brightest in the French Revolution, and to make it point onward to a happy future. A keen, delicate, wise, logical, imaginative, comprehensive mind, he was illuminated with the treasures of the past, infusing them with new promise and heralding the perfectibility of man through liberty and reason. Marquis de Condorcet was born 17th of September, 1743. His first public distinction was gained in mathematics, but with his many-sided intellect, it was impossible for him to be a specialist. Philosophy and literature attracted him no less than geometry. In 1769 he was received as member of the Academy of Sciences. D'Alembert and Voltaire, for whom he had great affection, and by whom he was highly esteemed, contributed largely to the formation of his opinions. He helped in the preparation of Diderot's Encyclopedia. Condorcet was, of course, hurried along by the conflicts and confusion of the Revolution. He greeted with enthusiasm the advent of democracy and labored to hasten its triumphs. He was chosen by the Parisians to represent them in the Legislative Assembly. He was chief author of the address to the European powers when they threatened France with war. At the trial of Louis XVI, he voted him guilty of conspiring against liberty, but with Paine voted not to put him to death. He took an active part with Paine in framing a constitution. His sympathy with the Girondists led to his accusation and condemnation. Friends sought for him a refuge at the house of a Madame Vernet. Without even knowing his name, this truly heroic woman said, "Let him come, and lose not a moment, for while we talk he may be seized." When he found that his presence exposed his protectress to a terrible danger, he resolved to seek a refuge elsewhere. He baffled the vigilance of his generous friend and escaped. He hid for 3 days and nights in the thickets and stone quarries of Clermont. On the evening of April 7th, 1794, he entered a tavern and called for an omelette. "How many eggs in your omelette?" "A dozen." "What is your trade?" "A carpenter." "Carpenters have not hands like these, and do not ask for a dozen eggs in an omelette." His papers were demanded. He had none to show. The villagers seized him, bound him, haled him forthwith on bleeding feet toward the jail. He fainted by the way, was set on a horse offered in pity by a passing peasant, and at the journey's end was cast into a cold, damp prison cell. When the jailers looked in on the morning, his body lay dead on the floor. Condorcet's fame rests chiefly on the work he wrote when lying concealed from the emissaries of Robespierre in the house of Madame Vernet. Historical sketch of the progress of man. It is thoroughly anti-Christian, opposed to priests and rulers. His fundamental idea is human perfectibility manifested in the continuous progress of the past. He represents man as starting from the lowest stage of barbarism, with no superiority over other animals except that of bodily organization. The stages through which man has already passed are regarded as 9 in number. In the first epoch, men are hunters and fishers. The second epoch is the pastoral state, where there is some leisure and the simpler arts. The third is the agricultural, where means of communication are increased and extended. The fourth and fifth epochs correspond with Greece and Rome. The Middle Ages are divided into 2 epochs, the former of which terminated with the Crusades, and the latter with the invention of printing. The 8th epoch extends from the invention of printing to the revolution in the method of inquiry established by Descartes. The 9th epoch begins with that great intellectual movement and closes with the revolution of 1789, which epoch, says Condorcet, is illustrious with the discovery of the system of the universe by Newton, of human nature by Locke and Condillac, and of society by Turgot and Rousseau. There is a 10th epoch, and in this we find the most original part of Condorcet's essay. He argues that there are 3 tendencies manifested in human history which must make for human progress. First, the destruction of inequality between nations. Second, the destruction of inequality between classes. Third, the improvement of individuals, intellectually, morally, and physically. The equality he argues for is not, of course, absolute equality, but equality in freedom and rights. This book is full of hope. It inspires. One may not agree with all its details, but its general ideas are lofty and magnificent. This book makes Condorcet a living influence today. His tragic death ennobles and immortalizes his glorious dreams. They come from a heart passionately devoted to truth and liberty. Volney, 1757 to 1820. Amidst these disasters and catastrophes shines with milder luster the planet of Volney that by some charming fortune circles placidly through these epoch-making years. He was born February 3rd, 1757. At the age of 17 he went to Paris. In 1783 he started on foot to Egypt and Syria with a knapsack on his back, a gun on his shoulder, and gold concealed in a belt. He shut himself up for 8 months in a Coptic monastery, where he made himself master of Arabic. He traveled 4 years, and then returned to France. He published in 1787 the best description of Egypt and Syria that had yet appeared. It obtained a rapid and general success. The Empress Catherine sent the author a medal. When in 1789 the Empress declared war against France, Volney returned the gift, saying, "If I obtained it from her esteem, I can only preserve her esteem by returning it." The Revolution opened to Volney a political career. He was deputy in the States General. He proposed and carried this resolution: "The French nation renounces from this moment the undertaking of any war tending to increase its territory." In an essay on the sale of domain lands, he lays down these principles which lie at the heart of present reforms. The force of a state is in proportion to its population. Population is in proportion to plenty. Plenty is in proportion to tillage, and tillage to personal and immediate interest, that is, to the spirit of property. Whence it follows that the nearer the cultivator approaches the passive condition of a mercenary, the less industry and activity are to be expected from him, and on the other hand, the nearer he is to the condition of a free and entire proprietor, the more extension he gives to his own forces, to the produce of his lands, and to the general prosperity of the state. In 1792 he went to Corsica and returned to Paris in 1793. He was accused of disloyalty to liberty and imprisoned for 10 months. In 1794 he was appointed professor of history in the Normal School. Immense and applauding audiences attended his lectures. He visited America in 1795. Washington bestowed upon him marks of honor and friendship. He returned to France 1798. He was offered high official positions, but refused. It has been said of him, although he refused to work with the ruling powers at that day, he never ceased to work for the people. His Ruins is a book which will immortalize him in the annals of Freethought. He was a learned, brave, independent, and tireless seeker for truth. He traveled the 4 quarters of the globe. He read the lessons of history amidst the ruins of time. The following shows his progressive and philosophic spirit. Nature has established laws. Your part is to obey them. Observe reason and profit by experience. It is the folly of man which ruins him. Let his wisdom save him. The people are ignorant. Let them acquire instruction. Their chiefs are wicked. Let them correct and amend. For such is nature's decree. Since the evils of society spring from cupidity and ignorance, men will never cease to be persecuted till they become enlightened and wise, till they practice justice founded on a knowledge of their relations and of the laws of their organization. End of Chapter 8, Part 6. Condorcet, Volney.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2023. Chapter 14, Part 1, The Shelley through Goethe Era. Shelley, 1792 through 1822, Goethe, 1749 through 1832. 3 grand poetic eras have adorned and glorified the history of man, eras that are simply wonderful in the depth and splendor of their poetic capacity, where the human mind is the most vigorous, the most elastic, the most mobile, the most penetrating, the most brilliant and overflowing, radiant with imagination, responsive to all the beauty and grandeur of nature, creative and kindling, glancing from earth to heaven and heaven to earth, illuminating the onward path of man, giving new hopes, new thoughts, flushing the world with a diviner atmosphere, and giving a fresh significance to every object of sense.
Only 3 such eras have ennobled the world's history, making it so beautiful, so entrancing, so consoling that no matter what may be the darkness of one's lot, the tragedy of life, these grand ages make one endure the littleness of his own destiny with a triumphant expectation. For what man has done, man may do, and the genius of the past is not impossible to the glowing future. The age of Homer is the first supreme poetic era, a golden age it seems as we look back to it from this present time, shining through the long vista of years. What made that age? What were the influences of the centuries before, of far-off Ind, of Egypt, of the vast plains of Asia, of the enchanted shores of Europe, of the magnificent Mediterranean, to make this beauteous flower in the lovely land of Greece? How fresh, how strong, how expanding must have been the heart of man when glorious Homer touched his lyre. How many poets must have been in that age, and we know not how many of their songs mingled with Homer's master strain. Even if Homer were blind and a beggar, what an age it surely was to have enabled him to pour forth such music. Poetry like this could not be except as the product of a time when the mind of man was at its best, when it was buoyant with poetic inspirations. Homer could not have sung to unappreciative audiences. He could not have been a solitary genius, the blind old man of Sciot's rocky isle. He must have touched elbows with his fellow men. He must have mingled with them in every variety of scene. He must have been a genial, responsive man. A storyteller he was indeed, and a storyteller is always popular, even if he is ragged. He may not have been rewarded with gold, but the plaudits of the multitude were always his. Homer was not the one to eat his heart out in loneliness and despair. He had a heart for any fate. He was with the crowd. That was his nature. He was a thoroughly social being, intensely human. There was nothing morbid about him. He was as healthful as a street Arab, drinking in the deliciousness of life with an exuberant spirit, with tingling blood, a quick brain, a supple body. Homer was not a man of the drawing-room or the closet. He was an outdoor man. He liked the winds and seas, the woods and hills. He liked the bright blue sky, the flowing river. He liked man as he was, and took him as he was. He did not create ideals. His heroes are a dreadfully bad lot. They don't arouse our admiration at all, but they interest us deeply, just as our neighbors interest us in the drama of their lives. Our sympathies are with them, for it is as if we ourselves were in the midst of the mighty battle, as if we were driving the chariots and hurling the spear or biting the dust. Homer writes what he sees. He is no dreamer. He is an observer, the keen newspaperman of his times who knows how to use his material to the best effect. He paints from nature, and for that reason his pictures are marvelous. Think of Homer, roughened by travel, worldly wise, a sightseer in many lands, a student, a hail fellow well met, a wanderer in court and camp, equal with the king and jovial with soldier and shepherd, mingling with the harvest train and following the hunt, seeing all life, all men, all cities, all places, taking into his ample brain all the impressions of the most gorgeous clime and the sweetest sceneries, where the oriental mind first touched the splendor of the West, and amidst mountains and seas and rivers and forests and plains and shores of surpassing beauty, reveled in the expectations of a new outlook, in the enchantment of a wide and unknown future. Right here the great heart of Homer beat. Right here his luminous brain caught all the glory of earth and sky and all the riches of experience in the versatile Greek intellect. And then there were the gods, the divinities everywhere. How true it is what Goethe says, that polytheism is the belief for art and not monotheism. A lonely god is no poetic object and kindles no poetic enthusiasm. Even Dante had to have his Beatrice and Milton his Lucifer. Monotheism is a dead failure in art and poetry. If poetry must have the God element, it must be a multitudinous element. There must be gods and goddesses, naiads and nymphs, fairies and gnomes. There must be a divinity in every grotto, fountain, forest, hill, sea, and chamber of the sky. The sun is Apollo, the moon Diana, the thunder Jove, the sea Poseidon. And these gods must be preeminently human, as they were in Homer's time, passionate, revengeful, ambitious, loving, and beneficent. The gods in Homer's poetry are not a symphony of the true, the beautiful, and the good. They are a wild, splendid, dramatic representation of man's manifold being. Not too bright or good for human nature's daily food. Think of the exquisite land of Greece, suffused with such divinity as this, gods sparkling everywhere, in every lovely and sublime prospect, answering to every emotion of the human heart, radiating in the varied seasons, a god of the seed time and the harvest, a god for the household, for the fruits one ate, for the waters one drank, for the wine and the flowers, for the vast ocean, the starry sky, and the golden sun itself. Was not this a world for poetry, an exhilarating moment? And so Homer's epic rolled forth. Whose melody shall haunt the world for aye, charming it onward on its golden way. And this wonderful poetry of the Homeric era flowed on into the sublime dramatic poets of Athens. It was not easily exhausted. It was munificent. It was effluent. In Athens, beautiful Athens, charmed city of the world, reveling in the loveliness of sea and earth and sky, with luminous hills about it, resplendent waves ever before it, and soft skies above it. With renewed brilliance, the grand poetry of Homer gleamed and surged and thundered in the majestic dramas of Sophocles and Aeschylus. These flowed from the same fountain as the epic, but the poesy seemed to suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. For the drama was equally original with the epic. It came not from study, but from nature's burning heart. These dramas are like marble palaces, simple and sublime, with scarce an ornament, illustrious in their native splendor, needing no embellishment to add to their original brightness. Immortal are these tragedies, speaking to the human heart forever of the wonder of life, its depths, its heights, its glories, its sorrows, its struggles, its victories. How those great mountain peaks of poetic power shine through the vistas of ages. It does seem as if that might be a golden age, when such geniuses thronged the world, when such poets and philosophers walked the earth, when such thoughts were in men's minds, when imagination was like the sunrise of a summer's day. Across the darkness and horror of 1,000 years, how this world of poetry, born of 10,000 years of anterior hopes and joys, the blossom of man's manifold experiences through immeasurable spaces of time in wide wanderings, how it shines like a blessed beacon light, even for the proud civilization of today. And we can acquire wisdom still from these ancient sages, and can partake of these rivers of song and story, whose delight will never vanish, whose music will never cease. Thus Greece arose, and to its bards and sages in dream the golden-pinioned genii came, even where they slept amid the night of ages, steeping their hearts in the divinest flame, which thy breath kindled, power of holiest name, and oft in cycles since, when darkness gave new weapons to thy foe, their sun-like fame upon the combat shone, a light to save like paradise, spread forth beyond the shadowy grave. Rome succeeded Greece, but Rome brought no great poet like Homer, like Sophocles, like Aeschylus. There were eloquent poets, finished poets like Virgil and Horace. There were beautiful pastoral poets who sang sweetly of the green fields and woods, and brilliant dramatic poets like Terence. And there were mighty men of war. But there was no genius to bring forth from the joyous earth its marvelous music, no one to give new and mighty thoughts to men. In all the centuries of Rome's existence, in all the length and breadth of its magnificent empire, there was not one creative genius. Its songs were the old songs, its gods the old gods, its philosophy, its literature, the fruit of Greece. Rome was simply a world of action, huge, tumultuous, imperious, thundering, wielding the glittering sword, a destroyer, a builder, but it was not a world of thought. Its burnished eagles caught the fire of the sun, but did not pour forth its music like Apollo. There were warriors and statesmen, heroes and patriots. There were eloquence, superb talent, and splendid achievement. There were art and culture, elegance and refinement, and vast monuments of human power. Rome towered to the skies, but she did not fill the skies with glory as Homer did. Rome conquered the earth, but she did not unlock its fountains of melody. She could build thrones and palaces, but could not add one string to the harp of poesy. In her stupendous and glittering sovereignty, and the melancholy grandeur of her ruins, she might be an object of poetry to others, but in herself there was no profound poetic enthusiasm, no breaking up of the great deeps of man's intellectual being, so that new worlds emerge, new continents and isles and seas in the world's glowing horizon. Rome was the subject of Virgil's imperial poem, a beautiful poem indeed, a veritable palace of art, exquisitely constructed, nobly adorned, with scarcely a flaw in its marble elegance. A garden of flowers, too, through which one might wander with ceaseless delight, and through it all shines the grandeur of that mighty empire, which did so much to make mankind a unit, to construct the basis of a noble social order by giving universal law. But it does not detract from the real merits of Virgil to say that he was not a Homer, that he was not a creator in the realm of poetry. It is not given to many to occupy so transcendent a position, and no one can make it for himself, no one can surpass his conditions. The poet is the child of circumstance as well as the artist. He must have his material in the universe about him. He cannot weave it out of his own consciousness. The fountains must flow, the winds must sweep, the stars must shine, and the day dawn by powers beyond the poet's genius, and the poet's genius must flow with these, and unless in them burns the immortal fire, it is not for any brain or heart of man to express the abounding radiance. Rome could not have been greater than it was, nor could Virgil have dowered the world with the wondrous music of the unequaled Greek. The spirit of the times was otherwise. It made the magnificence of a Caesar, perhaps in action the greatest of the sons of men, an elemental force indeed, in this respect a creative force, like Homer in poetry, since he has changed the politics and civilization of the race, as no other man has or ever will. The genius of Rome was not for poetry, for originality, but for synthesis, for combination of existing forces. She afforded a great arena for what was already attained, that it might become opulent and magnificent with outward advantages. But whatever Rome might have become with a happier destiny shining over her triumphant eagles, it was all lost in that tremendous and desolating movement, Christianity, which originated in the most destructive pessimism that has ever cursed humanity. It swept away the beautiful deities of the olden time, God, Pan, and all. It destroyed romance and poetry, philosophy and science. It abased man and nature. It stripped earth of all its glory and blackened heaven, in which shone but a dim spot of celestial brightness, and that only for the elect, a jeweled city in the midst of enormous ruins. For 1,000 years, Christianity choked every avenue of natural inspiration. It made this world a dim, vast vale of tears, man a pilgrim and a stranger. For Christianity there were no smiles, No home joys, no splendor in the grass, or glory in the flower, no haunting divinities in wood or vale or stream. Whatever it might have been from the lips of Jesus, who seems to have some regard for nature and man, and spoke from a warm but ill-directed imagination and a real sympathy with toil and suffering, and did dream perhaps of a rejuvenated world, a paradise beneath the bright blue dome of his own Palestine. Yet how soon this vanished, and the religion which it is said he founded, but which in reality was founded afterwards, became not a life, but a dogma, so cruel, so devastating, that the human mind seemed benumbed with terror, and the old savage darkness came back. There was no poetry in this Christian religion, for there was nothing in it spontaneous. It was an artifice, a scheme, a plan of redemption as utterly devoid of beauty, warmth, tenderness, flowers, as the fig tree after it was cursed by Jesus. In the place of nature, it substituted a superhuman God who had no heart, no sweet human affection, who was only a vast shadow seated upon an icy throne, cold and white as the frozen glories of the pole. There was a certain grandeur in Christianity. It was a stupendously awful affair. It made one shiver and crouch and tremble, but it did not kindle and arouse. It did not breathe inspiration to the common man. In its triumph it became a tyranny. Universal mental slavery prevailed, or if it did not prevail, then the sword was drawn and the liberal spirit was crushed. It was not education, but persecution that seated the church upon its terrible throne. It was the dungeon, the rack, and the fire. Where was there any chance for poetry to flourish in the theological domains of Augustine and Calvin? Was there ever a more dreary intellectual field than this? Man, totally depraved, haunted by demons, destined to eternal hell, save only a few, and these destined to a heaven so barren of all goodness that hell itself became attractive in comparison, and this heaven was reached only by an act of infinite injustice that must freeze with hopeless terror the heart of humanity. A gallows erected in the center of the universe as the only guarantee of celestial bliss. No wonder that for 1,000 years there was no progress, that the energies of man were wasted, that a pall was over the world, and we can find no better term for the days of Christianity's greatest triumph than the Dark Ages. Yet beneath all this tyranny, this intellectual repast of horrors, this superstition, this fear both of the powers of this world and of the world to come, the human heart was living, beating still. The fountains were not altogether dried up. Fortunately for the world, Mohammedanism arose, rivaled the magnificence of the Roman Empire, broke the dark spell, gave philosophy and science some chance to win, opened the sources of chivalry and romance, and songs reverberated from the shores of Greece to Spain. It was impossible to kill human love. Something of the old pagan spirit still prevailed. In the services of the church, Christmas was not forgotten, nor Easter Day, and the blooming springtide still bore promise. So long as the blue air encircled the earth, so long as the waters ran, so long as the mountains lifted their summits in misty glory, so long as the sea rolled its azure splendor, and flowers spoke their glittering language along the pathway of men, so long there must be music in the human heart and songs from human life. So long will humanity keep up its mighty battle against wrong and oppression. So long will there be hopes and dreams, and there will be martyrs who in their blazing death march will sound the reveille of a new morning and a new advance. And thus the Renaissance dawned and flashed first in Italy, heralded by the gloomy and powerful Dante, who never would be remembered today but for the sweetly human music of his immortal lines. Dante did not write for the theologian or the curled darlings of fashion and despotism, but for the people, and in the very horrors that he depicts shines forth the surpassing beauty of his own native land, and the music of Arno triumphs over the lurid terrors of his dogmatic pictures. But more than Dante, the bold and comprehensive and liberal-minded Petrarch was the representative of the new era, and Boccaccio, too delicate and sensitive to battle with all the superstitions of his time, still his delicate and airy spirit, in the flush and prime of life, dowered the world with those beautiful fancies which, like clouds floating in the morn, are laden with the beams of the coming day, and the elegant and witty Pulci, whose melodious arrows struck home to the hypocrisies and mockeries of his age, and revealed the true heroism of humanity, and romantic Aristo, gifted by all the fairies of happy birth to tell the noblest tales of chivalry, and the sad immortal Tasso, scorned by tyrant and church, pale as a ghost, pining and dying in the prison house, yet today shining free and glorious in the heavens of fame, while all over Europe there were minstrels and singers innumerable. And then Rabelais came, rotund as Falstaff, with scarcely more conscience, yet human to the core, the greatest genius since Homer, and Homeric in his glorious outbursts of fire, passion, and wisdom, and Cervantes, poor as a church mouse, always in toil and suffering, a chained Prometheus, yet flinging forth the fire of heaven, making rich the world forever, which no king could do, though he possessed the wealth of the Indies. And in England was the merry, wise, delicious, sociable Chaucer, and majestic, golden, shining Spenser. Finally, all these wonderful streams of poetry, wit, humor, pathos, song, passion, fancy, imagination, art, invention, wisdom, grandeur, and vastness of thought, flowed into the supreme and marvelous excellence of Shakespeare, the long result of time. For Shakespeare is the true child of the Italian Renaissance, its chief flower in the civilization of Europe. Shakespeare was not a miracle, for we can trace his gradual production in the preceding centuries, from the shores of Italy to London, the then mighty center of the commerce, literature, and travel of the world, the only place where a Shakespeare could have found fuel for his exuberant faculties. End of Chapter 14, Part 1, Shelley through Goethe Era.
Chapter 14, Part 2, The Shakesperean Era, Homer, Virgil, and Milton, of 400 Years of Freethought, by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. The Shakesperean era is the second grand poetic period of man's history. How different, and yet how like the Homeric period. There is the same outdoor life, the same rush and recklessness, the same fervor, the same far onward look to the new and the unknown, the same recognition of nature as a living, breathing, multitudinous force, the same revealing of man as having in himself the motives of his actions, not played upon simply by outside forces, not clay in the hands of the potter, not a mere machine or slave of fate, but an original potency, an evolving spirit, not totally depraved nor an angel, but a being of powers and passions, excellences and defects, swayed by circumstance indeed, but not merely by outward but inward circumstance, by the conditions of his own personality, by the ever-flowing fountains of his own will and emotion. Shakespeare and Homer are both poets of evolution in the domain of humanity. That is, each situation is the direct result of what goes before. It is evolved. There is no superhuman arbitrary interference. God is simply machinery, not dramatis persona. He simply fills in, but does not make or create. In Shakespeare and Homer, we do not see man as a perfected creation, but man in the making, man growing, evolving, changing in and through his own activities. He is not molded, but molds himself, makes and mars his own destiny. Yet the man of Shakespeare is not like the man of Homer, and certainly the woman of Shakespeare is infinitely superior to the woman of Homer. How much more manifold is humanity in Shakespeare than in the Greek? How much more complex, more problematic? How many more varieties of motive come into play? If one could, by any possibility, make a perfect blank of time between Homer and Shakespeare, and then read the former and then the latter, what a chasm there would be! And only in this way can we realize the vast growth of humanity for these 2,000 years. Compare Achilles with Hamlet. Both are true to nature with common attributes, capable of the same passions. Yet Achilles is simple, swayed by a few motives, and these easily understood, while Hamlet is swayed by many motives, interwoven and conflicting with one another, and so various and subtle that to this day we cannot understand why he acts as he does, and yet he acts naturally. Homer could not have conceived of a Hamlet. It was beyond his experience. Intellectually and otherwise, the characters of Shakespeare are superior to the characters of Homer, because in the former we have the evolutions of 2,000 years, out of which the poet drew his abundant material. This exhibits not merely the transcendent genius of Shakespeare, but the vast growth of humanity itself. The characters of Shakespeare were not thought out in the loneliness of closet composition, but were struck off like vivid sparks from that great living world in which he mixed, of which he was a part, and out of which he drew the elements of his surpassing power. I have already depicted the poetic age of Shakespeare, its marvel, its amplitude, its correlation with the past, its own intensity and its influence on what will be. Beyond all question, it is the wonder of human history. We shall never exhaust its wealth. Age cannot wither, nor custom stale its infinite variety. And it would seem that, after Shakespeare, there could be nothing new, that other poets, however great, would simply repeat what already was in Greek or English poetry. They might give new forms, but no more new material. They could not add to the poetic wealth of the world, but simply change it. But Shakespeare had his limitation. His sea of thought sometimes breaks on narrow boundaries. A recent critic has pretty conclusively shown that he was, at heart, an aristocrat. He did not believe in the people. He must have been far ahead of his times to have done so, for not then had democracy been heralded by a Franklin, a Washington, a Jefferson, or a Paine, and begun its career of grandeur on a new continent. It needs but slight study of the author of Coriolanus to see that he does not voice the infinite hopes of democracy. This last and greatest aspiration of humanity finds no recognition in his glowing pages. He is the singer of a brave and gentle aristocracy, looking with kindly aspect upon all phases of humanity, and flinging over the lowest station the spell of his entrancing light. But those vast, dumb thoughts that poured out at length in thunder and battle, he did not detect. We could hardly expect it. If he had, he might not have seen so much of the glory of the olden time. He might not have reveled so grandly in the life of his own day. His melody might have had a tone of harshness. His thought might have been fierce and somewhat less varied. In fact, he might not have been Shakespeare. And so, for the sake of Shakespeare, we will let democracy in this case go by the board. We must take the immortal in his own effulgence. It is well that the glory of the world's finest aristocracy has been expressed in so illustrious a manner. Henceforth, we must have a kindly feeling for it. It was not harsh or cruel. It meant not to crush. It tried to make happy. But it profoundly distrusted the masses. They might have some sublime virtues and be gifted occasionally with wit and wisdom, but they could not rule. This is the impression of Shakespeare's pages. The breath of a vast free people is not there. Only a gallant and splendid aristocracy who form the chief figures of the imposing drama. The people only help to fill in, to make fools, gravediggers, etc. Was there a poet of democracy to come? Was there to be a new song to which the world had not listened before? Was there to be an added glory to Homer and Shakespeare? Was there to be an original genius, another outflow of poetry, another golden sea to sparkle upon humanity, as after the Atlantic, the Pacific sparkled upon the eyes of those who stood upon a peak in Darien? There was something in Milton, and yet not the supreme effluence. Milton is like a narrow and lofty mountain, or as Wordsworth sings, he was a star that dwelt apart. Milton was egoistic. He wrote with a purpose. In thought, he was not one whit beyond the age in which he lived. He was not myriad-minded. He looked at things mainly from one standpoint. He had not the boundless inventive faculty of Shakespeare, nor his wealth of expression. 2/3 of his great poem, Paradise Lost, is worthless. It is neither poetry nor common sense, neither rhythm nor reason. It is simply theology. He is only poetical when he quits heaven. Of course, there is a majesty and splendor in Milton which is unsurpassed, but it cannot be said that he added anything to the life or thought of man. He wrote a great poem and other beautiful ones, but there was no new outlook, no discovery, no invention except in the choice of material. Milton posed as a reformer, but it was more a personal affair than devotion to universal principle. He labored and became blind to put one despotism in the place of another. He had no sympathetic imagination. His imagination was orthodox, straight up and down, like a mirror, not flowing like a sea. Milton was a Puritan, brave, honest, true, generous, but one thing he and no Puritan has ever learned to do, and that is put yourself in his place. Milton never did that. Even as Lucifer was Puritan, his devils were bigoted. They did just what Milton would do in the same circumstance. His Adam and Eve are Puritans, and his God is of the same stripe. All are Puritans and all Miltonic. All are struck in the same mold, all are elaborations. There was no spontaneity in Milton, no vast unconscious power, no tide of nature swelling with undetermined force. Milton was indeed magnificent. He poured forth some of the grandest music. He was clothed indeed in the royal robes of song. He is a majestical and beautiful figure in English literature, but he is of the old and not of the new. He gathered from the past enormous material and infused the mass with his own glowing spirit and made it flashing and picturesque, resplendent in color, sublime in form. But there was no actual advance. No new territory was gained. Milton was no more original than Lucretius, the great Latin poet, who flung his plummet down the broad, deep universe and said, "There is no God." Lucretius and Milton were of the same mold, intense, bold, lofty, piercing, with an eagle's flight, gazing over vast prospects with vision that could meet the sun in its glory, and yet they never voyaged to an unknown shore. They never drew back the misty veil of undiscovered deeps. They gave an added beauty and grandeur to what was, but what might be in man's ampler future they did not guess. They built on the past, not into the future as Homer and Shakespeare did, laying anew the foundations of human thought in the still untraversed sea of time, like bridge builders making a place for humanity to move on where before it could not. Glorious John Dryden was a poet indeed of admirable quality, who was very near to Milton in the greatness of his genius. If he was not so sublime and touched not the vast heights, he possessed wit and humor which Milton did not. He was broader than Milton and more genial, and equally sincere in his religious convictions, being a Catholic, and he was so not merely for the sake of fortune, but from real belief. He was more gentle in the defense of his creed, and was a better reasoner in verse than Milton. There is scarcely any poet who can argue so well in rhyme as Dryden. In his moments of inspiration, there is a buoyancy in his lines that is truly refreshing, quite different from the elaborate sentimentalism of much of the poetry of today, where melody of words takes the place of variety of ideas. Dryden writes like a strong, earnest, straightforward, whole-souled man who has something to say and says it in a vigorous and harmonious fashion. Dryden has a permanent fame, whatever may be the transitions of poetic taste, for there is an element of humanity in him, a touch of this world, which declares that his poetic fervor was not the result of his theology, but of his native excellence. But he soared not beyond the empyrean of his own day. He touched no new string, he made no new melody. He was thoroughly the child of his time, and in his time poetry was at an ebb. It was not overflowing into new regions. And it reached a lower ebb in Pope, the magnificent poet of commonplace, the poet of the drawing room, of society, a parlor poet, keen, versatile, polished, elegant, thoroughly artistic, but devoid of nature. Pope was a deist, a pantheist, a Christian, a heretic, anything almost for the sake of a good rhyme or telling point. Pope was all for wit. He is perhaps the wittiest poet in the English language, since he had no humor to soften his diamond-like brightness. The poetry of Pope is like a crystallization. There is no rush, no impetuosity, no tides, no dynamics, simply a sparkling effervescence, like champagne in a glass. It is not a river or a sea of thought flowing on and on. It is always a pleasure to read Pope. He is stimulating, vivacious, suggestive. He is at heart a free thinker, but his free thought is subservient to his art. His art comes first. To write a fine poem is the main thing, not necessarily a truthful one. Pope never makes a miss. He has written less bad poetry than any other English bard. Pope knows just what he can do and does it with exquisite skill. He adopts the golden mean. He does nothing great and he does nothing ill. He is Baconian in his method, in that he does not seek the unattainable. He is no emulator of Daedalus. He would never aspire to drive the chariot of the sun. He will keep on English soil. Life to him is a pleasant comedy. He sings, "Whatever is right," which of course is a lie, but a very nice one, and people like it. Pope saw no tragedy, no tears, no agony, no despair, no millions crushed to earth, no martyrs, no murdered innocents, no injustice, no crime seated on a throne, and virtue in a dungeon. Pope was an optimist suited for his time and ordinary people. He was popular and always will be popular. He keeps to the middle of the road. He has no eccentricities. He is a true singer, born to be so. He lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. Pope was not merely a rhymester. He was a poet in his own way, a genuine poet. He was not an imitator. His verse sparkles with thought. He is not monotonous. He has plenty of variety. But he is the representative simply of a society, not of nature or universal man. But what he does represent, he represents truly and honestly. He is not artificial. He is artistic, more an artist than a poet, but a poet still. And when occasion offers, he gives utterance to splendid free thought sentiments like the following: "For modes of faith let graceless zealots fight, his can't be wrong whose life is in the right." As a matter of fact, Pope expresses more distinct free thought ideas than any previous English poet. He verges somewhat toward a philosophy of free thought, although he is not consistent from beginning to end, and has not the advantages of modern science. However, truth was not the supreme purpose with Pope, but art. He was no reformer. He simply wanted to make the best of what was and put it into smooth and beautiful poetic forms. He desired no change, but simply a selection of the choice material. So far as he went, however, Pope was healthful. He liked this world. His imagination was clear and bright. There were no fogs and phantoms about him. He was thoroughly common sense, level-headed, and although he did not go very high or very deep, he was quite brilliant in the sphere to which he was adapted and adorned his age. But while he satisfied, he did not inspire. There was in his elegant verse no promise of a boundless future, no fire to kindle the heart. But English poetry ebbed still lower in the melancholy Cowper. Pope was healthful. Cowper was diseased. He was half insane with the dreadful religion of Calvin. He had no true conception of life. It was a shadow and a horror haunted by an infinite ghost. He scarcely dared to smile. He was like a lost soul. Yet he pretty fairly represented the English mind of that time, its conservatism, its weakness, its narrowness, its fear, its mediocrity, its respectability, its squeamishness, its imbecility, its goody-goodyism, its namby-pambyism, its finickiness, its jejuneness. In one word, its piety. Cowper was sincere and wrote some good poetry and will be remembered by his John Gilpin, the hugest joke of which that time seemed to be capable. But along with the pious sentimentality of Cowper's time, there was much hypocrisy, formality, ecclesiasticism, and what might be called the dead rot of intellectual finality. It was, poetically speaking, one of the most barren periods of literature. It seemed to live upon the past with no hope of the future. Cowper's task was about the best that it could do. The sofa, the timepiece, the garden appeared at the extent of its experience. Contrast this dull, quiescent age with the Vedas and Homeric approach, a world of rich and vigorous life, says Huxley, full of joyous fighting men, that ever with a frolic welcome took the thunder and the sunshine, and who were ready to brave the very gods themselves when their blood was up. A few centuries, continues Huxley, pass away, and under the influence of civilization, the descendants of these men are sicklied or with the pale cast of thought, frank pessimists or, at most, make-believe optimists. The courage of the warlike stock may be as hardly tried as before, perhaps more hardly, but the enemy is self. The hero has become a monk. The man of action is replaced by the quietist, whose highest aspiration is to be the passive instrument of the divine reason. By the Tiber, as by the Ganges, ethical man admits that the cosmos is too strong for him, and destroying every bond that ties him to it, by ascetic discipline he seeks salvation and absolute renunciation. End quote. The latter statement is essentially a correct description of evangelical England in the time of Cowper. It was really an age of despair, though it professed to have the divine salvation. It drove Cowper to insanity. Others could escape the same fate only by not so thoroughly believing in Calvin's God. And so it was a time of insincerity, of fashion, and conformity, of outward orthodoxy and inward pessimism. And while they sang the song of redemption, they saw before them the flames of hell. It could not seem possible, even to the most piercing vision, that this age was the forerunner of the mightiest poetic era in the world's history after that of Homer and Shakespeare, an era equally original with these, equally vast and splendid in genius, equally opening into new and shining regions of human progress. The era of Goethe and Shelley is the third grand poetic era of man's life, in some respects the noblest and sublimest of all. As Homer could not have written Shakespeare's drama, neither Homer nor Shakespeare could have written the poetry of Goethe and Shelley. They could not have written Faust. They could not have written Prometheus Unbound. It was not a question of genius, but of man's attitude to the universe. This is the grandeur of Goethe and Shelley, that they place man in a new relation with the world. They have moved humanity onward and upward to a new place of action, into sublimer and more far-reaching motives. What an age this was! What a vast upheaval from the very depths of the human heart! What an amplitude of poetic genius was manifested! What keenness of intellectual power! What range of thought and splendor of imagination! It lacked the free heroic action of Homer. It was not so objective. It was subjective and egoistic. It did not have the abounding wit and humor of Shakespeare, nor his dramatic quality. But never in one age was there such a combination of philosophical insight with such marvelous rhythmic expression. There is no more music in Homer or Shakespeare than in the great poets of this era, and what a number of great poets there were, and this variety of genius is unparalleled in human history. It is a constellation. We know not who was with Homer, and Shakespeare far surpassed his contemporaries, but in this cluster are several supreme poets, and it is difficult to decide who is the greatest: Burns, Wordsworth, Keats, Byron, Shelley, Schiller, Goethe. They are not alike. They do not imitate one another. They come from nature itself, giants indeed, lofty mountain peaks so dazzling that one cannot decide at a glance which soars the highest. I call it the era of Goethe and Shelley because a careful study reveals these as transcendent minds of this illustrious epoch. I do not say that they wrote greater poetry as poetry, but their poetry had a greater meaning in it. It was poetry and something else, which something else did not mar their music, but infused it with the glory of man's greatest progress. It was poetry with a purpose. It was poetry, art, invention, philosophy, education, inspiration, wisdom, science, civilization. It was man and nature both. It was universal, yet determined. That is, it was genius devoted to high ends. It was genius suffering limitation for the sake of a noble goal. Homer and Shakespeare had no goal. They simply poured themselves out like rivers running to the sea, or like the ocean breaking on many shores. But in Shelley and Goethe, there was something beyond expression, an art above all art, a desire more than poetic desire. There was an intense and radiant ideal above the golden melody. There was the light that never was on sea or shore, the consecration and the poet's dream. It is said that this very absence of purpose in Shakespeare is what makes him so universal and supreme. Undoubtedly, this is so, and had Homer or Shakespeare been reformers of the world, they could not have endowed it with such wealth of poetry. It is to their advantage and to ours that they simply made music without regard to anything beyond its passion and its power. It is a limitation to poetic genius to write with a purpose, and the fact that Shelley and Goethe, so limited, did produce such supreme poetic results is to their eternal honor, and it declares the vastness of their genius. Take it all in all, who will say which is the greater exhibition of man's universal powers, Shakespeare without a purpose, or Goethe with a purpose? The one is the ocean with no fixed forms or lines in its rushing glory, while the other is a vast chain of mountains with fixed lines and forms. And yet, what changing beauty and grandeur we behold! Let us not decide between the two, the sea or the mountains, or criticize one by the law of the other, but accept both in their own effulgence. Goethe, fortunate Goethe, he o'erarches this mighty era. He begins it, he ends it, so far as the production of great original poetry is concerned. A shining age has succeeded, but it is a prolongation, not a new creation. To understand this era, we must seek to understand all the geniuses who contributed to and expressed its greatness, For we must admit here, as elsewhere, that the age itself was creative, that it helped to make these poets, and in the light of these later days we can see what this age carried, for in it was the French Revolution, the American Republic, and the dawn of modern science, and therefore outside of its poetic streams tremendous forces were flowing on. A magnificent age it was, even if these poets had never sung. But with their songs, what a glory we inherit. End of chapter 14, part 2, The Shakesperean Era, Homer, Virgil, and Milton, of 400 years of Freethought.
Chapter 14, Part 3 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2023. Chapter 14, Part 3, Modern Poets, Burns, Wordsworth, Scott, Keats, Byron, Lessing, Schiller, and Goethe. Beginning with Robert Burns, 1759 through 1796. When it comes to love and sympathy, Robert Burns, Bobby Burns, let us say, has the most universal acceptance. He certainly has won the affection of the world. He was like a lark singing in the clear, bright sky. He has the freshness of the morning. What a breath and presence of nature is in his poems! What a beautiful, tender, rollicking world flashes before us as we repeat his words! What music is in them, homely though some of them may be, but their very homeliness is their title to our affections. For Burns knew how to use them to make these sounds express the loveliness, the pathos, the charm of this world from which old Scotia's grandeur springs. Burns was a true son of the soil. He lived his nature openly, honestly. It was impossible for him to be orthodox. He revolted against the religion of his time. With what scorn and wit and sarcasm he overwhelmed it. He recoiled with horror from the high Calvinistic notion of duty, which inculcated that the greatest sinner was the greatest favorite of heaven, that the lost sheep alone will be saved, and that the 99 out of the 100 will be left in the wilderness to perish without mercy. The anniversary of Burns is now celebrated around the world. All nations of literary enlightenment join in doing him honor, and well worthy is he of the laurel crown, for no one has done more than he to ennoble life, to comfort and console humanity. He is a genius of the highest order, truly creative and truly sympathetic with all sorts and conditions of men, touching nature at every point and receiving from nature the opulence of her spirit. He has the power of Shakespeare. Pathos, wit, humor, and sublimity are mingled with wonderful and rapid transitions. He completely masters the heart. He sings for all ages, for all the world. William Wordsworth, 1770 through 1850. Wordsworth has probably written more poor stuff than any poet of his capacity, while he has written some of the noblest poetry in the English language, and has been ranked by some writers as second only to Milton and Shakespeare. He cannot be enrolled as a Freethought poet, neither is he orthodox. His finest poetry is imbued with pantheism, and in this quality he is a great advance on Milton and Cowper. God is to him not a remote deity or a personality, but an eternal presence in nature, as expressed in the following. In all things, in all natures, in the stars of azure heaven, the unenduring clouds, in flower and tree, in every pebbly stone that paves the brooks, the stationary rocks, the moving waters, and the invisible air. Walter Scott, 1771 through 1832. It may seem preposterous to place Walter Scott anywhere in the history of Freethought, for there is not a particle of Promethean light in Scott. He is altogether wrapped up in the past, and finds only in that the inspiration of the muse. But he is such a delicious storyteller, the best in literature next to Homer, and he gives such truthful and noble pictures of the life before, that we must speak of him as a great liberating influence. It must be remembered that Freethought is not a tearing away from the past, but a selection of the best material of the past. It is a vivid comprehension of the past, seeing it as it really is, understanding its motives, its ideas, its tendencies. Certainly no one has given a more faithful picture of the past than Scott. He has the historic imagination of a Shakespeare himself. He rebuilds the past. He breathes into it life, passion, intellect, motive. It is no longer a dead past, a mass of unrelated facts, but a cosmos again, a living world. Men and women are there, nature is there, the flowers, the streams, the sky, the plain, the wood, the moat, the castle, the knight, the king, the peasant, the clown are before us. And thus, knowing the past, how much better we can know the future. And Scott the storyteller, Tory though he be, is one of the noblest influences of Freethought culture, for as Darwin and Lyell read the rocky pages of earth, so he reads for us the living humanity, and from his glowing pen we catch the impulses of immortal hope. Keats, 1796 through 1821. Keats is supremely original. Not from any preceding poet or literature did he catch the fire from heaven with which he made so beautiful this world. We might almost say that Keats was the most original of the poets of this era. How is it possible that one lowly born as he was should become so great, should have such mastery of language, such loftiness of ideas, that he should so speak with the large utterance of the early gods? In pure poetry, in musical expression, in thoughts that flow like liquid gold, in his perfect pictures of nature, Keats is unsurpassed, even by Homer or Shakespeare. Of course, he has not their epic and dramatic quality, their grandeur of construction, their vast experience. He lacks energy, discipline, matured power, sustained imagination. He is simply a child, dying at the age of 24, but what he produced is astonishing. We can scarcely realize that a boy, nurtured in poverty, with a life of struggle, feeble in health, scorned by critics, should write so majestically, so vividly, and be equal to the greatest of bards, that his poetry should mark an epoch in literature, and that he should become a creative influence. He is truly Promethean, for he seems himself to have come in contact with the gods and fetched their brightest flames. Byron, 1788 through 1821. The popular opinion would undoubtedly place Byron at the head of these great poets. He was indeed a revolutionary force. In energy he surpasses all his contemporaries. He is like the live thunder of which he himself sings. His pages, some of them, are like a storm in the mountains, where Jura answers through her misty shroud back to the joyous Alps that call to her aloud. Byron was an iconoclast, a titan, overthrowing many of the sacred things of the past, but he was not a systematic freethinker. He had no deep, pervading philosophy. Byron was sometimes radical and sometimes conservative, but he voiced the tumultuous age in which he lived. He was a regenerating force. At times he was reckless, and then his verses had the brilliancy and potency of nature herself. We see this in Don Juan, the greatest, the most varied, the most powerful, and the most melodious and truly poetic of all his productions. It is like the flow of a river, the ripple of a fountain, and vast swell of ocean. It has passion, thought, imagination. Its language is masterful. His words at times are like the open sesame of the Arab. They reveal the hidden pomps of earth and sky. It is needless to repeat the tragedy of Byron's life. It was the course of a comet, strange, bewildering, fascinating, lofty, shining, a great soul tortured with hopes and aspirations unattainable. No man lived a life more full and opulent than Byron, no one a life more sad and pathetic. He enjoyed all that one might enjoy, and suffered all that one might suffer. Strangely alike were Byron and Burns, the one a prince, the other a peasant, but equally royal, equally high, equally glorious in capacity, equally the heirs of pain and glory, burning themselves out while in meridian splendor, and now held forever in the sweetest remembrance of mankind. Shelley, 1792 through 1822. I regard Shelley as the greatest poet of this great era of English poetry, because we find in him its fullest meaning, its sublimest significance. Certainly, from the Freethought standpoint, he was the greatest genius. He was a declared atheist, an opponent of all the gods, of faith and custom. He suffered for his opinions. He was a martyr. Born to wealth, he disdained it. He was in thorough sympathy with the French Revolution. He sounded the paean of democracy. He believed in the reign of the people. He was a noble and beautiful dreamer. He sang not merely for the joy of singing, but to make the world happier, to give it better hopes, broader thoughts, richer imaginations. In the first flush of youth, what glorious poetry he poured forth, radiant with the fires of liberty. How many a heart has thrilled with his impetuous melody, the first genuine infidel poetry in all English literature. Iconoclastic, daring, radical, volcanic, like a tempest, like the sea, sparkling in its unchained course. Shelley conquered poetry for Freethought, and through his genius, Freethought is now linked with the noblest music and hope of man. But Shelley is more than the greatest poet of Freethought. He is one of the greatest poets of the universal world, one of the original and sublime geniuses of mankind, a new and prodigious force in history, an elemental power. He is at the head of a new epoch. He is a discoverer, an inventor. From him flow new streams of impulse, melody, and power. There is an indefinable something in the supreme poets, not music or thought or dramatic power, but an atmosphere, original with themselves, and which makes a new world as we enter their charmed domains. We do not find this in the lesser poets. They simply reflect the world about them. But these greater poets not only reflect, but transform. They do more than hold the mirror up to nature. They seem to breathe into it a new spirit, to clothe it with a more luminous atmosphere, so that outlines and forms are changed. The mountains and clouds and seas and shores have a different tint, and present a new aspect of glory and delight. It is as when we travel from the Atlantic to the Pacific coast, we trace no great differences in hill or plain or river or forest, but we are in a new atmosphere, and the horizon is different, and the sky and the clouds, and the day and night, and the stars and the morning. So, when we come into Shelley's poetry, there is the same wondrous change. Shelley has given a new atmosphere of poetic splendor to the world, like golden California to the traveler's eyes after he passes the shining mountain's boundary. The following, written at 20, shows Shelley's command of weighty English prose, his philosophical insight at that early age, and the noble principles of liberty by which he was governed. It was to Lord Ellenborough, in behalf of a printer named D.J. Eaton, imprisoned for publishing Paine's Age of Reason, quote, Moral qualities are such as only a human being can possess. To attribute them to the spirit of the universe, or to suppose that he is capable of altering them, is to degrade God into man, and to annex to this incomprehensible being qualities incompatible with any possible definition of his nature. It may be objected, ought not the Creator to possess the perfections of the creature? No. To attribute to God the moral qualities of man is to suppose him susceptible of passions, which, arising out of the corporeal organization, it is plain that a pure spirit cannot possess. But even suppose with the vulgar that God is a venerable old man, seated on a throne of clouds, his breast the theatre of various passions analogous to those of humanity, his will changeable and uncertain as that of an earthly king. Still, goodness and justice are qualities seldom denied him, and it will be admitted that he disapproves of any action incompatible with those qualities. Persecution for opinion is unjust. With what consistency, then, can the worshippers of a deity whose benevolence they boast embitter the existence of their fellow being because his ideas of that deity are different from those which they entertain? Alas, there is no consistency in those persecutors who worship a benevolent deity. Those who worship a demon would alone act consonantly to their principles by imprisoning and torturing in his name." End quote. Like all great minds, Shelley confronted the tremendous problem of evil. He did not solve it fully, as perhaps it never will be, except by science. Evil exists, and the universe is a tragedy. The question for man is how to make the best of it. Shelley was not of a light, optimistic temper. He recognized the darker aspects of the world. Like Goethe, quote, he knew and felt that an awful conflict was going on between two mighty powers, the one fair and beneficent, the other hideous and malign. But he convinced himself, or perhaps it would be better to say the conviction grew in his mind, that this struggle was not necessarily eternal, that in spirits which, in spite of failure and suffering, have always an inward longing for light and freedom, the good power ultimately triumphs and crushes evil forever under its feet. End quote. Victor Hugo says that the poetry of the race is for its consolation. Truly, that is the divine gift of poesy. Shelley thus dowers mankind. In the garb of imagination there shines a living truth. We enter dreamland and fairyland, but we find food for this common world of labor and suffering. Is not this true? Quote, "Hark, the rushing snow, the sun-awakened avalanche, whose mass, thrice sifted by the storm, had gathered there flake after flake, in heaven-defying minds, as thought by thought is piled, till some great truth is loosened, and the nations echo round, shaken to their roots, as do the mountains now." End quote. Lessing, 1729 through 1781. Contemporary, preceding, and succeeding the mighty outburst of poetry in England is the wonderful creative era of German literature. And it is amazing to contemplate England and Germany uniting in such an outflow of genius, while in France rolled and thundered the Revolution, so that this is indeed the greatest age of man in the variety, magnificence, awfulness, and terror of the forces brought into play. Never was there such an interaction of thought and deed. Dreams became realities, and realities disappeared like a dream. Thrones vanished, and thrones were built. Never were such battles fought, and such victories won. Think of a man like Napoleon and a poet like Goethe meeting in the midst of this mighty drama. What a combination! What a correlation of genius! What spaces of human evolution and revolution were represented by these stupendous intellectual potentates! What a meaning they give to Europe and the world! The modern intellectual vigor of Germany awakens with Lessing, the greatest man in Germany since Luther, and perhaps the greatest man that Germany has ever produced, if in man we take not simply genius, but manliness, character, strength, discipline, heroism. I think Lessing was a greater regenerator of Germany than Luther himself, for while Luther regenerated in religion, Lessing regenerated in literature and art. He is at the head of a reformation far more profound and sweeping than that of Luther. Lessing was the greatest critic of modern Europe, perhaps the greatest critic of all time, the greatest in this, that he was absolutely sincere. He made no pretenses. Lowell called him an intellectual athlete. This describes him. He was superbly healthful. He had no idiosyncrasies. He was an all-around man. His life was a constant struggle, a life of penury and disappointment, of deepest suffering, and yet his grandeur of spirit prevailed. No disease attacked him. Long as he lived, he was like a giant oak, and he wrestled with the storm triumphantly. His branches might be torn, but his heart was sound to the core. How he hated humbug, and how he pelted it with his fierce sarcasms. But he was more than a destructive critic. He was a great constructive genius. He knew how to build. He was an artist and a poet. He wrote some of the finest dramas in the German language, superior in construction, if not equal in genius, to those of Schiller and Goethe. His Nathan the Wise will long be remembered for its breadth of thought, genial spirit, nobility of purpose, and devotion to humanity. It is a lesson in toleration and justice. There is a splendid cheer and inspiration about Lessing's whole character. He is a man for today, as well as for the yesterday in which he lived. He is one of the permanent forces of literature. Yet he is more than a force. He was what we might call a whole-souled fellow, brave, magnanimous, generous, sincere, impulsive, exultant, and magnetic. He was not the victim of circumstances. He conquered circumstances. He was never under the weather. He was the same in all sorts of weather, and met the storm and the sunshine with equanimity. He cried out, "What care I to live in plenty, if I only live?" There spoke a royal spirit. Again he said, "He who is only in good health and is willing to work has nothing to fear in this world." He himself lived up to this, and again he said, "If I write at all, it is not possible for me to write otherwise than just as I think and feel." And what splendid courage is in this! Does one write, therefore, for the sake of being always in the right? I think I have been as serviceable to truth when I miss her, and my failure is the occasion of another's discovery, as if I had discovered her myself. And truly, he declares, "I found out that books indeed would make me learned, but never make me a man." End quote. These expressions reveal the giant Lessing, a grand figure, like Hermann himself, a warrior ready for combat. He spoke the truth. His intellectual vision was piercing. He recognized no finality. He said, "The perfect truth is not for man, only the search after truth." Schiller, 1759 through 1805. Schiller was born after Goethe, but reached his meridian glory and passed away before Goethe had reached the sunset of his ample day. In some respects it seems as if Schiller were greater than Goethe, so lofty and exuberant are his dramatic and lyrical powers. Schiller is a born singer, and he sings not for a day but for all time. He is one of the immortals. He and Goethe are like two mountains side by side, and as they lift up their glorious heights, it is difficult to decide which surpasses in dazzling altitude. There is a heroic grandeur about Schiller, which perhaps Goethe does not possess. Schiller seems to shoot up abruptly from the plain, and his greatness is witnessed at a glance. Goethe is surrounded by vast tablelands. Not suddenly does he touch the blue sky, and thus his height is lost in vastness and variety. However, the one cannot obscure the other. Both shine in their own glory. Schiller was thoroughly representative of the age in which he lived, of the stress and storm of that prolific and revolutionary period. His first great production, The Robbers, has the fire of eternal youth. It is an exhibition of prodigious power. It will never lose its interest to the student of history, for it was born of its times like a volcanic force. It was the red-hot lava of men's minds, and if we feel not its heat today, we still behold its swift and luminous course, and read in its now motionless splendors the heart-throbs of that mighty generation. Schiller was entirely in and of humanity. He was not outside of it, a calm spectator, as Goethe might be in some of his moods. He was in the rushing flood, and in his rapid and fervent song resounds and shines the hurrying world itself. But Schiller is not simply lyrical and expressive of strong and simple emotions. He is wonderfully dramatic. He has a vast and comprehensive insight into human motives and character. Not one personality pervades his dramas, as in Byron, who resembles him to a very great extent in the energy and vividness of his genius. But many living characters, like those of Shakespeare, pass over his majestic stage. He revels in the production of superb and heroic men like Wallenstein, than whom in all literature there is not a character more opulent in Lucifer-like virtues and illustrious crimes. How the great hero is pictured in his noble weaknesses and sovereign strength, and not alone does he fill the mighty drama. He is surrounded by characters equally true to nature, lovely, malignant, polite, wise, foolish, brave, and cowardly. It is a great and multifarious scene that we witness, where glory and baseness mingle, where lies flourish and the awful punishment rolls on, where love is imperishable, though death shatters the frail form. It is crowded with beautiful descriptions, pathos, philosophy, wisdom, and enthusiasm. That 30 Years' War, what a page in human history! What a story of suffering and heroism! A drawn battle between Romanism and Protestantism after the most enormous struggles and desolating victories and defeats, while the people were crushed between opposing factions and liberty was wounded almost to the death. Goethe, 1749 through 1832. Goethe is unquestionably the greatest poet since Shakespeare, great in original gifts, great in wonderful experience, great in length of days, living his life completely from morn till golden evening, more than all others the poet of the future, more than all others the poet of science and modern thought, originator himself of that thought, and prophet of man's noblest discoveries. Goethe was of the earth, firmly planted in its pregnant soil. His, too, was the vision and the faculty divine that penetrates to farthest spaces and unfolds new realms of truth. No spirit more subtle and delicate than he, no mind more broad and comprehensive. He could sing the sweetest songs, he could grasp the loftiest thought. All passions were his, all wisdom, all imagination. Goethe was a growth more than any other poet. He gathered in new powers through all his golden days. Shakespeare, Shelley, Burns, and Schiller had to depend on original gifts, but Goethe had the advantage of constant learning, discipline, and assimilation. He was continuously gathering in from every vantage point, and his old age surpassed the splendor of his youth. Goethe was self-determined. In him there was art as well as nature, but art which was nature in her supremest moments, in her selectest influence. Goethe understood himself. He was clear-sighted both to that which was within and that which was without. He lost none of his spontaneity by his culture. He was not cold or formal or exclusive. He was not rigid and statuesque, but flowing and picturesque. His thought never lost its music. Goethe was a student, an observer, a man of science. He was a patient inquirer. He was always willing to learn. He equipped himself for business and statesmanship, yet he never lost the simplicity and true-heartedness of life. He was not crusted over with custom. He was cosmopolitan. He rejoiced in the past as well as in the future. The past to him was still living and glorious. It was not his master, but a most beautiful influence. He visited Rome and reveled in the mighty life of the past which it represented. He disdained nothing, for he saw the relations of everything. To him, humanity and nature were a unity. The life of a peasant was as great to him as the life of a king. To him, the everyday was poetic, not simply the occasional. In Faust, he battles with the problem of life. It might have been better if he had left it unsettled at the end of the first part. The second part has not the freshness and reality of the first part. It is more like a symphony than a drama. It is full of music, but its lines are vague and far away, like the landscape of a vision. It seems as if the shadow or astral body were singing to us, not the real man. Goethe has not settled the problem, but how beautifully he has painted life. Its loveliness, its grandeur, its passion, its terror are open to us. He has given us a supreme drama of man and of the universe itself. He points onward. He gives hope through ourselves, through the processes of nature, and not by miracle. He has no faith in the gods or the supernatural. It is not the glory of God, but the triumph of man for which he sought. All the interest of his drama is around man, and God is not an entity, but a process in and through man himself. Goethe was a pantheist, more like Bruno than Spinoza. He believed that the good would sometime triumph, that it was absolute, and not merely finite, as Spinoza declared, but absolute, not as a personality, but as a tendency in nature and in man. But a tendency in man that must be victorious through man's own agency, his own will. Goethe cannot be understood simply through his poetry, like Shakespeare. It makes but little difference whether we understand the life of Shakespeare or not, but the poetry of Goethe is the very fruit and bloom of his personal being. He lives what he writes. We must interpret Goethe by his loves and passions, his impetuous youth, his disciplined manhood. Whatever Goethe was as a man found expression in his books, and we must more than all understand the scientific labors and results of Goethe's career. He was preeminently scientific, and the scientific spirit prevails in and molds his literary activity. Shelley was the poet of Freethought emotion, Goethe of Freethought knowledge. Modern science finds but little voice in Shelley. In Shelley are hopes, aspirations, dreams, the onward bright feeling of humanity escaping from ancient bondage. But in Goethe we have the mighty modern doctrine of evolution, the conception of the universe as a ceaseless activity, a universe of endless transformations in and of itself without any supernatural impulse. To Goethe the universe was sufficient of itself for all that it produced, be it a flower or sun or brain of man. End of Chapter 14, Part 3, Modern Poets. Burns, Wordsworth, Scott, Keats, Byron, Lessing, Schiller, and Goethe.
Chapter 15 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 Geology. Orthodoxy was worsted on the plains of heaven. The stars fought against it. All space was lighted up with heretical torches. The tangled mazes of the Pleiades bore the banners of Freethought millions of miles from the clutch of the priest. The belt of Orion girded a heresiarch that could not be burned at the stake, and over the ashes of Bruno flamed his deathless brilliance. The Southern Cross was more radiant than the cross of the Church. Not a planet or sun, or comet, or constellation could Rome chain to its car. Orthodoxy submitted to the inevitable, and Freethought pursued its shining way through limitless space. But the Church was still enthroned on earth. If it could retain that, it still might bid defiance to the stars. But when the earth seemed to be slipping from its grasp, and the Garden of Eden and the flood and Mount Sinai to disappear in the vast sweep of ages, then came a long and bitter contest, and even today the battle is not yet ended. It has been a most humiliating defeat so far for the Church. The Church scented the danger, and when man began to study the crust of the earth, its rocks, its fossils, there was a universal cry of condemnation from the Church. All the theologians took arms, but in this case, the Protestant Church proved to be more pugnacious than Rome. Rome had learned its lesson in the battle of astronomy. It had something of the wisdom of experience, and did not care again to endanger its reputation for infallibility. But the Protestant theologian must defend his Bible. The Church, according to Rome, being a constant revelation from God, might accommodate itself to human advancement. But the Bible, a fixed thing, a revelation, ended 18 centuries ago, and of course this could not be renovated. No amount of new knowledge could make it different from what it was. Its reputation for veracity must be maintained. The Church was somewhat mobile, and might admit fresh channels of thought, but the Bible was crystallized. It had ceased to flow. It was an infallible book, and the very letter of it must be preserved. If one single mistake were proved against the Bible, the whole foundation of the Protestant Church was gone, for it was founded upon the absolute truthfulness of the book. Rome, therefore, occupied a somewhat neutral position. She left the brunt of the battle to the Protestants, and so conducted herself that the victory of science would not destroy her prestige. Indeed, it was a Catholic of commanding position, Cardinal Wiseman, who was the first of the theologic army to admit that geology might be true, and that the Church of God had better make the best of it. It took a long time for the Protestant clergy to acquire equal wisdom. The battle began in the 16th century. Fracastoro and Palissy broached the true theory. Afterwards, de Clave, Bitland, and de Villiers upheld it. The latter were opposed by the theologic faculty of Paris. Their books were burned, and they were banished. In the 18th century, the learned and brilliant Buffon endeavored to state fundamental geological truths. He was dragged from his high position, and forced ignominiously to print his recantation. Still, Cilia, Lillens, Whitehurst, and Dauberton pushed their researches, with incontrovertible results. But the warfare continued even more furiously. Listen to the wail of the poet Cowper. Some drill and bore the solid earth, and from the strata there extract a register by which we learn that he who made it and revealed its date to Moses was mistaken in its age. Poor Cowper! His God was certainly mistaken, and is now a fossil himself, a matter of curiosity like Cowper's own poetry. The civilized world was filled with the roar of the theologian. He declared that geology was not a subject of lawful inquiry. It was a dark art, dangerous and disreputable, a forbidden province, an infernal artillery, an awful evasion of the testimony of revelation, and infidelity. The fossils were a great trouble to the church champions. They could not get rid of them with all their noise. They were facts, and a fact does sometimes confront a theologian. But they said the fossils were produced by the deluge, although it was already proved that the deluge was not universal. It was declared that the remains of a mammoth were the bones of giants mentioned in Scripture. Also, that a lizard discovered in Germany was the fossil of a man. "It is comical and instructive," said President White. "We laugh today at those miserable sophistries. Yet they were upheld by the representatives of the Protestant Church. But with the destruction of these sophistries forever vanishes the divine inspiration of the Bible. Geology has marked the word lie all over the pages of that book. On 3 great points, the Bible is simply and absolutely false, and there is no doubt about it. And geology, even more than astronomy, has demolished the pretensions of the Church. The rocks and fossils have spiked the guns of theology. The 3 points on which the Bible and its record is diametrically opposed to science are: the age of man, the age of the earth, and the order of evolution. The age of man. The Bible, beyond question to any fair-minded inquirer, declares that man has existed on this planet less than 6,000 years. Professor William Denton, to which Freethought is so amply indebted for scientific and historical researches, says, "When we have learned that the heaven and earth were made in 6 days, we have a key to the time of the beginning. On the last of those 6 days, Adam was created, and in the 5th and 6th chapters of Genesis, we can learn how many years it is from the creation of Adam to the deluge. Adam was 130 years old when Seth was born. Seth was 105 when Enos was born. And thus we are furnished with the date of the birth of 8 succeeding individuals to Noah, who was 600 years old when the deluge came. Thus we have the following total: Adam 130, Seth 105, Enos 90, Canaan 70, Mahalalel 65, Jared 162, Enoch 65, Methuselah 187, Lamech 182, Noah 600. Total 1,656 years. The time from the creation of Adam to the deluge, then, is 1,656 years, and from that time the Bible furnishes us with dates, by which we learn that the deluge took place about 4,200 years ago. Then the creation of man took place, according to the Bible statement, less than 6,000 years ago. It is demonstrated by geology that man has existed on this planet for at least 100,000 years. Leaving out of question the age of the earth anterior to Adam, it is conceded that Adam was created on the 7th day, and so the Bible chronology of Adam, as given by Professor Denton, cannot be disputed. What is the testimony of history? Baldwin says, "It is now as certain as anything in ancient history that Egypt existed as a civilized country not less than 5,000 years earlier than the birth of Christ." For confirmation of this, one can visit the Art Museum of New York and study the mummies. Lennerman, in his Manual of Ancient History of the East, places the first dynasty of Egyptian kings at 5004 BC. He is a Christian scholar, but acknowledges that the same system of writing existed then, as was in use thousands of years afterward. Sir Charles Lyell gives a period of 100,000 years from the present, for the time when the primitive men of France lived, whose remains have been found in the valley of the Somme. Ousted, in his Earth's History, says, "It would appear that the lowest human remains must be of a date carrying us back 250,000 of years." Broca says, "Man has left traces of his existence, marks of his industry, and remains of his body in geological strata, the antiquity of which is beyond computation." He adds, "A person may easily convince himself that 6,000 years constitute but a short moment in the life of humanity." Leslie says, "You may, with little trouble, see for yourselves by glancing through the magazines of scientific literature that our race has been upon this earth for hundreds of thousands of years." Professor Asa Gray says, "Existing species of plants and animals have been in existence for many thousands of years, and as to their associate man, all agree that the length of his occupation is not at all measured by the generations of biblical chronology." There is no question of the immeasurable antiquity of man. His own history declares it. Geology declares it. The strata of the earth declare it. Monuments and fossils testify to it. The evidence is cumulative and entirely against the Bible story. If man is more than 6,000 years old, every cardinal doctrine of Christianity has slept away. The fall, total depravity, the atonement. If Eden is a myth, then Christianity is founded on a myth. If the old Adam disappears, the new Adam, Christ, must vanish also. No fall, no redemption. That is the logic. The antiquity of man dissolves the whole system of the Christian religion. It is the baseless fabric of a vision. So it seems that Cowper's melancholy God was mistaken as to the age of man, about 200 or 500,000 years. But as 1,000 years are as to one day to this deity, the difference, perhaps, is not important to the divine mind. The age of the earth. But how about the age of the earth? According to the Bible, it is only 6 days older than Adam. The 6 days of Genesis mean 6 days of 24 hours each, that is, common days. The evidence on this point is conclusive. It speaks of the evening and the morning of the first day, etc. If the day represents creation, then the night must represent non-creation. And if the day is 1,000,000 years or more, then the night is 1,000,000 years or more. And for 1,000,000 years, God did nothing. But geology denies the existence of any such blanks. The 20th chapter of Exodus is conclusive as to the length of day. The author of the Pentateuch defines his own term, and the definition must be accepted. It is on the supposition that the days of creation were similar to our own, that the famous commandment of the Sabbath is based, and that is the motive assigned for it by the Hebrew legislature. Thou shalt work 6 days and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work on that day. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the 7th day. Whatever the word day means in Genesis, it must mean in Exodus. The terms are identical. If you change the meaning in Genesis, you must change it in Exodus. And the command would then read, Thou shalt work 6 periods of 1,000,000 years each, but on the 7th period of 1,000,000 years, thou shalt do no work. A pretty long week's work and a pretty long Sabbath day. Not even a Puritan could stand that. Professor Moses Stewart of Andover Seminary, one of the best Hebrew scholars in America, and who wrote a grammar of that language, settles the question thus. The inquiries you make concerning the word yom in Gen 1, I will briefly answer. It does not signify an indefinite period of time, but always some definite one. When employed, as in Gen 1 in the singular number, it sometimes means a specific day of the week, sometimes today, that is, this day, sometimes a specific day, or season of calamity, joy, particular duty, action, suffering, etc. It is only the plural, yamin, which is employed for time in an indefinite way, as in many days to come, days of my life, etc. But even here, the plural in most cases is a limited one, limited by some adjective, numeral, etc., and in yamin signifies, therefore, a limited portion of time. Often it stands for a year. When the sacred writer in Gen 1 says, the first day, the second day, etc., there can be no possible doubt, none I mean for a philologist, let a geologist think as he may, that a definite day of the week is meant, which definite day is designated by the numbers first, second, third, etc. What puts this beyond all question in philology is that the writer says specifically, the evening and the morning were the first day, the second day, etc. Now is an evening and a morning a period of some thousands of years? It is in any sense, when so employed, an indefinite period. The answer is so plain and certain that I need not repeat it. If Moses has given us an erroneous account of the creation, so be it. Let it come out, and let us have the truth. But do not let us turn aside his language to get rid of difficulties that we may have in our speculations. How old is the earth? Lyell talks of myriads of ages. Professor Warren Upham says, among all the means afforded by geology for direct estimates of the earth's duration, doubtless the most reliable is through comparing the present measured rate of denudation of continental areas with the aggregate of the greatest determined thickness of the strata referable to the successive time divisions. The factors of this method of estimate, however, are in considerable part uncertain, or dependent on the varying opinions of different geologists. According to Sir Archibald Geikie, in his presidential address a year ago before the British Association, the time thus required for the formation of all the stratified rocks of the Earth's crust may range from a minimum of 73 million up to a maximum of 680 million years. Professor Samuel Houghton obtains in this way, for the whole duration of geological time, a minimum of 200 million years. On the other hand, smaller results are reached through the same method by Dana, who conjectures that the Earth's age may be about 48 million years, since the formation of the oldest fossil iferous rocks, and by Alfred Russel Wallace, who concludes that this time has probably been about only 28 million years. With these, rather than with the foregoing, we may also place Mr. T. Mallard Reed's recent estimate of 95 million years, similarly derived. Again, Mr. C.D. Walcott, in his vice presidential address before Section E of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, in its meeting in August 1893, gave his opinion from a study of sedimentary rocks of the western Cordilleran area of the United States that the duration of time since the Archean era has been probably some 45 million years. These geological ages, as Kingsley says, are simply appalling. We cannot conceive of them. They are to us practically an eternity. But these vast, unimaginable periods sweep away the Bible creation utterly. How insignificant it seems when we come to the truth itself. Again must Cowper's God hide his diminished head. He was mistaken this time to the extent of 200 or 300 millions of years. The order of evolution. But an even more tremendous indictment is made by geology against the truthfulness of the Bible, and that is, as to the order of development through all these millions of years. God might be forgetful of time, but he certainly cannot forget the order of his own action. What is the Bible order? First read the text. On the 5th day God is represented as saying, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life, and fowl that may fly in the open firmament of heaven." On the 6th day God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And apparently toward the evening of that day God said, "Let us make man." Popularly speaking, without reference to the other distinctions, all the animal life of the universe can be divided into three great classes, namely, the water population, the air population, and the land population. The question in geological history arises as to the order of production or development of these great classes. The Bible order is as follows. First, the water population, let the waters, etc. Second, the air population, fowl that may fly, etc. Third, the land population, cattle, creeping things, etc. This is the true and only possible interpretation of the Bible. Gladstone himself, the most able defender of the faith today, on this very order itself, bases an argument for the divine inspiration of the Bible. Professor Huxley states in his answer to Gladstone that the order is as follows. First, the water population, second, the land population, and third, the air population. There is no question among men of science as to this order, and it is clearly irreconcilable with the order of the Bible. What an unanswerable indictment geology thus brings against the Bible. As we travel through the rocky and fiery corridors of ancient time, into what a formless void sinks the Garden of Eden, how stupendous and amazing is the reality. What pictures pass before the glowing mind. What a theater of action expands. In this workshop, this laboratory of nature, what enormous and subtle forces interact, crushing and mingling, separating and fusing, in the uncounted chambers of the past. Chambers of ice, deep-sea chambers, forest chambers and arches, and slow columns of mountains. As we are overwhelmed with the grandeurs of space, with starry pathways in every direction, even so are we overwhelmed with the grandeurs of time. No Bible and no God can now bar the endless procedure. A little stretch indeed is the recorded history of man, compared with those immensities of years which roll backward with such majestic scenes. What is the revelation of Mount Sinai, with its thunders, compared to the revelations of geology, with its thunder, its fires, its heavens and earth, uncreated, no beginning, an everlasting panorama, ever death and ever birth, decay and bloom, yet nothing lost, not one atom but keeps on its unwearied course. How marvelous are these pages of nature's Bible, which can never be impeached. Each picture is traced by nature's own pencil, and flushed with her abundant life and color. For 200 millions of years, the sun poured its beams upon this swirling planet, ere it made a place for man, ere it bounded the seas, stretched the plains, arched the sunny skies, bloomed in flowers, and glowed in fruit. And this was 500,000 years before man ever dreamed of God in Eden. He had not time to make gods then. It was a struggle for existence. Man must put forth every effort to save himself. If he had wasted as much time in worship as his descendants, our far-off ancestor would certainly have gone to the wall. It is fortunate that he trusted in no divine providence, that he did not get down on his knees to pray. The tiger and the lion would have gotten the better of him in that position. Man was not, at first, a religious animal. He could not afford to be. It would have cost him his life. He must husband his resources. He must constantly walk upright. He must differentiate his forepaws from hind paws. That was his only plan of salvation. He must cultivate his fingers. If he laid his deadly doing down, he would certainly be down himself. Man was in the midst of a tremendous battle, and he had to do his best, and could not waste any time in useless religious services. The man of geology is not at all like the man of the Bible. He was not even male and female to begin with. And woman was first, and not man. What a history it is, the real history of man. Man born with all the other animals, akin with all the other animals, struggling with them, fighting with them, killing them and being killed, but gradually gaining superior strength, wisdom, and skill, building a home, forming centers of life, and out of the very weakness of his infancy attaining a more vigorous and splendid manhood. That is the man for the poetry and philosophy of today, not the shriveled artificiality of theological myth, who followed the lead of woman, and then, like a coward, shirked the responsibility. Geology is revealing the vast anterior life of man, in the immeasurable stream of time, on whose bosom he arose, like the sea anemone itself, child of his surroundings. Geology has thus added a wondrous meaning and possibility to human existence. Man is on the onward path, with the gained capital of 500,000 years, and stored up labor and experience of unimaginable centuries. He is not a poor fallen child, a depraved being, a mass of corruption, destined to an eternal hell. He is a wise, valiant, disciplined, heroic being, the glory of the universe. He has grown strong in suffering. He has learned by adversity. He has profited by 1,000,000 mistakes. The roots of his life today, which stretch into unsounded depths of time, give him the sustenance and the power by which, as from a noble height, today he looks into a future of bright and ceaseless progress. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of 400 Years of Freethought, Part 1 by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 16, Evolution. What is evolution? A far more dangerous enemy than astronomy or geology was now about to overwhelm the old ideas and traditions, namely, evolution. Including in itself all that had been won by these and other sciences, it was still more radical and universal in its onslaught. Astronomy and geology did give some chance for a God of design, although somewhat remote in time and place. But in the origin of species there was still remaining a stronghold for the faithful. And it was fondly hoped that between man and the lower animals there was an impassable gulf, and here the deity was a necessary invention. It is astonishing what a change has been made by evolution in this respect. All the old arguments have been swept away, and among them the argument from design, the supreme argument of theology, and the only argument which has had any real influence with the human mind. But for the evidences of design, there would never have been any abiding belief in God. As a practical argument, it was exceedingly strong to one who desired to believe. It was not a demonstration, and could be easily answered by logic. but it appealed strongly to the senses, and was valid even with free thinkers like Voltaire and Paine. Evolution has taken away the foundation of this argument. Evolution accounts for all the design we now behold. There is no need of any God to explain it. Hereafter, God does not appeal to the senses or to thought. He is purely an affair of the imagination, and has become so attenuated and so irresponsive to man's real needs that it is impossible for him to be retained even by a devout mind when evolution has fully accomplished its logical course. Evolution has changed the front of the universe, as Mr. Savage says. It has changed everything, all our ideas of history, of man's past, his nature, his possibilities, and his future. We are in a different universe from what our fathers were. Never has such a change been made in human thought. Its effect as yet is but scarcely seen. Not a generation has passed since it was accepted as a part of human science, not only as part, but really as the spirit and law of all science hereafter. Every science is now evolutionary science. The unity of sciences is in evolution. Evolution has had to battle against the prejudices of ages and the faith of ages, and not easily do those yield even to overwhelming proof. Even the theologian today is compelled to accept evolution, but he seeks in all possible ways to bend it to his ancient creed. It is no longer a question with any thinker as to the acceptance of evolution, but as to how to accept it, and what shall be saved, if anything, from the wrecks of the past. Of course, the Church will try to save itself. Theology will try to save itself, not any longer as against evolution, but by submitting to the inevitable, and saving itself, if possible, through the weakness and credulity of mankind, which evolution does not destroy, even while it gives greater wisdom and liberty. The battle will probably go on for ages yet, but a great triumph has been achieved. A new outlook has been gained, a tremendous power brought into play. All the sacrifices and martyrdoms and struggles of the past have resulted in the brightest and noblest attainments and prospects of the human race. Evolution needs a deep and careful study to understand what it is in relation to all the other triumphs hitherto won by science and philosophy. We need to understand first what is evolution, secondly, the methods of evolution, thirdly, its proofs, and finally its results, logical and practical. In this way only can we realize this immense triumph of free thought. What is evolution? The most general meaning of evolution may be defined as follows from the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Evolution includes all theories respecting the origin and order of the world, which regard the higher or more complex forms of existence as following and depending on the lower and simpler forms, which represent the course of the world as a gradual transition from the indeterminate to the determinate, from the uniform to the varied, and which assume the cause of this progress to be immanent in the world itself that is thus transformed. All theories of evolution, properly so called, regard the physical world as a gradual progress from the simple to the complex. Look upon the development of organic life as conditioned by that of the inorganic world, and view the course of mental life, both of the individual and the race, as correlated with a material process. Professor Leconte thus defines evolution. Evolution is continuous, progressive change, according to certain laws, by means of resident forces. The gist of this definition is in the words italicized. It must be understood that evolution in its larger sense includes dissolution, that is, all changes, whether for life or death, whether for progress or non-progress. Many imagine, says Professor Leconte, that progress is the one law of evolution. In fact, that evolution and progress are convertible terms. They imagine that in evolution the movement must be upward and onward in all parts, that degeneration, dissolution, is the opposite of evolution. This is far from the truth. The words progress and degeneration are relative words applied to evolution from the human standpoint. But universally speaking, there is no progress or degeneration in evolution. It is simply evolution. There is no purpose in evolution, and dissolution is really evolution, that is, a change evolved by natural or inherent causes, or resident forces. The egg is the type of evolution, not a definition, but an illustration, the best, perhaps, which any one process in nature can give. Says Leconte, everyone is familiar with the main facts connected with the development of an egg. We all know that it begins as a microscopic germ cell, then grows into an egg, then organizes into a chick, and finally grows into a cock, and that the whole process follows some general, well-recognized law. Now this process is evolution. It is more, it is the type of all evolution. It is from that we get our idea of evolution, and without which there would be no such word. Whenever and wherever we find a process of change more or less resembling this, and following laws similar to those determining the development of an egg, we call it evolution. Evolution as a process is not confined to one thing, the egg, nor as a doctrine is it confined to one department of science, biology. The process pervades the whole universe, and the doctrine concerns alike every department of science, yea, every department of human thought. Haeckel's definition is as follows. The general doctrine of development, the progenesis theory of evolution, hypothesis in the widest sense, as a comprehensive philosophical view of the universe, assumes that a vast, uniform, uninterrupted, and eternal process of development obtains throughout all nature, and that all natural phenomena, without exception, from the motions of the heavenly bodies and the fall of a rolling stone, to the growth of plants and the consciousness of men, obey one and the same great law of causation. That all may be ultimately referred to the mechanics of atoms, the mechanical or mechanistic, homogeneous or monistic view of the universe, in one word, monism. Robert C. Adams gives a definition, which, expressed without scientific terms, is easily understood. Evolution is the theory that all the varied details of the universe are the result of a gradual development from simpler conditions through the workings of laws of nature, which now surround us. Worlds, minerals, plants, animals, man, language, morals, laws, literature, arts, and sciences, as they exist today, are the outcome of the unceasing succession of cause and effect that have taken place through the preceding ages in accordance with natural law. I have given these various definitions of evolution in order that one can grasp fully its philosophy before we come to a consideration of its facts, its methods, to the science of evolution. We cannot understand the methods of evolution until we comprehend its universal meaning. Evolution as a philosophy, an idea, is nothing new. It was held by the old Greek and Hindu philosophers. Anaximander, Heraclitus, Empedocles, Thales, Democritus, Aristotle, and Lucretius taught the unity and evolution of life, as opposed to the dualism of Plato. The early Ionic physicists explained the world as generated out of a primordial matter, which is at the same time the universal support of things. This substance is endowed with a generative or transmutative force, by virtue of which it passes into a succession of forms. They thus resemble modern evolutionists, since they regard the world, with its infinite variety of forms, as issuing from a simple mode of matter. In the ancient philosophies of India, Brahma is conceived as the eternal self-existent being, which on its material side unfolds itself to the world by gradually condensing itself to the natural objects through the gradations of ether, fire, water, earth, and other elements. Strife is father and king of all is a saying ascribed to Heraclitus. As Huxley suggests, this might make a fitting motto to Darwin's Origin of Species. It thus appears that evolution is as old as philosophy. It is a natural explanation to the thinking mind. It is the savage who originates the theological explanation, that a will, an intelligence like himself, is at the source of things. Philosophy naturally takes to evolution, and the greatest minds in all ages have accepted it. There are only three theories possible to the human mind regarding the history of nature. First, that the world has always been about as it is today. Second, the creation theory. Third, the evolution theory. It is simply against all evidence to accept the first, although it has been accepted in past times by some philosophers. The theologian rejects it, and so does the man of science. Only two theories are then possible to the human mind: creation and evolution. These theories are directly antagonistic. They are mutually exclusive. Where creation is, there cannot be evolution, and where evolution is, there cannot be creation. If one reject creation, then he must accept evolution, and if he reject evolution, then he must accept creation, or simply have no thought at all about the matter. One can understand evolution better by an endeavor to understand its opposite, the creation theory. The original creation theory is that something originates out of nothing. This is absolutely inconceivable. The words "something out of nothing" convey no idea to the human mind. Even the theologian is staggered by the unthinkableness of the assertion. The something that exists today must certainly have been made of something that existed before. Even if that something was God himself, in which case the universe itself must be eternal in substance with God, and therefore there is no need of creation. Hence the theory has been modified so as to admit of the everlasting existence of matter, but matter without attributes or qualities. But the existence of matter without attributes or qualities is also inconceivable. We can only know matter through its qualities. The Bible, of course, declares that the earth was formless and void, but one cannot think, picture, or imagine what that means. A material thing, says Huxley, referring to this passage, existing in space, must have a superficies, and if it has a superficies, it has a form. The wildest streaks of mare's tail clouds in the sky, or the most irregular heavenly nebulae, have surely just as much form as a geometrical tetrahedron. And as for void, how can that be void which is full of matter? As a scientific statement, these words fail to convey any intelligible conception to my mind, so that theory of creation cannot be held as reasonable. The modern and only really reasonable theory of creation is this, that nature in itself is an inert mass. Of itself it could never move. The creation is, therefore, in the motion which is given to motionless matter, or the life which is given to lifeless matter. Now this act of creation is conceivable. You can think of a vast inert mass. You can think of that mass set in motion by some outside power. It does not follow, however, that because a thing is conceivable or thinkable or reasonable, it is therefore true. If we try to find out a truth through a pure act of reason, we commit the old fatal error of Plato and his followers, and there is no end to the creeds which might be fashioned, for then one might believe as he is a mind too, which of course he cannot scientifically. Science says, believe according to facts. It is not reason only, but reason and experience that give us truth, and there is no other way. This last theory of creation was held by Thomas Paine, and upon the existence of motion he founded his argument for the existence of God. Paine reasoned that matter was motionless, and there must be a deity to make it move. He had high authority for his assumption that matter is necessarily motionless. Descartes held to the same view, and it was the general philosophic view at that time. Against this notion of Descartes and Paine, the great deist John Toland strenuously contended, and perhaps to him, whose ashes now lie unmarked in Putney churchyard, must be given the honor of first clearly announcing the modern philosophical doctrine of matter and force, so luminously expressed by Buchner, and which is the foundation of the scientific doctrine of the conservation of force. Says Tyndall, he, Toland, affirmed motion to be an inherent attribute of matter, that no portion of matter was at rest, and that even the most quiescent solids were animated by a motion of their ultimate particles. How much deeper was the insight of John Toland into nature than that of Descartes or Paine? Let us give to this sturdy deist the true merit of his genius, piercing beyond his own generation. Definitions, says Holyoake, grow as the horizon of experience expands. They are not inventions, but descriptions of the state of a question. No man sees all through a discovery at once. That definitions, says Tyndall, should change as knowledge advances, is in accordance with sound sense and scientific practice. Paine did not define matter correctly. His theological argument collapses the moment we understand the true nature of matter, which is eternally in the process of evolution. Matter is not dead, it is not lifeless, it is not motionless. Matter is constantly alive and moving. Death is merely our name for a change in nature, but there is no cessation of movement. Death is simply a new movement, not inertia. Not a particle of matter is ever absolutely at rest. The curtain is never rung down on nature. Her drama is unceasing, however we may view it. Given matter, there is motion, and given motion, there is matter. This brings us to the fundamental affirmation of evolution, the eternity of matter and motion, that matter cannot be increased or diminished, and motion cannot be increased or diminished. In nature, both matter and force, motion, are unbeginning and unending. Without this postulate, scientific knowledge is impossible. grant that matter or motion can be made or destroyed by the least possible amount, and the foundations of certainty are gone. The conservation of forces is the noblest demonstration of modern science, and absolutely necessary to its life. Nothing is made, nothing is lost anywhere in the universe. There is no need, therefore, of creation or of God. The only way to save the conception of God hereafter is to identify him with this eternal matter and force, as Goethe has done and others. But this is a thing of choice and not of logic. Evolution does not need a God. It needs simply eternal matter and motion. In matter, as Tyndall says, is the promise and potency of all life. Matter in which motion never ceases to be, since it never began to be. Wherever we are in any age, in any cycle, in any eon, in any chamber of illimitable space, the universe is always on the move. Fundamentally, as Goethe says, the universe is action. It is dynamic. Evolution, therefore, first of all, brings us into the presence of a universe in which no particle of matter is at rest. Its crystals are but mirrors of motion. Its diamonds heave and flash like a sea, if we have senses fine enough to perceive. Its iron, its adamant are streams of movement. It is eternal action, ever translated into eternal fact. The universe of today, therefore, is the universe of yesterday and of the illimitable past. It is the universe of tomorrow and of the illimitable future. It is ever old, ever new, never the same, yet unchangeable in its substance. There is no addition, no diminution, infinite variety, yet infinite oneness, no break anywhere. All the forms of today, however wonderful and brilliant, existed potentially in all the forms of yesterday, and all the million and billion forms of tomorrow, however different, low or high, vast or minute, exist potentially in the forms of today. If at one time there was only fire mist, yet in that fire mist was the cosmos of today. And if this cosmos ceases, it gives its glory and wealth to that which succeeds. There is no grave for the universe, even as there was no birth. Every tombstone will melt and flow into the eternal activity. There is no epitaph for nature. What she is, she ever was and ever will be. Her chambers of darkness are not prison houses. In them gathers life, and it surges and rolls onto illuminated fields. Nature carries her supplies with her. Her treasuries are never drained, her lines of communication are never broken. She has no straggling forces. Wherever she marches, her army is compact and beautiful. Nature is a living whole, as Humboldt says. Who can measure the grandeur of these words, or unfold their infinite meaning? This conception lies at the foundation of any philosophy of evolution, not simply the oneness of nature, but that oneness alive at every point. There is nothing back of evolution. There is nothing after evolution. Evolution is all in all. It is nature working with her own capital, depending on her own resources. Nature makes her own investments and takes all the profits. She has no silent partner. She is her own syndicate. She is entirely home rule. There is no foreign interference. Nature never imports. Her looms weave the productions of her own soil. Nature pays no tariff for anything that is in her wide domains. Nature pays her own way, makes her own living, and is never bankrupt. Her assets are always equal to her liabilities. Her accounts always balance. Her receipts equal her expenditures. This is what evolution is, not a partial, but a universal explanation of nature. Nature is all in all, eternal matter and eternal force, whose endless transformations are the result of her own inherent activity. End of chapter 16, part 1. Evolution. What is evolution? Chapter 16, part 2 of 400 Years of Free Thought, part 1, by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 16, Part 2. Evolution, Methods and Proofs. The Methods of Evolution. After a general and philosophical definition of evolution is the elucidation of the methods of evolution, or the real facts of evolution as a matter of history, which can be discovered only by science itself. We might a priori affirm evolution as a philosophy of the universe, but we could not declare its process. We can only know how nature works by watching her. I can only give a bird's-eye view of the process of evolution. It would take volumes to unfold all the details brought to light by modern science, but it is necessary to the history of evolution that we should have a general view of its methods, or laws, or order of facts. I use the word law as a description of the ways of nature, not as something imposed upon nature. Nature has her methods, and these methods I call laws. In the study of nature and the multiplicity of her forms, the first law which strikes the observer is the law of persistency. All forms of life with which we become acquainted tend to continue to be, to reproduce, and perpetuate themselves. All past and present experiences of man demonstrate the existence and universality of this law. Species or forms of life now in existence have been in existence with scarcely any change for many thousands of years. This applies to all animal and plant life. This law of persistency is recognized without question. Then comes the law of variation, and this seems to be almost as universal as the law of persistency. Forms of life tend to vary, to be different. Every form of life seems to have this tendency more or less. It is not necessarily inherent, but is probably the result of a change of environment. Both the form of life and its environment must be taken into consideration. It might be inherent in the form to change, or it might be entirely the result of a change in outward conditions. At any rate, the variation occurs, and constantly occurs. We see it ourselves every day in the plants and animals by which we are surrounded. But now, furthermore, it is to be observed as the method of nature that when the variation occurs, it also takes the law of persistency equally with the original form. It tends to continue to be, to multiply, and also to produce variations, and these also tend to persist. The law, therefore, of persistency, of variation, and of persistency in the variation is well established by universal experience. It needs no further illustration. What then must be the result? No matter how minute the first appearance of life, it must eventually increase to an enormous extent. There must at length be millions upon millions of forms, and these forms increasing in geometrical ratio. A cod, says Denton, will produce at a birth from 4 to 9 millions. A full-grown elm will perfect in a single season 100 million seeds. A pair of rabbits in 150 years, if unrestrained, would stock the entire land surface of the globe. 3 flies, says Huxley, will destroy a dead horse as quickly as a lion. There are 100 trillion flies in the world each day. Darwin reckons that 2 elephants in 750 years will increase to 19 millions. 50 million birds and birds' eggs die every year, and of this destruction no traces are seen. 500,000 animal species are now known. These facts, among many, illustrate the inconceivable energy of nature, her opulence of life. She is eternally producing. What must be the result in the long run, begin where we will? It is the struggle for existence. There is not room, and there is not sustenance for all. The larger number must perish. Only a minority can remain. The universe becomes a battleground. As Ingersoll says, every drop of water is a field of carnage. Nature is red in tooth and claw, says the poet, and even Huxley cries, thousands of times a minute, were our ears sharp enough, we should hear sighs and groans of pain, like those heard by Dante at the gates of hell. It is useless to hide the facts. We are in a world of enormous misery, where each must struggle for existence, where the chances are 1,000 to 1 against life and happiness for the individual. Millions die, and millions are forgotten in a day. Thus far the process or method of evolution cannot be denied. Persistency, variation, enormous multiplication of life, the struggle for existence. Whatever may be the source of the original germ in the remote eons, this is the actual result at last, a warfare inconceivable in its extent, fierceness, slaughter, and destruction. By what process out of this apparently interminable confusion arises the present cosmos, still laden with pain, and yet beautiful and wonderful in its superb structure? The answer is natural selection. And yet this answer was not made until a little over 30 years ago. This method of evolution was made known by Darwin, and demonstrated by an array of facts, inductions indisputable. To Darwin belongs the honor of giving to evolution its decisive victory. Not that he originated the idea of evolution, but that he announced its supreme method, and we might say that he is the most original and triumphant investigator in the whole field of science. Not Aristotle, nor Copernicus, nor Newton has so revolutionized the thoughts of men, and strange it is that so plain, so simple, so adequate an explanation was not made hundreds of years ago. However, we must not fail to give credit to those who opened the way. The modern theory of descent was not originated by Darwin, but by Lamarck, and to him belongs the honor. Goethe also anticipated Darwin in this direction, as also Herbert Spencer. What is the theory of descent? It is the affirmation of the unity of organic nature, that all animals now living, and similarly all plants, are connected, forming one great family, and that they are connected naturally with those of all past ages, and derived from them, and from one or a few original germs. This, popularly, is supposed to be the theory which Darwin stated for the first time in his epoch-making book. But the genetic continuity of all life on this planet, both animal and vegetable, had been admirably stated by Spencer 7 years before Darwin's book was published, while the general doctrine of evolution had been taught for over 2,000 years. It was not the theory of descent which Darwin discovered and announced, but the method by which the descent of all life from a few original germs was accomplished. And it was this method which had been overlooked by all investigators before, even by Spencer. This method was stated in the title of his great book, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. We might say that before Darwin, evolution was simply a brilliant guess, a philosophy that made luminous human history, but it was not a science. Darwin made it a science, not by stating the what, but by showing the how of the continuity and relationship of life on this planet by means of natural selection. Natural selection is what has opened more than all else into the wonderful working of nature and solved what had hitherto been regarded as insoluble. It was one thing as a philosopher to declare the theory of descent and voluminously illustrate it, and make it appear a reasonable theory, a valid explanation of the universe and the processes of its life. This is what Spencer did. It is another and a greater thing to demonstrate the theory of descent and show how it was done by an induction from facts which cannot be questioned, and this is what Darwin has accomplished. He has made evolution a science. With Spencer, it was a philosophy more deductive than inductive. We might say that both Spencer and Darwin were necessary to the grandest development and understanding of the doctrine of evolution. Both have been of incalculable service, only it was well to understand their relation to each other and to know what each accomplished. Spencer swept the whole universe and correlated all facts, all history, all life. Darwin took one department, but in that department he accomplished the supremest triumph that is possible to human genius. He demonstrated where Spencer inferred. There are three great theories of evolution, frequently confounded in the popular mind, but which should be kept separate in order to understand modern progress. First, the general or universal theory, that is, monism, that which affords a rational interpretation of the whole universe by bringing all phenomena into a uniform process of evolution. Second, the theory of transmutation or descent, which is an essential and indispensable element in the general evolution theory, and which explains, to a certain extent, the origin of organic species. This is the theory of Lamarck. It will be noted that these two theories existed before Darwin, and therefore it is improper to label either one of them Darwinism, as is frequently done. The third theory is the theory of selection, mainly natural selection, and this is Darwin's theory. The theory of natural selection was founded upon the fact of artificial selection. Artificial selection is well known. Man has practiced it for centuries. Now, what man does consciously, nature does unconsciously. Only it will be seen with an immensely greater number of appliances and energy of life, and with immensely greater results. Nature is at work all the time, in every part of the universe, with an infinite array of forces. Nature, as we have seen, is living throughout, is never at rest, and therefore the effect of nature's selection must be infinitely varied, vast, and magnificent. It is more potent than any possible miracle of any possible God. God is simply ruled out. There is no need of him. Darwin, first of all, studied artificial selection, and then he studied nature, as nature had never been studied before, and nature revealed to him her most pregnant secret. In the whole history of the world, no one man has contributed so much to human knowledge as Darwin. No one man has so changed the outlook of the human race, so changed its morality, its religion, its hope, its intellectual and practical motive as Darwin. Like Shakespeare in poetry, is Darwin in science. Darwin uses the term natural selection. Spencer uses the term survival of the fittest. Both terms are liable to misunderstanding. Selection implies intelligence, but Darwin does not affirm any intelligence in the operations of nature. The selection of nature is without will or intelligence. It is natural selection and not artificial selection. The word fittest implies that what we think to be fittest, which is fittest from our moral or intellectual standpoint, survives, which is by no means the case universally. That what we think most unfit survives, simply because it has the best surroundings. In other words, the fittest is simply the strongest, not simply in quality or quantity, but by favorable circumstances. This universe no more exists to satisfy the moral or intellectual ideal of man than it does to satisfy the moral or intellectual ideal of an ant, a bee, a lion, or a hippopotamus. The glory of man is no more considered in the sweep of universal nature than the glory of the grass or of an ox. Man has simply to look out for himself. He must take his chances and win. Fortunately, he has won, but exactly in the same way that others have won. The conditions were favorable, and therefore he was selected. But having gained a vantage ground, then his will comes into play, and through his will he makes advancement. But that will must not depend on God or nature. It must annihilate God and use nature. Man has the power of reaction. Goethe states it. All members develop themselves according to eternal laws, and the rarest form mysteriously preserves the primitive type. Form, therefore, determines the animal's way of life, and in turn the way of life powerfully reacts upon all form. Thus the orderly growth of form is seen to halt, whilst yielding to change from eternally acting causes. Natural selection does not account for the whole process of organic evolution, although it accounts for the largest number of facts, but some facts seem to be outside of it. Darwin says, "I am convinced that natural selection has been the main, but not the exclusive means of modification." Besides natural selection, Darwin brings forward the theory of sexual selection, which Wallace opposes. The theory of sexual selection is to account for the ornamentation which apparently exists in nature, among the birds especially, and which of course cannot be produced by natural selection, for natural selection includes only the useful, not the ornamental. I think Darwin is right, and that ornamentation, simply as such, does exist in nature, and is the result of sexual selection. Of course, as Wallace argues, beauty and grace might exist as the incident of use. For instance, brilliant colors in certain places conduce to concealment and safety. Therefore, brilliant colors exist. Speed conduces to grace of form, as in the horse, so grace exists. This, no doubt, accounts for much of the beauty and grace which are seen in nature. The extreme beauty of flowers, sea anemones, corals, and so forth, cannot of course be explained by sexual selection. But there is such a thing as ornamentation in nature, as for instance the peacock's tail, and natural selection will not account for it. We thus discover the method of evolution. It is first of all from the simple to the complex, from the Monera to man. and this by the laws of persistence, variation, struggle for existence, natural selection, artificial selection, sexual selection, and the use and disuse of organs. It will be seen, however, that natural selection is the heart of modern evolution, and while natural selection is not coextensive with evolution in its universal philosophic sense, it is the illumination and all-conclusive proof of evolution and its supreme method, although there may be subordinate methods. Natural selection, therefore, is the battleground. There are some who call themselves evolutionists, who do not accept natural selection as its cause and main procedure. If one accepts natural selection in the main, all is accepted. If one rejects natural selection, then he might as well reject evolution altogether. His evolution is simply a mask for the creation theory. Proofs of evolution. Having ascertained the method of evolution, the question is now as to the proofs of evolution. There are, says Huxley, 3 classes of facts in the universe: those which are neither favorable nor unfavorable to the theory of evolution, like the persistency of types of life through many thousands of years; those which are favorable to evolution, like the discovery of birds with teeth, which is evidence of the common origin of birds and reptiles; and those facts which demonstrate evolution, like the history of the horse, etc. These classes exhaust all known facts, and therefore there are no facts against evolution, although all facts do not require evolution. But some facts cannot possibly be explained without evolution, and therefore whatever evidence there is in favor of evolution. What is the evidence for creation? Simply none. Professor Asa Gray says, "The strength of evolution appears by comparing it with the rival hypothesis of immediate creation, which neither explains nor pretends to explain anything. Creation explains nothing, evolution does. In that it has an immense advantage. But furthermore, there are facts which demand evolution as an explanation. The proof, therefore, we might say, is mathematically perfect. As Professor Leconte says, the evidence for evolution is more certain than the evidence for gravitation." Since, therefore, we must accept creation or evolution, as there can be no third hypothesis, and as the question must be settled by evidence, and as there is not one fact for creation, and millions of facts for evolution, there can be no question which theory the honest, impartial, enlightened inquirer will choose. One might as well deny that 2 and 2 are 4 as to deny evolution. When it comes to natural selection, a method of evolution, the evidence is not so overwhelming and decisive, that is, as to the extent of natural selection, and whether it is to be considered as a cause or merely an occasion of development. On these questions scientific men can and do differ. Let it be understood, though, that the existence of natural selection as a fact cannot be denied. Professor Gray says on this point, "Here it may be remarked that natural selection by itself is not a hypothesis, nor even a theory. It is a truth, a catena of facts and direct inferences from facts. Natural selection, therefore, is an undoubted truth, and it must be a part of general evolution. Given the struggle for existence, and natural selection must operate. It does not create the variations or the struggle, but it does shape the course of the variations and the result of the struggle. It is practically the cause of the organic universe of today. It is the one supreme factor, whatever others may exist. Natural selection, therefore, being an undeniable truth, Is it not also a cause? Natural selection does not account for the introduction of life, but for its diversification into the forms and kinds which we now behold. It is not the cause of the variations originally. Variation would exist without natural selection. Variation is an inexhaustible factor upon which natural selection works as a sculptor might work upon the marble. Of course, the sculptor is not the cause of the marble, but is he not the cause and the efficient and prime cause of the completed statue? And so, taking the universe as it is today, it can be scientifically affirmed that natural selection is a cause, and by all odds the most potent factor in the history of nature. It is useless further to multiply proofs. Evolution in general has been mathematically demonstrated. Natural selection is equally demonstrated as the supreme method in the process of evolution. The subordinate factors, namely the influence of environment, the increased use and disuse of organs, and sexual selection, will be admitted according to evidence. Spontaneous generation. The truth or falsity of spontaneous generation has nothing logically to do with the truth or falsity of natural selection. Spontaneous generation is the origination of organic life from inorganic life. Natural selection has simply to do with organic life and its processes, and not with the origin of organic life. Undoubtedly, however, the general theory of evolution, or the highest form of evolution, namely monism, does demand spontaneous generation logically, although at present there is no physical evidence to demonstrate it. But evolution affirms unity of existence, and therefore all forms of existence are correlated, and therefore at some point inorganic life becomes organic, or evolution ceases. There are no chasms in nature, no breaks, no interventions. As Goethe says with his deep insight, we must, contemplating nature, part or whole, give equal heed to. Naught is inward, naught is outward, for the inner is the outer. Nature has neither kernel nor shell. It is she that is all in all at once. Since we have joined the bird and reptile, and the plant and animal, and know that they all have the same source, we may be able hereafter to do physically what now we must do logically, unite in the same existence the organic and the inorganic. Spontaneous generation conveys the idea to some of life from no life, and so savors of the miraculous. It does not mean that, for if nature is a living whole, as Humboldt says, where are the limits of life? Organic and inorganic are definitions of nature from our standpoint. There may be chasms between the definitions, but there cannot be in nature herself. End of chapter 16, part 2. Evolution, Methods and Proofs.